Pokémon, the trainer begins as a bounty hunter. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 276, a showdown with friends without any fluctuation. Congratulations, we'll have a chance to play against each other again next time. In the passageway leaving the venue, Sugiyama Mirai came over and shook hands with Tetsuya. It was indeed a pity that he failed to defeat Tetsuya and successfully enter the top 32, but it was not to say that he was very disappointed. After so many years of competition experience, Sugiyama Mirai knew that the source of all unsatisfactory results was that he was not strong enough, not that his opponent was too strong. Besides, the top 64 was not a bad result, but he just had higher expectations for himself this time. After the two of them exchanged pleasantries for a while, Sugiyama Mirai left the passageway. He was going to restore his Pokémon that had lost its combat ability and find a place to comfort his companions. Tetsuya came to the Pokémon Center specially set up in the main arena, and while retrieving Serpenter, he also restored Togekiss and Blaziken. It didn't take much time. After all, the injury was not serious, and he quickly returned to the player's viewing platform. The second battle on the field had already begun. Except for a few people who noticed Tetsuya's arrival, most of the players didn't care that there was one more person on the viewing platform. After all, no one knew whether the winner on the field would be their next opponent. Tetsuya sneaked up to the other three friends. "TSK, your flame chicken is good." Yizang lowered his voice and communicated with Tetsuya. "Not bad, not bad." Tetsuya seemed very modest, but the next second he revealed his true thoughts. "I'll just beat you up." Indeed, he can't do that. Looping nodded in agreement. These two destined people were opponents in the 64-32 round, so he naturally didn't forget to attack Yizang all the time. Do you believe that my blazing roaring tiger can beat your lizard king with one hand?" Yizang was of course not to be outdone, and his mouth was crazy. Tetsuya looked at the childish confrontation between the two of them without any fluctuations in his heart, and even wanted to laugh. Who made him enter the top 32? This new technology saves a lot of time. Yamashiro Jr. didn't care about the chat of the three people at all, but stared at the field with interest. He was even less stressed, because he was going to lose anyway. As for the new technology he mentioned, it refers to the regular battlefield that can be restored to a brand new state in a short time. Originally, it would take about an hour to clean up the battlefield after a full-scale battle. If the battle was too intense, this time would be extended. The power and skills of the elves were too powerful, and there were countless potholes on the field after the battle. Even with the power of the elves, it would take a lot of time to repair many subtle places. Now it is just a simple closure and flip, and a brand new field has reappeared. Of course, the dilapidated field still exists, but it has been turned down. The staff of the Alliance can just take advantage of the gap between the second battle to complete the repair, achieving a perfect cycle. Zay has become accustomed to the strange technological development of the elf world. He nodded calmly and responded to what Yamashiro Jr. said. There are still more people from other regions in this Kanto conference. While watching the battle on the field, several people chatted and soon talked about the opponents around them. There is no way our Kanto is so attractive. Looping's eyes flickered. The other three fell into a brief silence for this commonplace statement. In fact, it's hard to say. It's true that Kanto is the origin of the development of the Alliance, and it's true that the current four kings are the strongest, but it's not so far-fetched to say that it's attractive. The style of the Kanto region is more like that of a closed village. Whether it's technology or communication between trainers, it's actually not frequent. Except for some cities such as Golden City and some famous places such as Viridian Forest, there's really nothing attractive enough in the Kanto region. At least compared to other regions with advanced technology and beautiful scenery. The only thing that the Kanto Alliance is worth praising is its long history. The Johto Alliance, which has the same origin, says that it also has this, and it may even be a little longer. This is quite embarrassing. The reason why so many trainers from other regions are happy to participate in the Quartz Conference is largely because they want to win the championship of the regional conference. Not only the Quartz Conference, but also other events such as the Silver Conference in Johto, the Lily of the Valley Conference in Synopsis, etc., are also the case. To put it bluntly, if the champion of a regional conference is not a local, it is inevitable that he will be criticized in the next year. If this situation continues for several years, you will be ridiculed in the trainer forum. When you say that your region is good, the other party will say why are the champions of your conferences in the past few years all from other regions? It is enough to make you speechless. But you have nothing to refute. The facts cannot be refuted. Even if your region takes the second, third and fourth place, it is useless, because the strongest champion is not yours. Unfortunately, the Quartz Conference in Kanto has fallen into such a bad situation in recent years. No, it should be said that in the past 10 years, it has fallen into such a bad situation. It can be said that, since Do and his group of excellent trainers became the mainstay of the Kanto Alliance, the Kanto Alliance has embarrassingly discovered that the development of its younger generation has been interrupted. As for why it was discovered, it is mainly because the group headed by Do was too exaggerated. Although the strength of Do, Kona and Shiba, three people of the same generation, does not represent anything, for young trainers, there is a big difference between having a goal to catch up with and not having a goal to catch up with. At least compared to the trainers of the same generation in other regions, the young trainers of the Kanto Alliance at that time had more motivation to become stronger. They knew why they wanted to become stronger. Although becoming stronger for the purpose of defeating those three people seemed a bit extravagant, it could not stop them from making more efforts. It can be said that under the leadership of Watari, Kona and Shiba, the Kanto trainers of their generation were generally stronger than their peers in other regions. Of course, there were also strong ones in other regions, and many of their contemporaries have now become the four heavenly kings in their own regions, but they were far less oppressive than the three people in Kanto. There is a cycle of fate. How Kanto mocked other regions during that period of time, other regions have mocked back in the past 10 years. Fortunately, Kanto's own strength is there, and other regions cannot despise it more deeply. While the Kanto people refuted, they also hoped that an outstanding young trainer would appear, not to mention that he could play the same role as Watari, but at least let them see the strength of the new generation. It was under such circumstances that a group of people led by Tetsuya were pushed to the stage by Watari and the Kanto Alliance. It's okay. I think the champion this year has a good chance. It should be ours. The most optimistic Yizang gestured to a figure with his back to them. The thin-looking man seemed to notice someone looking at him and turned his head to take a look. After finding that it was Tetsuya and the other four, he nodded and greeted them in a friendly manner and then turned back. Shinigami Shizuji, one of the strong contenders for the championship of this conference, is marked in the intelligence, and he has the strongest tendency. Similar to his gentle name, Shinigami Shizuji also looks very elegant and wears a pair of glasses, which makes him look very calm. However, a person's temperament really has nothing to do with the command style of elf battles. The slightly funny Yizang, as a dark type expert, uses fierce tactics when commanding elves to fight, which makes people feel cold behind their backs. Shikahira, a researcher, doesn't care about any ingenuity and strategy when commanding, and just crushes them directly. Shinigami Shizuji's style is also open and closed. This can also be seen from the composition of his team's elves. Blastoise, Onyx, Nidoking, Leafking, Tropical Dragon, etc. These large Pokémons don't look like the type to play tactics. But it is precisely because of this style that his battle scenes are very exciting and his popularity is extremely high. TSK, so cool, wait a few years and I will beat him up, Yizang said without thinking. The other three ignored him. Sometimes Yizang's brain circuit is very strange, even though they think the other party is very polite. In a few years, maybe he will have several king level Pokémons, and I don't know who will beat who. Looping still couldn't help, but said to him. The two quarreled again. Listening to the noisy two people, Zay and Junai looked at each other helplessly and shook their heads. It's really annoying. On the field, Gyarados roared to the sky, and under it was a Blastoise that had lost its combat ability and was covered with scars. The 3 Pokémons on the blue side have been defeated, and the halftime break has begun. On the players' viewing stand, many people were whispering and exchanging their opinions. It can be said that the one who can become the champion in this situation must be the one with the strongest strength. If you are a little weak, these powerful players will quickly find a way to target you. Sugiyama also appeared here. After nodding to Tetsuya, he stood with his friend and chatted. Your opponent has a good temper. Yamashiro Jr. and Tetsuya chatted casually. Well, his strength is also very good. If he hadn't played against me, he would still have a great chance of entering the top 32. Tetsuya responded. But there is no if, the winner is him. After a while, the game on the field started again. Everyone focused on the battle again, and Tetsuya and the other 4 were no exception. That evening, in a restaurant in the player village, Tetsuya, who had watched the first day's 5 rounds of competition and had already advanced, was eating dinner leisurely. As for the other 3 people, of course, they were preparing for their next battle in a tense and exciting manner. Yizo and Shikahira's battle was probably at noon on the 3rd day, and Chunya's was the penultimate game of the last day, which was about 3 o'clock in the afternoon on the 6th day. In the words of Yamashiro-kun, he would rather die than have a quick death, and he had to endure for 5 more days. In this regard, Tetsuya and the other 2 could only pat his shoulders silently to comfort him. Although there was no hope of winning, Yamashiro-kun would not sit still and wait for death. The necessary pre-match assault and preparation were still indispensable, and even more complete than against anyone else. Therefore, Tetsuya could only eat alone. When the dishes were almost all served, a noise sounded at the door of the restaurant. Tetsuya, who stuffed a mouthful of meat, looked up curiously and raised his eyebrows. In the crowd, a beautiful red-haired woman was calmly responding to people's pursuit and praise. Beside her was a little-known blonde beauty. It was the Ice King Kona and Sharona. Tetsuya stuffed another mouthful of food with satisfaction. The beauty was delicious, simply perfect. Kona and Sharona also saw him, greeted him, and walked up to the private room on the 2nd floor of the restaurant. People subconsciously followed Kona's sight with curiosity, and soon found Tetsuya. People who were wondering which lucky person got the treat soon took it for granted. It was during the league conference, and Tetsuya's attention was no less than that of Kona, who was one of the 4 Heavenly Kings, but it was only limited to this period of time. Tetsuya quickly finished his dinner and returned to his room. He was still a little uncomfortable eating under the spotlight. As for inviting Kona and Sharona to dinner, he had no such idea at all. After returning to his room, Tetsuya fell asleep. Commanding and analyzing the game that day really took up a lot of his energy. Time soon came to the 3rd day of the main arena. In the battlefield, Yizang and Looping looked at each other from a distance. With the referee's order, the 2 released their Pokémon at the same time. Tear it apart, Blazing Roaring Tiger. Give it an electric treatment, Shock the monster. 2 extremely strong Pokémon appeared on the field, one with red and black stripes all over, and the other with yellow and black stripes on the bottom. It can be said that they are natural opponents, just by looking at their appearance. As soon as these 2 Pokémon appeared, the audience at the scene did not even exclaim, but the commentator was scared into a cold sweat. Good guy, these 2 Pokémons that normal people can't possibly know about have come together. If I hadn't been prepared, there would really be a commentary error. He secretly congratulated himself for his seriousness. The Blazing Roaring Tiger sent by Yizo is a Fire plus Dark Pokémon from the distant Alola region. The flame belt on its waist is the source of its fire moves. Its strength is very strong, and the Electric Beast sent by Looping is the evolution of Kanto Electric Beast. Compared with Electric Beast, it is not only larger in size and strength, but also stronger in the use of electric skills. The detonator on its back and its tail can release more than 20,000 volts of electricity to attack. The commentator was conscientiously conducting popular science. Yizo and Looping have already started the attack. Blazing Roaring Tiger, charge forward, Flame Fist. Yizo's eyes were eager to try. Electric Beast, charge forward, Thunder Fist. Looping responded with the same command. ZHE also had a hunch that the battle between these two reckless men would definitely be exciting enough. But he never expected that he would reach climax right from the start. Chapter 277 Tournament Arrangement. Next opponent. On the battlefield, there were constant draws. The yellow electric shock and the red flame continued to collide with each other, and the collision and cancellation of energy caused ripples in the air. Not to mention the fist-to-fist bombardment between the two. The audience was excited. Blazing Roaring Tiger was slightly better than Electabuzz on the scene. There was no obvious restraint between the two Pokemon's own attributes, and the difference in their abilities was not too big, but Blazing Roaring Tiger was better in terms of characteristics. The two trainers on the field were definitely from prominent families. As their main Pokemon, Blazing Roaring Tiger and Electabuzz naturally had hidden characteristics. Blazing Roaring Tiger's general characteristic was Fierce Fire, and its hidden characteristic was Intimidation, intimidating the enemy when it appeared to reduce its physical attack ability. Electabuzz's general characteristic was Electric Engine, no damage and increased speed when attacked by electric system, and its hidden characteristic was Energy, no sleep. In the process of using the corresponding attributes of Flame Fist and Lightning Fist in close combat, Electabuzz, whose attack ability was reduced, would of course suffer a little. Looping snorted disdainfully, but he quickly changed his mind. Electric Beast, split the tiles. A very reasonable response. As a Pokemon with evil attributes, the fighting attribute will cause double damage to the Blazing Roaring Tiger. Fighting skills are of course a better choice in close combat. As for while Looping used the Thunder Fist at the beginning, it was probably just to fight Yizang head on. He could do such a thing. Ghostface. Yizang did not continue to fight Looping head on, but took a more flexible approach. It may be hard to believe, but one fact is that with almost the same height, the weight of the Electric Beast is more than half that of the Blazing Roaring Tiger. This is the result calculated based on the average value of the race. Both are 1.8 meters tall male Pokemon. Blazing Roaring Tiger 83 kilograms, and the Electric Beast is nearly 140 kilograms. The development of the two Pokemons on the field is naturally higher than the average, but the impact is not great. The two elves were both about 2 meters tall. The size of the electrified beast was more than one circle larger than the Blazing Roaring Tiger. Just from the visual effect, you can see the weight difference between the two. However, the large weight of the electrified beast does not mean that it is bulky. Its reaction and straight line sprint speed are also very impressive, but its small range displacement is definitely not as agile as the Blazing Roaring Tiger. The Blazing Roaring Tiger, with a terrifying face, successfully dissipated the white light on the electrified beast's hand with the help of its own intimidation characteristics. Two reckless men. ZHE in the stands complained unceremoniously. In his opinion, the initial confrontation between the Flame Fist and the Lightning Fist was completely meaningless. If you really want to confirm the strength of the opponent, the Jet of Flame and 100,000 volts can better reflect it. Looping is a little impulsive. Yamashiro Junai also gave his own opinion. The Ghost Face can not only scare the electrified beast and prevent it from using skills, but also make its speed ability decline significantly, which is extremely disadvantageous for it. On the field, the suppressed electric beast was defeated step by step. Under the continuous attacks of the Blazing Roaring Tiger, its condition was visibly declining. Fortunately, the electric beast was thick-skinned and strong, and with a single electric attribute, it was only restrained by the ground system. Most of the skills of the Blazing Roaring Tiger caused damage to it within the normal range, otherwise its condition would not be as simple as declining. The one-sided beating did not last too long. The audience gradually found that the electric beast was vaguely on par with the Blazing Roaring Tiger. Can the heavy stomp be used like this? ZHE was amazed. He did not react at first, but after careful observation, he quickly understood. If you look carefully, you can find that every time the electric beast takes a step back, cracks will appear where it was originally standing. This is the effect of the ground-based skill Heavy Stomp. Unlike ordinary elves who need to charge up and stomp hard before using Heavy Stomp, Looping's electric beast obviously has a unique secret for the use of this skill. borrowed some of the attack power of the blazing roaring tiger, and then reduced the damage as much as possible, focusing on the additional effect of reducing speed. Yamashiro-kun also analyzed it. It's easy to say, but the change of skills is not as simple as it sounds. No one knows how much effort Looping and Electabuzz have spent on this. Now the speed is back to the same level. No, blazing roaring tiger is slower. They are watched with relish. 2 elves and 2 trainers who are equally matched. This kind of game is really interesting. He sighed again. The final result did not surprise many people. Blazing roaring tiger defeated Electabuzz with an extremely slight advantage and won the first victory of this game. However, as Looping sent out his second Quasi-King level Lizard King, blazing roaring tiger was instantly carried away. In order to defeat Electabuzz, blazing roaring tiger can be said to have exhausted all its strength and was unable to fight again. Yizang gently took it back and also sent out his only remaining Quasi-King elves / commander. Unlike the match between Tetsuya and Sugiyama Cage, the 2 players on the field were clearly prepared to use Quasi-King level Pokémons to decide the outcome from the beginning. The Evil and Steel type / commander had a slight advantage in attributes, and it had a certain resistance to the grass type. However, its fatal weakness was that it had almost no resistance to the fighting type. Although Lizard King was a grass type Pokémon, it also had a lot of fighting type skills. They were equally flexible. One was strong in attack, but weak in defense, and the other was strong in defense, but weak in attack. Tetsuya was very curious about what kind of duel they would bring. This was also what the audience was looking forward to. Under the gaze of everyone, the second match between Yizo and Shikahi officially kicked off. Don't be discouraged, it's just a matter of one move. You can beat him next time. Tetsuya and Yamashiro-kun also comforted someone who turned grief and anger into appetite. No, I'll win next time. It's no big deal. This annoying tone could only be said by Yizo, the winner. The 2 of them rolled their eyes in their hearts and expressed their speechlessness to him. Heh, you're just a little bit luckier. Looping chewed the food in his mouth fiercely while showing mad contempt for Yizang who defeated him. What he said was not without reason. If they really fought again, it would be hard to say who would win or lose. The reason why Yizang won was entirely due to the unexpected probability of hitting the vital point of the second Cleave Commander. In Tetsuya's opinion, Yizang could be said to be commanding the use of skills with his lifespan. The effect of hitting the vital point every time was unbearable even for the most powerful elves. The defeat of the Lizard King was completely reasonable under such circumstances. Although it also caused extremely high damage to the Cleave Commander, causing the Quasi-King level Cleave Commander to lose his combat ability after defeating only one elite level elf. The gap of this one was enough to determine the final outcome. Relying on luck, Yizang successfully advanced to the top 32. Just wait and see. I want not only the top 32, but also the top 16, the top 8, and the top 4. Yizang declared his grand goal with great momentum. This time, the 3 people ignored him. They were sick. If you can make it to the top 16, I'll take my head off and let you play with it as a ping pong ball. Shikahi complained unceremoniously. Of course, Yizo regarded all of this as a barking of a loser. After the meal, the 4 returned to their rooms. They all had their own things to deal with. On the morning of April 10th, the service hall drew lots. After completing the draw for the 32-16 match, Tetsuya and Yizo walked out the door, and Shikahi and Kimiya came to greet them. How is it? They asked. I'm okay, not bad, but there's still hope. Tetsuya shrugged and pointed at the drooping face of Yizo next to him, but he's definitely out of the game. He met your opponent in the last round, Kimiya. Tetsuya added, with some gloating in his words. The 4 of them were fully prepared for the elimination of a strong player, and naturally they would not be angry because of a joke between friends. Yizo was so angry that he punched Tetsuya. He was already sad enough during the draw, and now Tetsuya was rubbing salt into his wounds. Shikahi expressed his delight at Yizo's bad luck, while Junai expressed his sympathy. The odds are there. Even if you don't run into Shinigami Shizuji, most of the others are still stronger than you. It was obvious that Shikahi was still quite dissatisfied with the defeat in the previous few days and continued to despise Yizo. There is no way. Who made me one of the top 32 in the tournament? The opponents I met were all quite strong. As for some people, I'm not specifically referring to anyone, it's just like that. Yizo spread his hands and responded. Junai, who was lying on the side and was also shot, expressed his helplessness, but he was not surprised. He had been accidentally injured many times in the past few days. It's okay, I'll help you mock him later. Zay patted Junai's shoulder comfortingly. Your opponent is Hatayama Natsuko. Junai flipped through the latest schedule of the tournament official website and knew Zay's opponent. Well, the strength is very strong, but there is hope. Zay nodded. There is a reason why he said that. Hatayama Natsuko, one of the only 6 female trainers left among the 32 trainers, specializes in grass. These last 4 words are enough to explain the source of Tetsuya's confidence. His trump card is Flame Chicken, which is mainly fire type. Hatayama Natsuko, whose main team has 5 fixed qua-seeking level Pokémon, can be ranked in the middle of the remaining trainers' strength ranking. If it weren't for the fact that she specializes in one type, which somewhat lowered her evaluation, this ranking could have gone up a bit. Compared to Tetsuya, who is ranked at the bottom on paper, there are still more people who are optimistic about this powerful female trainer. This can also be seen from the amount of bonus on the official website. By the way, Yizang ranks 32nd in strength among the 32 trainers, and undoubtedly won the championship. But in the words of this shameless boy, he still has a lot of room for improvement. After Tetsuya and Yizang chatted with 2 friends for a while, they returned to the room and began to prepare for their next battle. I don't know if it was a coincidence or intentional, his game was still the first game of the first day of the 32-16. ZHE also had sufficient reasons to doubt and believe that the alliance was behind the scenes. As for Magikarp being uncontrollable, it's up to ZHE to decide whether he believes it or not. The 2 hours of preparation time passed quickly, and he stepped onto the podium of the main arena again. But this time, ZHE was a little more nervous than the first time, because he couldn't be 100% sure of his victory. Looking at the beautiful opponent opposite, ZHE suddenly smiled. Really, what's the point of winning 100%? This was not what he had in mind at the beginning. Then, go ahead without regrets, he said silently in his heart. With the referee's order, both sides released their Pokémon. Bring victory, Blaziken. Go ahead gracefully, Leafeon. 2 shouts, a flash of red light, and Blaziken and Leafeon faced each other from a distance. Hatayama Natsuko's face changed all of a sudden. No, it was agreed to use a Pokémon with weaker strength as a test. Why did it start with the ace of the fire type, Blaziken? She had learned the rules of Tetsuya sending out Pokémons. In all previous battles, the strongest Blaziken was almost always the last to appear. How come this time, she was the first one to appear? Leaf Pokémon, the only elite level. Are you going to test it? Tetsuya thought calmly, but I didn't think of testing it. Blazing Chicken, spray fire to say hello. He launched a powerful attack. Flame Chicken's mouth surged out, and the special move of spraying fire crossed half of the field and rushed straight towards Leafeon. Take over. Hatayama Natsuko instantly shouted this skill that she had prepared in advance. However, it was somewhat different from what she imagined. The timing of using this skill was completely beyond her expectations. According to her original idea, she had to wait until Leafeon consumed the opponent's wave before using it, and maybe it could bring the next Pokémon an inheritance effect in terms of ability. But facing the opponent's fire Pokémon, or the strongest one, Hatayama Natsuko really didn't have the confidence that Leafeon could last long. Rather than leaving Leafeon on the field to let the opponent stack the acceleration characteristic, it is better to change a Pokémon. The baton skill was used very quickly, and it can be seen that Natsuko Hatayama has worked hard on Leafeon in this regard. The red light flashed in an instant. Retract and release. Leafeon disappeared from the field, replaced by an extremely large Pokémon. HMM. Before people could see what Pokémon it was, the jet of flames had completely enveloped it. The Pokémon's painful cry came from the fiery red color. The flames dissipated, and the Pokémon covered with black charcoal scars appeared in front of people. Tadaiji, photosynthesis. Natsuko Hatayama called out its name and commanded it to recover. Chapter 278, The Battle to Advance to the Top 16, Violent Tactics. Tute, the final form of the 3 grass-type Pokémon of Synopsis, is a mainland Pokémon. As a turtle with a huge, flat shell, it also looks like an ankylosaur. There is a tree similar to an oak tree and 3 grey regular triangle rocks growing on its shell. The mixture of coffee, grey and green colors and the large size give people a heavy sense of security. This is one of the reasons why it is classified as a mainland Pokémon. There are 2 symmetrically protruding cones on the head of Tute. The mouth is similar to the alligator turtle in Tetsua's previous life, which looks a bit scary. The thick legs are the basis for supporting its large and heavy body. The huge body weighing more than 300 kilograms stands on the field, full of oppression. Without seeing it move, a series of green light spots automatically emerged from the air and covered Tute's body. The green is full, the black charcoal scars gradually fade, and Tute's breathing becomes stable. It's a pretty good look. Tetsuya praised it in his heart. As a grass and ground Pokémon, Tortoise is a very peace-loving Pokémon that enjoys getting along with others in a friendly way and prefers to bask in the sun rather than fight. It is so docile that small Pokémon will gather and coexist with a stationary tortoise. It is rare to see a type as eager to fight as the tortoise on the opposite side. Keep spraying flames. However, Tetsuya was not afraid of this. On the one hand, he was ahead in strength and had superior attributes. On the other hand, Tortoise's attack ability was more prominent in physical attacks. It was not really good at long-range energy attacks. If you want to cause damage to Blaziken, you must get close first. But how could Tetsuya give the opponent such an opportunity? If Blaziken, who is good at speed, can be caught up by Tortoise, it would be ignoring the usual efforts of Blaziken and Tetsuya. The huge pillar of fire appeared on the field again. There was no comparison at first. The commentator and the audience just felt that Blaziken's sprayed flames were a circle larger than the sprayed flames of ordinary fire Pokémon. However, with the contrast to the super large Pokémon, Tortoise, on the opposite side, they truly understood how powerful the flame jet of Blaziken was. Hataya Manatsuko's eyes were full of solemnity. Rock blockade. She ordered Tortoise to defend first. A huge rock position appeared on the field. The fire pillars collided with the rocks, and waves of heat spread. Although the flame jet was more powerful, thanks to the resistance of the rock type to the fire type energy, Tortoise was not too surprised to withstand this wave of attacks. Tortoise, Earthquake. Hataya Manatsuko followed and wanted to regain the initiative in the battle. Tortoise raised its 2 front limbs and then slammed them heavily on the ground. Boom, a huge sound rang out, and the whole field was shaking continuously. Tetsuya held the railing on the command platform. The earthquake used by Tortoise, which is heavy and has the ground attribute, can be said to have taken advantage of all the favorable factors, and the power is extremely considerable. Under the interference of the earthquake, Blaziken stopped using the flame jet and put most of its energy into maintaining its body balance. The rocks that kept protruding from the ground hit Flame Chicken, and its face wrinkled unconsciously. The damage caused by the earthquake to Flame Chicken was still considerable. Fortunately, the purpose of using the earthquake by Tortoise was more to interrupt the use of Flame Chicken's skills, rather than to cause damage. Otherwise this earthquake would be enough to consume most of Flame Chicken's physical strength. Tetsuya calculated the time, and felt that it should be about time. Move, Hot Wind. While the aftermath of the earthquake dissipated, he decisively ordered. Flame Chicken immediately kicked the ground with its legs, and a trail of after images appeared on the field. Beautiful acceleration characteristics. After a period of time, the speed of Tetsuya's Flame Chicken has been greatly improved. It is moving around Tortoise Chicken at a speed beyond our visual capture limit. The commentary voice is always so passionate. Hataya Manatsuko couldn't help but sweat on her forehead. What a fast speed. It's okay to watch from the sidelines, but when you face it in person, you will know how despairing this speed is. Earthquake. No, the power of an uncharged earthquake is not enough to affect the movement of Flame Chicken, but once charged, Flame Chicken's current speed can easily cause huge damage to Tite Tortoise. It is true that ground attribute skills restrain Flame Chicken, but it is more true that fire attribute restrains grass attribute. Hataya Manatsuko is afraid that Tute Tortoise will fall before it attacks Flame Chicken. The hot breath began to surround Tute Tortoise from all directions. Light pink, light red, visible to the naked eye. The color of the air is constantly changing. The temperature on the field is gradually rising, and the commentator and the referee can't help but move away. Hatayama Natsuko's forehead sweat is not sure whether it is anxious or hot. Rock collapse, scatter. Finally, her order came late. Tute Tortoise, who was constantly restless in place because of the attribute restraint feeling bad, suddenly brightened his eyes, and several rocks appeared around his body. Swish, 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 the sound of breaking through the air sounded. The rocks scattered irregularly in all directions. Bang, bang, bang. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, the rock passed through the after images of one flame chicken after another, and fell directly to the ground, smashing small pits in the battlefield, and breaking into fragments, losing its power. The sigh of an audience member was not obvious, but even if only half of the nearly 100,000 audience members sighed, the sound was enough to make people feel infinite pressure. Hatayama Natsuko became more nervous. The only thing that made her feel fortunate was that, in order to ensure that flame chicken moved at a high speed, the use and preparation of the heat wind skill would take a lot of time, and it would take some time before it could attack Tortoise. Rock polishing, rush out. Hatayama Natsuko finally made up her mind, but it was obvious that this decision came a little too late. Now even if you really rush out, you will inevitably suffer a lot of damage. Tortoise's huge size is its advantage, but also its disadvantage. When attacking the enemy, the damage and power caused by its huge size will definitely be greater. You can't expect Pikachu and Tortoise at the same stage to collide with each other using the collision skill, and the Tortoise will be the one that flies out. This is unrealistic. However, its huge size also makes it difficult for it to dodge most attacks, and it can only rely on resistance and skill recovery. With the use of rock grinding, the body of the turtle is covered with a smooth khaki film. It can be seen that its forelegs exert force at the same time, and its huge body immediately moves. Thanks to the help of skills, its speed is faster than usual. Although the speed of the turtle is as slow as a movie at 0.25 times the speed of the flame chicken, it is indeed fast. Sparks flashed on the huge body of the turtle. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. As the turtle is closer to escaping from the hot wind, the cumulative damage it receives is also increasing. The khaki film has a certain protective effect on it, but this effect soon disappears. The whole body of the turtle is exposed to the hot wind. Ping, a dull sound of breaking the wind sounded, and the turtle, covered with black charcoal, broke through the hot wind skill, and appeared in front of the audience again. Photosynthesis. Of course, Hatayama Natsuko chose to recover without hesitation. This is also her Tute Turtle's fighting style, constantly using her own advantages to fight you. Pokémons like Venusaur, Coconut Tree, Tropical Dragon, and Tute Turtles that have plants on their bodies are quite proficient in using photosynthesis and have good results. Of course, today's good weather is also a key factor. Green light constantly surrounds Tute Turtles, and life energy allows its body to be repaired to the greatest extent. The speed of the flame chicken, which was so fast that it left a series of after images, gradually stopped. Standing there and watching quietly, Hatayama Natsuko's solemn eyes kept scanning the flame chicken. Bodybuilding. She quickly discovered the muscles surging under the flame chicken's hair, and her mouth was bitter. On the other side, Zay smacked his lips. 1 sword dance and 1 bodybuilding. Not bad. Forget about gathering energy. After all, Tute Turtle's hidden characteristic hard shell armor can effectively prevent it from being hit in the vitals. As if it wasn't enough, Tetsuya silently calculated and spoke again. Flame vortex. The motionless flame chicken opened its mouth without hesitation, and the fiery red vortex grew from small to large. Under its control, it attacked the Tute Turtle, which was still photosynthesizing. It couldn't hide anymore, Hatayama Natsuko analyzed. If it continued to hide, it would really become a game of being beaten without any ability to fight back. Her face was serious. Tute Turtle, energy ball. The Tute Turtle, which was photosynthesizing, also opened its mouth without saying a word. Green light continued to emerge from the air, the shell on its back, and its body. The bright green light ball gradually took shape. The Tute turtle's scary pupils reflected the approaching vortex of flames. When the distance was almost right, it calmly shook its head, and the energy ball rushed straight into the vortex of flames. The rotating and moving vortex of flames suddenly stopped in place. Just as people were puzzled, the red vortex trembled and turned into sparks that scattered all over the ground. The energy ball that was still full of energy defeated the flame vortex and then moved forward for a distance before dissipating into the air. A beautiful attack instead of defense. The energy ball of Tute hit the energy center of the flame vortex, making it unable to maintain its shape. This requires extremely high energy control of the Pokémon, not to mention that Tute completed this move in the case of a grass type against a fire type. The commentator's voice sounded at the right time. This was his job. The next moment, the figure of Blaziken suddenly appeared in front of Tute. On its feet, blazing flames were burning. Hatayama Natsuko's pupils shrank slightly. Looking at the place where Blaziken was originally, there was no trace of its figure. Even the afterimage had disappeared long ago. Flame kick. Tetsua's cold command sounded, as if announcing Tute's defeat. The legs covered with blazing flames kicked fiercely on the body of Tute, which was temporarily unable to move after using the energy ball. Even 0.1 seconds later would not have worked. The timing was just right. The sound of falling to the ground and the howling of pain sounded almost at the same time. Blaziken then retreated to the side due to the force of the recoil. Tute fell to the side helplessly, his eyes rolling in circles. Tute lost the ability to fight. Under Tetsua's Blaziken's swift and invincible fire kick, Tute was unable to fight. What an exaggerated attack ability. The commentator shouted with a red face and looked crazy. It can only be said that he was not careful enough and did not notice that Blaziken used the status skill to improve his ability. Putting aside Tetsua's arrangement, the opponent Hatayama Natsuko at least saw a bodybuilder. But this is normal, otherwise it should be this commentator who is standing on the field to fight. As for the audience, it is even more impossible for them to see it. From their perspective, Tetsua's Blaziken has been suppressing the opponent. Not only is the scene extremely gorgeous, but the way to win is also so simple. Cheers instantly resounded through the sky. Tute's energy ball breaking the flame vortex is indeed eye-catching, but in the eyes of ordinary audiences, it is just like that. It is nothing more than a skill confrontation and cancellation, nothing to be surprised about. As they were not trainers, it was difficult for them to understand the difficulty of using a grass-type point attack to directly destroy a fire-type range attack. The commentary was like playing the lute to a cow to them. After the referee announced the result, Hatayama Natsuko silently took back the tortoise attributes. She sighed silently in her heart, but her eyes were still so firm. Grass type was everything. This was her belief and persistence. I leave it to you, Blizzard King. Keep up the good work. Hatayama Natsuko threw her second Pokeball. Her opponent was naturally still Blaziken. Tetsua had worked so hard to strengthen its abilities, so of course he couldn't replace it. Another huge white Pokémon appeared on the field. Its dark green hands, feet, and tail were all stubby, like the branches of an evergreen tree, and there were 4 green spikes on its back that looked like pine cones. With the appearance of Blizzard King, the weather on the field also became gloomy. The temperature of the hot battlefield dropped a lot in an instant, and the breath exhaled by Blaziken turned white, visible to the naked eye. What kind of habit? Looking for a fight? Tetsua was stunned for a moment. Did the opponent become autistic because of his own defeat? The grass and ice attribute Blizzard King is restrained by the fire attribute 4 times. He was a little confused for a moment. But forget it. Let's talk about it after winning. Zay gave the order without hesitation. Charge flame attack. With 4 times restraint. Basically the smallest spark can cause damage that is almost destructive to the death ray, so there is naturally no need to pursue any high-powered skills. The faster the better. A layer of flame instantly covered the hair of the flame chicken. The roar of high-speed movement sounded. The high temperature and low temperature formed a sharp contrast, and the path of the flame chicken's movement was clearly visible. Blizzard King, hold on. Hatayama Natsuko ordered very firmly. She was not autistic because of the defeat, and the purpose of using Blizzard King was not to win. Chapter 279 What's wrong with being young? A green light curtain covered the huge white body of Blizzard King. These experienced players Pokémons have mastered this very effective defensive skill very well. ZHE also tilted his head, but this move was not difficult to break. He and Blaziken had practiced the method of breaking it more than once. On the field, when Blaziken in the state of charging flame attack was about to hit the light curtain, the green light curtain suddenly disappeared, and Blizzard King directly took the fire skill that caused great damage to it. Blizzard King and Hatayama Natsuko were obviously not prepared for this sudden scene. Hatayama Natsuko, who was full of confidence and ready to give the order to complete her layout, stood there in a daze, looking at Blizzard King who had directly lost his ability to fight. Oh, this is quite unfortunate. It seems that the Blizzard King of player Hatayama Natsuko didn't master the skill of holding well. It failed to use the skill before the Blaziken attacked it. The Blizzard King, that failed to hold, lost the opportunity to hold its own fighting ability, and could not fight again. In the sky, the commentary's words like a tongue twister really confused many viewers. But after summarizing, they roughly understood that the Blizzard King was just bad. Hatayama Natsuko sneered at the commentary's words. Although the first use of the holding skill is not 100% successful like in Tetsua's previous life game, the first success rate of the Quasi King, and above level elves after training, is definitely above 99%, and even some elite level elves can do it. If the strength is lower, it is estimated that it will not be able to learn the holding skill. What's more, the appearance just now is completely a successful situation. Hatayama Natsuko couldn't understand it. It's just the weakest spark. Just practice the energy control ability. Tetsuya explained lightly. The main reason was that the opponent took too long to think, and he was a little impatient. It was also easy to understand that the skill of guarding could only guard one attack, and it was ineffective against continuous energy attacks and secondary or even multiple attacks. Otherwise, this skill was too buggy. Just use Spark Break to guard the skill before the charged flame attack attacks the Blizzard King. Hatayama Natsuko was stunned for a moment. It was easy to say, but the difficulty of using two skills at the same time was completely different from the difficulty of using them one after the other almost at the same time. She remembered that Flame Chicken was still in the process of releasing the charged flame attack just now. She was convinced by this explanation. The ability to perform such an operation showed that Flame Chicken's strength was extremely strong among the Quasi Kings, and was even quite close to the king level. Even the elves she had cultivated for so long did not dare to say that they could do this operation every time, so she did not think in this direction at all at the beginning. The cultivation time was not long, which meant that the qualifications were particularly high. Hatayama Natsuko thought in her heart, and silently took back the Blizzard King. The tactics she wanted to use failed to work smoothly, and she also lost a Quasi King level combat power. It can be said that her Blizzard King put herself in a very embarrassing situation. Then, I'll leave it to you next, Racket and Kappa. Hatayama Natsuko released her best choice without hesitation. This was of course within Tetsua's expectations. Among Hatayama Natsuko's remaining three Quasi King elves, Racket and Kappa, Cunning Tengu and Roserade, only the water and grass type Lotus Leaf Boy can pose a certain threat to the current Blaziken. He originally thought that the third elf would be Racket and Kappa, but for some unknown reason, the opponent chose Blizzard King. Tetsuya was fully prepared to exchange Blaziken and Racket and Kappa, but he didn't expect the opponent to give up a small game. No, how can you say it's a loss? Tetsuya scolded himself, because he was obviously strong. Hatayama Natsuko looked at Tetsuya, who suddenly fell silent, and gave an order without hesitation. Lot Kappa, use Bubble Ray. Lot Kappa, who seemed to be a mixture of a pineapple and a duck, or maybe a platypus, laughed happily, and violent bubbles shot out of its mouth. Soon, the field was covered with bubbles of Bubble Ray. Did they use Bubble Ray to achieve the effect similar to field skills? Tetsuya sighed. It was really amazing. He couldn't remember how many times he had praised it in the past 2 months. Flame Chicken, Thunder Fist. Tetsuya gave an order passionately. Ending this battle would be the second half. Victory, oh my. Flame Chicken received Tetsuya's inner joy and shouted excitedly. Strands of yellow electric current flowed on its claws. Next, Flame Chicken clenched its claws and punched forward, and the lightning energy instantly flew out of its hands. Flame Chicken had used this move before. Through the water-filled bubble beam, lightning can be conducted to the body of Rakuten Kappa and cause damage to it. Although it will be greatly weakened due to the distance, the water and grass type Rakuten Kappa is different from ordinary grass type Pokémon, and the electric type can still cause certain damage to it. Under the premise that it is impossible to actively break into the bubble array, it is a good choice for Flame Chicken. If it is replaced with a long-range attack of fire skills, it will be weakened by the bubble beam, and the final power may be worse than the lightning punch that is released. The lightning shuttles across the field wantonly. However, it is obvious that it has a little deviation from the path imagined by Zay. Under the large-scale bubble beam, even if Flame Chicken tries its best to control the lightning, most of the electric energy is still inevitably dispersed in all directions through the bubble. Only a very small part of it attacks Rakuten Kappa. Just looking at its extremely leisurely expression, you can tell that it has basically not suffered any damage. Then it's our turn to fight back. Rakuten Kappa, use Pray for Rain. As she used the Pokémon with restraining attributes, Hataya Manatsuko obviously gained more confidence, and her tone of command changed. A blue ball of light formed on Rakuten Kappa's green hands that looked a bit like gloves. With a flick of his hand, the blue ball of light broke in the sky, and a considerable amount of dark clouds quickly gathered above the venue. The drizzle gradually fell. It's difficult, ZHE complained more than once, and he made up his mind to spend time working hard on weather skills after the tournament. Don't you see that these trainers don't use weather skills on others but only on him? Aren't they bullying him because he is young and his Pokémon skills are not wide enough? Who said that weather skills can only be polished slowly over time? ZHE was also very angry. What's wrong with being young, eating your ice? But fortunately, rainy weather did not consume much of Blaziken's physical strength, but the power of fire skills was greatly limited. If it was a sandstorm or hail, it would really be a quick fight. At the same time, as the rain fell, watching the changes on the field, ZHE quickly found a counter-attack point. Flame Chicken, Swallow Return. Chapter 280, Leaping Lot Kappa. The rain formed by the rain praying skill was not small. But it was also for this reason that the piles of foam light gradually dissipated under the impact of the rain. At this time, Lot Kappa was completely exposed to the eyes of Flame Chicken. Flame Chicken subconsciously tilted its head like Tetsuya, and without any excess of force, it disappeared instantly. If it were not for the white light formed by Yanfan, most people present would not be able to capture its movement trajectory. Pa pa pa, the sound of powerful legs hitting the water surface rang around Lot Kappa. Lot Kappa subconsciously twisted its body and danced. Lot Kappa. Hataya Manatsuko quickly reminded her elf not to distract her attention. There was no way Lot Kappa was like this. It danced all day long and didn't care about the world. If Lot Kappa heard loud and cheerful music, it would run over and dance to the music. Flame Chicken's rhythmic running obviously made Lot Kappa fall into self-happiness. Fortunately, with strong strength and self-control, under the call of his trainer, the Lot Kappa barely restrained his nature. Bang, the next second, the Lot Kappa flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. The Flame Chicken, which had revealed its body, shook its wet hair unhappily and raised its legs. The weather had already made it feel very uncomfortable. The opponent dared to slack off at this time. This was the rhythm of not taking it seriously. The Flame Chicken said that he was quite angry. The Lot Kappa supported himself on the ground with his sturdy hands, and the panting sound in his mouth was slightly obvious. The damage caused by the flying type Swallow return to the grass and water type was still considerable. But gradually, the rhythm and frequency of its panting became normal. The characteristic is the rain pan that can continuously restore physical strength on rainy days. ZHE also confirmed this point in the intelligence again. It is not a matter of whether this characteristic is good or bad. For the Lot Kappa, the two general characteristics of leisurely swimming or rain pan are quite good choices. Anyway, as long as there is no hidden feature, it will be fine to do what it wants. Otherwise, it is too difficult to train. I guess the one on the opposite side should not have it, otherwise it would not be so easy to stop its jumping just now. Lot Kappa, use water gun. Hataya Manatsuko launched another fierce attack. It would be an idiotic behavior not to take the initiative to attack with the advantage of attributes, weather, and recovery. Of course, the main reason is that she urgently needs a refreshing victory to restore her morale and momentum. Otherwise it would be a bit unreasonable to be defeated by a Pokémon in a row and enter the second half. Squeak, squeak, a stream of white silk spits out from Lot Kappa's mouth, and the sharp sound of breaking through the air shows that the water gun is quite powerful. As a necessary skill for water Pokémon, the strategic position of the water gun is actually still very high. On the one hand, the release speed and attack speed of the water gun are abnormally fast. Although it is definitely lacking in power compared to the water-based ultimate move, it cannot be said to be very bad. Especially now that Lot Kappa's water gun has both attribute blessing and weather blessing, it can be said that all internal and external factors are in place. Even though each water gun has less than half the power of a regular water cannon, it is impossible to resist the water gun, which is like a machine gun shooting. At least 3, 4, 5, or 6. If all of them can hit the opponent, wouldn't it be more effective than the water cannon that needs to charge for a long time? Moreover, the power of the water cannon is reflected in its range impact, while the power of the water gun is mainly reflected in its penetration. Some Pokémon with extremely weak defenses can easily be scarred by the water gun. The names of skills are never randomly chosen. Next, Flame Chicken was not afraid of the fast approaching water gun and took a stance on the spot. Tetsuya, who was about to command it to dodge, shrugged his shoulders. Since it wanted to do so, let it go. Sensing Tetsuya's actions, Flame Chicken knew that its trainer agreed with its idea. The flames on its arms burned more fiercely, and the rain falling from the sky could not stop it at all. White light appeared on its claws. Squeak, an uncomfortable friction sound was heard, and the warm atmosphere did not prevent the spread of this sound. Everyone frowned involuntarily, and the time in the main arena seemed to have stopped for a moment, and it seemed a little quiet. Squeak, squeak, it's not over yet. As the white claws of the Flame Chicken tore open one water gun after another, the sound became louder. Rakuten Kappa danced again involuntarily. It can only be said that the musical aesthetic is quite unique. This also made the audience feel relieved. If Rakuten Kappa did not dance, but kept releasing water guns, who knows how long they would have to endure the destruction. Hatayama Natsuko once again helplessly stopped Rakuten Kappa. She looked at Tetsuya with a solemn expression, worthy of being a genius recognized by everyone in the alliance. You must know that, even if the previous opponents could use this feature of Rakuten Kappa to carry out targeted attacks, they were definitely not as good as Tetsuya's Flame Chicken. First the rhythm of footsteps, then retreating to advance, Hatayama Natsuko suddenly felt that it was not unreasonable for her to lose so badly. As for Tetsuya, his only thought now was that catching a knife with bare hands was nothing. My Flame Chicken could catch bullets with bare hands. Who said that a water gun was not a gun? But he did not slow down his mouth. Flame Chicken, revenge. The fact that the Rakuten Kappa stopped the water gun with a sleep was a small matter. The bigger problem was that the Flame Chicken took advantage of this time to not only defeat all the water guns, but also greatly shorten the distance with it. Tetsuya was originally worried about the speed of Flame Chicken. The Rakuten Kappa would not have no reaction time. After all, the distance was still objective. But looking at the distance of only 10 steps now, Tetsuya felt that it would be useless even if Arceus came. He said. Flame Chicken took a step, and the whole elf appeared in front of Rakuten Kappa in an instant. The nearly 3 meter tall Flame Chicken looked down mercilessly at the short elf of 1 meter 5'6" in front of him, raised his legs and pulled hard. Bang! Rakuten Kappa flew backwards in the sky again. Oh, this rhythm seems to be good. It only has this thought in its head now, and even forgot to scream. Lot Kappa. Hatayama Natsuko's extremely nervous voice came. No way, it can't fight now. She thought about it carefully. Not really, although the revenge skill doubled its power after the Flame Chicken was attacked by the water gun. Plus the Flame Chicken also had the help of its own attribute blessing. But after all, Lot Kappa's resistance to fighting skills is normal, and it is impossible for its physical strength that has been restored to almost full value in the rain, to lose its fighting ability in one blow. Hatayama Natsuko was shocked by her crazy brain. It's not that it's annoying and difficult to think clearly, but mainly because she probably won't think so quickly in her normal reaction period. It takes a few seconds to react. Sure enough, she still has to fight against a strong opponent. Listening to the weak cry from Lot Kappa, Hatayama Natsuko put her mind at ease and thought silently. Kick from behind. But she was relieved at a wrong time, as Tetsuo's attack command soon followed. After sending Rakuten flying with one kick, the flame chicken, who had been following behind him, raised his strong legs again. Bang! There was another loud noise. Rakuten closed his eyes happily. Its trainer was a little dazed. Rakuten loses its ability to fight, and Flame Chicken wins. I finished it. Starting next week, there shouldn't be much to do in the second half of October, so I'll write more. Chapter 281 The Rich Ladies Panic. With the referee's announcement, the first half of the match between Tetsuya and Hatayama Natsuko officially came to an end. However, compared to Tetsuya's brisk pace, after taking back the Blaziken, Hatayama Natsuko seemed a little distracted. This is also quite normal. No matter who is hit by 3 in a row, his/her mental state will not be very good. Even if Hatayama Natsuko had expected that it would be a bit tragic to fight against the opponent's ace Pokémon with the attributes of her Pokémon, she never expected such a result. Not to mention defeating Blaziken, even the physical consumption was not considered large. Is there still a chance? Hatayama Natsuko sat in the rest area and asked herself silently in her heart. There should be no chance, with a bitter smile on her lips. She only had 2 Quasi Kings and 1 Elite left, while the opponent's 5 Pokémons, except Blaziken, were in full strength. Unless she could fight 2 or even 3 Pokémons with each Pokémon, she would not be able to win. But without the attribute advantage, it would be impossible to fight 2 or 3 Pokémons with 1 in the same stage, unless they were quasi-god Pokémons. Putting aside what Hatayama Natsuko was thinking about, Tetsuya was also preparing the tactics for the second half. First of all, there's no need to play Flame. Tetsuya was quite clear about this. On the one hand, the halftime break was enough for all the states that Flame had just been blessed with to last, and Flame would not have much advantage if it played again in the second half. Tetsuya didn't think that Flame, which had consumed more than half of its stamina, could continue to defeat 2 elves of the same level. The reason why it was able to fight 3 against 1 in the first half was actually a lot of luck. At least that was the case with the Blizzard King, who didn't know what to do. With only attribute advantages and no speed or attack bonuses, even if Flame was talented and strong, it would be the limit to kill one opponent with half of its stamina. After all, elves are still living creatures, and the decline in stamina will also lead to a slight decline in all aspects of ability. Elves in full form are very suppressive when facing elves with excessive stamina consumption. Moreover, after fighting for such a long time with so many states on its body in the first half, and being consumed by the opponent's elves, Flame's physical condition also needs temporary conditioning. To put it bluntly, a moment of strength must be paid for. Whether it is the acceleration characteristics or the bonus brought by the sword dance/bodybuilding skills, these are a kind of load on the body of Flame Chicken. It is okay in a short period of time, but once the time is too long, its body may still be damaged. This is also where the quasi-god elves are ahead of ordinary elves. The quasi-god elves can withstand the load brought by this bonus far greater than ordinary elves. In addition to being able to stack more states in the same stage, it is also reflected in the fact that it can maintain the state for a longer time. The main reason is that their physical fitness is unique. Of course, individuals and groups cannot be equated. Judging from Flame Chicken's talent and ZHE's training, the gap between it and the excellent quasi-god individuals is not that big. The more reason is that ZHE feels that it is unnecessary. For a game with a 90% chance of winning, there is no need to let Flame Chicken work hard. Its partners will help it solve it and bring victory to ZHE. Flame Chicken against 3 is already outstanding enough. I don't know who my next opponent will be, ZHE thought arrogantly. The halftime break is over. I wonder what kind of exciting battle the 2 players will bring us next. Please wait and see. The commentary sounded like a mechanized voice, and Tetsuya felt like he was about to vomit after listening to this line. However, looking at the heated atmosphere in the main arena, it is clear that, although this paragraph is a bit cliché, it is still quite useful. Under the attention of the crowd, amid the cheers that resounded through the sky, Tetsuya and Hatayama Natsuko once again stepped onto the podium. Then, the second half of the match between Tetsuya Tamaki and Natsuko Hatayama officially begins. Following the referee's signal and the commentator's shout, Tetsuya and Natsuko Hatayama looked at each other, nodded, and threw their respective Pokeballs. "Leave it to you, Pidgeot. I'll count on you again, Leafeon." BPE. The energetic calls of the two Pokémons resounded across the field. Pidgeot flapped his wings, and in his sharp eyes, the figure of the cat-like and fox-like Leafeon opposite him was reflected. Just now, it also saw the performance of Blaziken in the Pokeball, which was quite good, so it, as the big brother, could not lose face. Hatayama Natsuko certainly did not find it strange that Tetsuya sent out Pidgeot. If she had to blame someone, she could only blame herself for not being prepared, which led to Blizzard King being defeated by Blaziken in advance and losing his ability to fight. Otherwise, it should be Blizzard King who was countering the two flying Pokémons on the opposite side. This was also one of the reasons why she felt a little weak during the halftime break just now. The three Pokémons she had left were not very good at dealing with flying Pokémons in the air. Pidgeot, Air Slash. Tetsuya's initial attack was still so familiar. To be honest, Sky Pokémons are too advantageous against ground Pokémons. Unless ground Pokémons can bring super fast speed with superpower like the last round of Tyranitar, it is really difficult for ground Pokémons to attack Sky Pokémons at close range. If most Sky Pokémon's physical strength, endurance and attack capabilities were not too outstanding, resulting in poor strength at the same stage, most people would definitely choose Sky Pokémons as the main force to cultivate. The familiar white air blade appeared in the air in the field. The sound of breaking through the air was heard, and the blades shot towards Leafeon. Iron Tail. Natsuko Hatayama commanded as she exercised her duties as a trainer. Leafeon cried out, and the tail lit up with a steel-like light. The cry of Eevee and all its currently known evolutions is very similar, with no big difference except the tone. The similarity is that they are all very cute. Coupled with the strong grass fragrance emanating from the young Leafeon, it has been quite popular since Tetsuya discovered this evolution. Grass-type Pokémon basically have the ability to purify the air and calm people down. The cute Leafeon that can be held in the arms has attracted countless people to the coconut egg forest. It is said that the government officials of the nearby cities are all smiling. According to Professor Oak, every time there is a meeting, these people will come to thank him and Tetsuya for their help. Trainers like Natsuko Hatayama who specialize in grass types will not miss the opportunity to cultivate Leafeon. Tetsuya thought she was still very powerful and could cultivate an elite Leafeon in such a short time. Clang clang clang, a sound like metal collision sounded, and a small green shadow flew backwards. It was Leafeon. Although it used Iron Tail to resist, the gap in strength still prevented it from doing what it wanted. In addition to being knocked away by the impact of several air slashes, the remaining one or two air slashes also hit it from the front. Leafeon forced itself to endure the pain and stood up on all fours. Lightning flash. Bang. Tetsuya's command and the collision sound were only a few tenths of a second apart. Before Leafeon could react, the high-speed flying Pidgeot with white light directly hit it. It rolled several times on the ground like a ball, stirring up a layer of dust. Lightning flash. The Devil's Whisper sounded again, and Leafeon shook his head, thinking it was an illusion. But the next moment, the body that flew backwards again told it that this was the truth. Looking at the Leafeon that seemed to be frozen in the air, with a lot of white light flashing around it, Natsuko Hatayama clenched her fists. But soon, she loosened her fists powerlessly. Bang! The sound of landing sounded, and looking at the Leafeon that had lost its ability to fight and fainted on the ground, the referee raised the flag mercilessly. Leafeon has lost its ability to fight. Pidgeot wins. A red light flashed, and Leafeon disappeared from the field. Natsuko Hatayama didn't move. Please send out the next Pokémon, Natsuko Hatayama, the referee urged. Tetsuya had already confirmed that he would not change the Pokémon, and the audience was not here to see a Pidgeot flying in the air in a daze. Natsuko Hatayama's body shook involuntarily, as if she was frightened. Please send out the next Pokémon. The referee's voice was still so calm, he had seen too many trainers who were stunned. Understanding is understanding, but if Natsuko Hatayama didn't send out the next Pokémon, he would have to directly judge the loss according to the rules of the tournament. This is probably not what Natsuko Hatayama wants to see, because if she loses for this reason, she will be laughed at by many people. If a powerful trainer does not have this psychological endurance, it is better not to be a trainer. Go, Roserade. Natsuko Hatayama finally cheered up after the referee's reminder again, and threw her 5th Pokeball with a slightly depressed tone. Tetsuya on the opposite side shook his head secretly. So, the world is not absolutely fair. The opponent on the opposite side is obviously not suitable to be a trainer, but he is a powerful trainer. This is very contradictory, but also very normal. Natsuko Hatayama on the opposite side is a rich lady. If it were not for showing the hard work of her Pokémon, she would not appear in the conference. This is not her stage. It's not that Tetsuya looks down on her, but compared with other rich second generations and strong second generations, the gap between Natsuko Hatayama and them is too big. Apart from anything else, Yizang is much stronger than her, although Yizang can't beat her now. Yizang in the stand sneezed. But at Storm, Tetsuya launched a fierce attack. Hatayama Natsuko, who looked dazed, was unprepared for the opponent's flying ultimate move. This time, her inner panic was completely exposed on her face. Roserado, dodge. Even the commentator shook his head helplessly in the air at this chaotic command. It is true that dodging is jokingly called a magic skill, but you can't do it blindly. I just realized that I fell asleep yesterday and forgot to post. I will post one more chapter at 9 AM and 5 PM tomorrow. My apologies. Chapter 282 Believe in the Elves. Although Roserade's combat instinct told it that simply dodging was useless, it chose to obey the command out of trust in the trainer. It was like an elegant dancer wearing a mask and a cape. The right hand of the red flower and the left hand of the blue flower stretched out 2 vines respectively and tied them to the stones in the distance. The thorny vines quickly wrapped around a huge stone. The next moment, the dancing Roserade flew away, and the vines seemed to be hooks that carried it across the field. Looking at Roserade getting farther and farther away, and then looking at Pidgeot who was still accumulating the storm, ZHE also felt that he had let it go a little. Otherwise, according to his habit of starting from the wind, to gather the wind and gradually increase it to a storm, Roserade would not have much way to dodge. But this still did not affect Pidgeot's storm attacking Roserade smoothly. The ubiquitous wind did not care how far away you were. The extremely strong wind swept across the entire field crazily, and the commentator had already fallen to the ground and hid in a small corner next to it that was specially protected. The flying type's ultimate move, Storm, is no joke. Hatayama Natsuko finally came to her senses at this time. Roserado, use rooting. For Roserado, who missed the opportunity to interrupt at the beginning, it was impossible to fight or consume, and the only feasible way was to bear it so deep into the ground. Stabilizing its body while restoring its own rooting skills is the best way to deal with the situation at hand. As for the side effects of rooting, Hatayama Natsuko no longer has time to think about this problem. Under the fierce storm, the inaudible sound of piercing the ground sounded where Roserado stayed. A series of small earthy yellow rhizomes spread from Roserado's yellow feet. They turned themselves into tangled tree roots along the veins of the earth. Roserado's not so large and even thin body was fixed on the earth. The storm that raised the dust on the field and made it earthy yellow like a sandstorm quickly took Roserado into its arms. No one could see the specific situation of Roserade inside, except for Pidgeot, because it is a bird spirit with sharp eyes, not a human. Tetsuya looked at the secret code it made that only he and his companions could understand and nodded in understanding. The aftermath of the storm gradually dissipated. High-speed stars. Tetsuya's voice sounded again. Hatayama Natsuko just saw a shadow of Roserade at this moment, and she didn't even react that Roserade survived the attack. But it is not difficult to predict that its super high energy defensibility and the recovery brought by the rooting skill are still quite effective. By the way, Pidgeot's attack ability is not outstanding. Of course, Roserade's condition is not good. Its green body and the white substance on its head that looks like roses and hair are covered with various scars. Scattered yellow stars shot towards Roserade, which was motionless. In fact, it doesn't matter what skills you use at this time, because Roserade can't move for a while after using rooting. At this time, no matter what skills you use, you can hit it smoothly and cause damage to it. But the first thing to be ruled out is definitely close combat. The characteristics of Hatayama Natsuko's Roserade are a relatively conventional combination. That is, the general characteristic is the more suitable for combat stinger, and the hidden characteristic is the technical master. The former will cause the Pokémon that touches it to fall into a poison state with a certain probability, while the latter can increase the power of low power moves when attacking. The combination of these two characteristics, coupled with Roserade's skill list, can produce quite impressive results. If Pidgeot is accidentally consumed by it in a close combat state, it will be quite difficult to deal with. Among long-range attacks, the skill with the easiest intensity to control is the high-speed star. The damage that can be dealt depends entirely on how much energy you release. ZHE also worried that, if Pidgeot hit hard, it would easily cause serious injuries to the opponent. After all, this is not a field but a competition, so there is no need to be so ruthless. The energy wave formed by the high-speed star quickly hit Roserade, who was panting and shaking. Rudo Roserade cried out in pain. Didn't fall? ZHE also subconsciously raised his eyebrows. Looking carefully, a faint green light was constantly flowing from the ground into Roserade's body. The rooting skill just happened to recover a little, and ZHE couldn't help but sigh that the opponent's luck was really good. But unfortunately there was a little problem with his mentality. Hatayama Natsuko reacted faster at this time. Roserade, Energy Ball. It has to be quick. If it doesn't hurry up, the result of this round of competition will be announced soon. As soon as she finished speaking, a green ball of light formed in front of Roserade. Roserade put her hands together and pointed forward, and the green energy ball immediately rushed into the sky. Thanks to the help of the rooting skill, Roserade's speed of collecting life force from nature is also much faster. The energy ball that is usually released slowly seems to be as fast as instantaneous at this moment. Pidgeot looked directly at the energy ball that was approaching. Although it was still in a stiff state, after using the skill, it was not panicked at all. Bang, the energy ball hit its soft feathers. Pidgeot subconsciously let out a breath that he had been holding. To be honest, the damage that the grass type energy ball can cause to Pidgeot is really limited. To be even more exaggerated, the physical strength consumed by Pidgeot using Storm 3 or 4 times is higher than this damage. Tetsuya snapped his fingers. Pidgeot understood. The yellow shockwave formed by the high-speed stars rushed towards Roserade on the ground again. Although Roserade tried to leave the rooted state immediately after using the energy ball, it was obvious that this state was not so easy to get rid of, even if it took the initiative. Roserade, who had just pulled out one leg, was hit by the high-speed stars one after another. Fortunately, its other leg was pulled out, but unfortunately, it exhausted all its physical strength in the process of pulling it out, and could not fight. The commentator stepped on the aircraft and slowly rose into the sky. The referee was very respectful and raised the blue flag representing Tetsuya's victory. Only after he finished speaking, Hatayama Natsuko took back Roserade with a slightly stiff movement. You should believe in your Pokémon, even if you say you have given up, but they haven't. ZHE said to her unconsciously. When Roserade just appeared from the storm, Hatayama Natsuko's action was very wrong. As a trainer, in that situation, her Pokémon obviously has a great chance of retaining its combat capability, but she doesn't believe it. This is not what a qualified trainer should do. It is one thing for a trainer to make mistakes in command or even be distracted, but you must always believe in your partner. Just like knowing that the trainer's command is wrong and still trusting the Pokémon, the trainer should also believe that his partner will be his strongest backing under any circumstances, and believe that they will bring the results he wants. Instead of giving up first like Hatayama Natsuko just did. Hatayama Natsuko stood on the command platform, and the whole person was quite spiritless. The referee shook his head slightly. It was the first time he met such a fragile trainer. Logically speaking, the trainers who can play in the main arena have experienced countless failures. Even if this failure was unexpected, it should not be this reaction. It can only be said that it is still a human problem. Thank you, I will. A voice as faint as a mosquito sounded. If it weren't for Tetsua's good hearing and the referee's close distance, the two people would not have heard what Hatayama Natsuko was saying. Well, give them a taste of their own medicine, cunning Tengu. Before Tetsuya and the referee could react to her strange thanks, Hatayama Natsuko changed her previous decadence and sent out her last Pokémon with full energy. Are women so fickle? The same thought flashed through Tetsuya and the referee's minds in an instant. Dota cry sounded, and with the familiar red light of the Pokeball flashing, a large, ferocious-looking brown Pokémon appeared on the field. The long, fluffy white mane covered most of its face. The long ears and very long, pointed nose seemed to be a combination of the elves in Germanic mythology, more like rabbit ears, and Pinocchio. The teeth that were always clenched gave people an extremely fierce feeling. Its hands, which are made of 3 large leaves, are its attacking weapons. Its feet, which look like Japanese high-legged clogs in its previous life, make its way forward rather strange, but of course its speed is not affected by this. Instead, it thrives in the forest. Forest god, cunning Tengu. Just from this nickname, it is not difficult to judge the power of this elf. The title of god is not just a casual remark. The 11-level gale created by its fan-shaped hands is its ability to surpass some flying elves. As a grass-type evil elf, cunning Tengu's character is not as cruel as rumored. Instead, it is an extremely loyal elf. Its evil is more reflected in its grasp of timing in battle. Cunning Tengu seems to be a natural warrior. It can read the enemy's mind and take the lead in countering the enemy's actions. A very tricky opponent. Tetsuya quickly re-entered the combat state. Pidgeot, move at high speed. Although it felt tricky, Tetsuya had already unilaterally announced the winner of this game in his heart, that is, himself. The ability of cunning Tengu to display its strength requires a lot of space. Its speed is not outstanding in a non-forest environment. In this case, even if it can read the thoughts and act first, it is no big deal. To put it bluntly, it is nothing more than a high concentration of mind to easily capture the action. Sometimes the brain can catch up, but the body can't, which is more terrible. Moreover, Pidgeot's restraint on it is real. At the same time that Tetsuya shouted, Hatayama Natsuko also commanded cunning Tengu to launch an attack. Cunning Tengu, Frozen Wind. There are 2 more chapters today. Chapter 283 Top 16. As a Pokémon that has always lived with the Blizzard King, cunning Tengu has learned the few ice-related skills that he can master quite well. Frozen cold air blew out of its mouth towards Pidgeot, but it was obviously not very useful. After Pidgeot was blessed with a high-speed movement state, the attack speed of the freezing wind was as slow as crawling. Pidgeot easily dodged the attribute attack that had a great effect on it. Wind. This time, Tetsuya did not use the storm directly like just now, but chose to gather the power of the wind from the relatively weak wind. Compared with Roserade, cunning Tengu can better catch the lead time before Pidgeot uses the storm to cause damage to it, or even interrupt the use of skills. Moreover, it seems that Hatayama Natsuko's brain has returned to normal now, and we can't expect her to continue to order the use of magical skills to dodge. Victory is just around the corner, and steady progress is the most important thing. Pidgeot hovered in the air and flapped its wings at the cunning Tengu in the distance. The strong winds from its huge wings rushed towards the cunning Tengu on the ground. Without Hatayama Natsuko's order, the cunning Tengu naturally raised its broadleaf hands and flapped them gently. Whoosh, another strong wind suddenly formed. 2 visible winds collided and dissipated in the middle of the field, and finally disappeared into thin air. Is it so powerful? Tetsuya widened his eyes. Although he knew that the cunning Tengu was good at creating wind, he was still very surprised when he first saw it. After all, the cunning Tengu lived in the depths of the forest far away from civilization, especially in large and ancient forests. It was a relatively rare spirit. In addition, its living area was mainly in the Hone region. As a native of the Kanto region, Tetsuya had only a slight understanding of it from the information in the past, and had never seen or experienced it in person before. Now that he had come into contact with it as an opponent for a short time, he could only sigh that this spirit was still quite powerful. Pidgeot, attack with your wings. Zaya was excited to see the prey, so he commanded Pidgeot to rush up and attack at close range. He really wanted to know how the action described in the illustration book that could read the enemy's mind and take the lead in fighting the enemy was achieved. He could see it more clearly in close combat. Of course, the confidence to do so still came from the great advantage on the field. If he only had one elf left now, he would definitely not let Pidgeot do so. A layer of white light gradually covered Pidgeot's wings, and it swooped down from the sky towards Cunning Tengu like a predator with its afterimage. The sun radiated its light wantonly, and a huge shadow was reflected on the field. Facing the menacing Pidgeot, Cunning Tengu's expression did not change at all. Dance and strike wildly. Hatayama Natsuko's command voice sounded. The short syllables showed that Cunning Tengu was not as relaxed as he looked at this time. It slowly raised its hands and posed a strange posture. From Tetsua's perspective, the attacking posture of Cunning Tengu was similar to that of a shot putter or javelin thrower before throwing an object, with the right hand pointing diagonally to the sky and the left hand on the back of the head. It was the first time that Tetsua saw such a novel preparatory action. Hatayama Natsuko certainly would not tell him that this was the posture that her Cunning Tengu had developed over many years in the wild and was most suitable for counterattack. The distance between Pidgeot and Cunning Tengu was getting closer and closer. Beep! With a powerful cry, Pidgeot was the first to change its attack angle. Its posture kept rotating and changing in the air, making it difficult to tell where it would rush to Cunning Tengu and attack him the next moment. Countless afterimages appeared in people's eyes. At this extremely tense moment, I don't know how many people blinked their eyes unconsciously because of pain. Bang! The collision sounded at this time. Cunning Tengu, who had been in a strange posture, had returned to normal. What happened? This was a question that appeared in many people's minds at the same time. Tetsuya, who was concentrating, did not have this doubt. He saw the action taken by Cunning Tengu very clearly. First, use the right hand to block, and then use the left hand to counterattack instantly. Tetsuya recalled the scene that happened in a flash and frowned subconsciously. There is a prerequisite for doing this, that is, you must ensure that the block is successful, otherwise the counterattack with the left hand will be a joke. Even if it hits the opponent, when the opponent loses balance, the weak force is probably only slightly stronger than a tickle. Looking at Pidgeot, who was instantly away after being hit, Tetsuya had plenty of time to think about his guess. Reaction alone is not enough. He squinted his eyes and continued to recall the details just now. Did you use the wind? Tetsuya vaguely saw a small whirlwind appear from Cunning Tengu's leaf-like hand. I think one time is enough. I'll ask Pidgeot after it's over. Having roughly formed his own ideas, Tetsuya once again cast his eyes on the field. Although he was absent for a while, the situation of Hatayama Natsuko and Cunning Tengu on the field did not improve. Originally, according to Hatayama Natsuko's idea, Pidgeot should be confined to the ground for a while after Cunning Tengu used the wild dance. However, Pidgeot's reaction was too fast, and he was unintentional. After being blocked by Cunning Tengu's wing attack and counterattacked once, Pidgeot immediately used the force to get into the air. Cunning Tengu, who wanted to continue to dance wildly and use all parts of his body to attack crazily, had to passively end the use of skills. Pidgeot kept dodging Cunning Tengu's flying leaf knife and green grass mixer at low altitude with his speed and flexibility. When it encountered an attack that it could not avoid, all it had to do was to use the wing attack and steel wings to offset it. The flying leaves in the sky kept circling, and occasionally the green residues that broke into unknown parts fell to the ground, and the silver-gray field gradually approached the color of the grass field. In this case, Pidgeot's physical energy consumption is much lower than that of Cunning Tengu. Flying is like eating and drinking for Pidgeot, and even irregular evasive movements are a habit for it, but Cunning Tengu's skill release is different. Time passed slowly, and the speed of Cunning Tengu's skill release slowed down visibly. During this period, neither trainer spoke, but the audience was still quite happy to watch. Whether it was Pidgeot's evasion or Cunning Tengu's attack, it was quite entertaining. The combination of the two looked quite intense. There was no need for Tetsuya to command. Since the physical energy consumption situation was superior, Pidgeot could win according to this mode. Facing Cunning Tengu, who could react quickly and counterattack, judging from the current physical energy consumption rate, the damage caused by skill attacks might be inferior. Hatayama Natsuko didn't know how to change to win. It was true that Cunning Tengu was good at counterattacks, but the counterattack party was always passive. Only by seizing the initiative could Cunning Tengu win. It was not a Pokémon like Goron that could only counterattack. However, under the active attack, the passive state of the Cunning Tengu did not improve. It seemed that Pidgeot was beaten and ran all over the field in a very embarrassed state, but in fact, the Cunning Tengu was the suppressed party. Natsuko Hatayama only felt that she was very uncomfortable because she could not use all her strength. This feeling has appeared countless times in this game. She knew that this meant that the opponent's command and layout were ahead of her. Otherwise, judging from the strength on paper, even if the opponent's ace attributes were superior, the two were actually still on paragraph. The result is that I, as a trainer, am the one who is holding back. Natsuko Hatayama was very helpless in her heart, and there was also a trace of dissatisfaction. After all, she is also a powerful trainer. How could she be crushed by a little guy who just debuted? What's more, Natsuko Hatayama remembered what Tetsuya said just now. She really should believe in her Pokémon more. But who told you that I have given up? Natsuko Hatayama snorted unconsciously. Cunning Tengu, you are just bluffing. Cunning Tengu, who was continuously launching leaves, stopped attacking instantly. Cunning Tengu put his left hand on his waist and shouted at Pidgeot in the sky with great momentum and pointed his right hand at the ground. Apart from the series of friendly words, Cunning Tengu's general meaning was that if you dare to come down and fight with me on the ground, he could press Pidgeot to the ground and hammer it. Beep. Pidgeot's cold voice came, and it could be heard that it was still a little angry. In regular battles, the chatterbox Pidgeot rarely speaks. It prefers to taunt the opponent who has lost the ability to fight after victory, or taunt before the battle officially begins. In its own words, talking too much will easily lead to failure during the battle, and it does not allow itself to fail for such a strange reason. This is also a point that Tetsuya is quite relieved about it. Although it is a chatterbox, Pidgeot has always been a very trustworthy partner. However, when it met Cunning Tengu, a dark spirit, Pidgeot obviously broke the rules. A ridiculous scene that would appear in many battles happened. The two elves stopped attacking and dodging at the same time and began a verbal confrontation on the field. The sharp bird calls and the low and fierce voices repeatedly formed a harsh and strange music. Pidgeot's eyes gradually turned blood red. ZHE also scratched his hair with a headache. The evil elves are really good at using the disgusting skill of bluffing. It can only be said that Pidgeot is still too young and was easily provoked. Of course, the influence of the bluffing skill is also one of the key factors. Otherwise, simply yelling and cursing would not have such an effect. If simply yelling and cursing can play this role, then it is estimated that every elf in the battle is a master of language, and a set of language services from head to toe will be provided before the battle. Beep. Pidgeot's angry voice sounded. Under the influence of the bluffing of the Cunning Tengu, it fell into a state of confusion. Of course, the ability of physical attack has also been greatly improved. This is a skill effect that harms others and does not benefit itself. Hatayama Natsuko watched this scene with a happy expression. Falling into an abnormal state meant that Tetsuya's command was temporarily useless to Pidgeot. As a bird of prey, Pidgeot would definitely adopt a close combat method out of its predator instinct, which was extremely beneficial to Cunning Tengu. Sure enough, the next moment, Pidgeot rushed straight towards Cunning Tengu as she had imagined. Cunning Tengu, Leaf Blade. Almost at the moment when Hatayama Natsuko spoke, Cunning Tengu, who was originally cursing, immediately switched to his habitual attack posture again. Its two pairs of leaf hands emitted a green light. Bang! Pidgeot's attack in a state of confusion can be said to be completely disorderly. After Cunning Tengu easily dodged its attack, the leaf hand that seemed to have turned into a sword slashed fiercely on Pidgeot. Unlike the last time, when he retreated by taking advantage of the force, the damage Pidgeot suffered this time was full of damage, without any reduction. Beep. Pidgeot screamed in pain. Although it has a good resistance to grass type skills, it still takes a lot of damage from eating a powerful leaf blade head on. Then, Pidgeot, who is still in a state of confusion and extremely angry, fights back at the Cunning Tengu. Its wings folded and pressed against its huge body, and the whole elf rushed out like a missile, with a faint glow covering its body. Tetsuya looked at the scene in front of him calmly. In this situation, even if the cunning Tengu reacts quickly, it can't dodge, it can't go against its own physical limits. After attacking the cunning Tengu, Vegeta instantly turned into a red light and returned to the luxury ball on Tetsuya's waist. At the same time, another luxury ball unfolded, and the monarch snake proudly appeared on the field. But it didn't need to do it anymore, because the cunning Tengu on the opposite side was already lying on the ground and couldn't fight. Hatayama Natsuko opened her mouth blankly, wanting to speak, but seemed to be blocked by something. Rapid return. This is the skill that Pidgeot just used. It is normal for the cunning Tengu, a 4x weak insect type skill, to lose its combat capability after being hit by rapid return. Not to mention that Pidgeot's physical attack capability has been greatly enhanced by bluff. A hint of a controlled smile appeared on the corner of Tetsuya's mouth. Generally speaking, the skills used by Pokémon in a state of confusion are disorderly and irregular, and in most cases, they do not use skills, but simply attack physically. However, as long as you are willing, it is not a problem to slightly affect them. Just like when a water-type Pokémon falls into a state of confusion, it is likely to use water guns and water cannons, and when a fire-type Pokémon falls into a state of confusion, it is likely to use jet flames. In the Pokémon subconscious, it will use the skill it is good at in a state of confusion. With Tetsuya's careful training and Pidgeot's own efforts, after many private tests, Pidgeot is now about 30% sure that he can use rapid return after falling into a state of confusion. The reason for training this skill is entirely because the state of confusion is different from other abnormal states. As long as the Pokémon in a confused state returns to the Pokéball, it will return to normal in a short time. The Pidgeot that returns after using the rapid return is equivalent to a combat force that is not seriously injured. Tetsuya is quite aware of the necessity of this. Besides, it will be used in this battle. Tetsuya's mouth corners rose unconsciously. It can only be said that luck is still on his side. Let us congratulate Tetsuya Tamaki. After defeating another strong enemy, he became the first top 16 player in this quartz conference. The commentators' roar-like voice echoed in the main arena. Hatayama Natsuko's state is in sharp contrast to them. Well, not very good. Try to write more and post as much as possible. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284, The Round of 16, Lost to One Person. Thank you. At the contestant channel, Tetsuya and Hatayama Natsuko simply said hello and walked in different directions. Great. In the spectator seats, three friends took turns to hit Tetsuya's body to express congratulations. Tetsuya's face immediately became a little ruddy. He had sufficient reason to believe that these guys were taking the opportunity to retaliate against him. But Tetsuya, who was in a good mood, didn't bother to pay attention to them, who made them unable to enjoy the pleasure of victory. Hey, so Tetsuya's annoying tone naturally received the three people's rolling eyes. Yizo, you have to watch carefully, because the next game is your opponent in the next round. Tetsuya looked at the nervous Yizo teasingly. Just shut up. Yizo rolled his eyes and said rudely. Tetsuya shrugged with a smile and looked at the other two people. I didn't expect that Yizo, who talked the most, would also be asked to stop talking one day. But he was also very tactful and didn't say anything more. Otherwise it would not relax Yizang, but ruin his mentality, which is not good. But the next moment, Yizang's words made Zhe change his mind. Besides, I advise you to take a good look. Maybe your opponent in the round of 16 is him. Yizang blessed Zhe expressionlessly. Zhe responded with a friendly greeting gesture as a thank you. While the few people were chatting and laughing, the second battle of the day had already started below. The originally slightly noisy spectator seats quickly became quiet, even if they spoke in a whisper, and if you listened carefully, every 3 sentences were about the analysis of the elves of the players on the field. Everything was going on as usual, and everyone's eyes were focused on the quartz conference. Dark organizations such as Team Rocket or other poacher teams also fell silent during this period and did not make any moves. Time soon came to the early morning of the draw for the round of 16. You are cursing, right? Tell me the truth. Are you ghastly in disguise? Tetsuya walked out of the service hall with an unhappy face and started to scold Yizo, who came to meet him. Yizo was confused. He obviously did nothing. Looping reacted faster. You didn't really meet Shinagawa Shizuka, did you? There was a hint of disbelief in his tone, plus a hint of speechlessness. Tetsuya nodded fiercely with a dark face. I feel that there is an eyebrow pencil among the four of us, but I won't say who it is. Yamashiro Junior said faintly on the side. Pukofuizo made a strange sound. Don't hold it back, just laugh if you want to laugh. Tetsuya kindly advised him. I didn't laugh. It's normal, it's a matter of probability. Yizo put on a very serious face. Tetsuya sneered in response. I didn't expect that we would fall into the hands of the same person. Do you think this is the so-called fate? Yamashiro Junior said with a bit of amusement. As for Tetsuya's victory over Shinagawa Shizuka, this idea is a bit too crazy and unrealistic. The main reason is that the elves of Zay's main team are too weak to face the opponent's water type ace elves and are even restrained quite obviously. You can't expect the Monarch Snake, who has just broken through the Quasi-King level, and the Elite Dragonite to defeat the Blastoise, that is suspected to be King level. Unfortunate Zay sighed to the sky. The most important thing is that this is his first game among 8 games, and he doesn't even have enough time to prepare. Come on. Looping kindly encouraged him. Okay, then I'll go first. Zay turned and headed for the entrance of the stadium. Just looking at his back, he had a sad look of the wind is whistling, and the issue is cold. As his figure disappeared from sight, the other 3 also looked up at the sky and fell into silence. For these young people who came to the conference for the first time, elimination would still make them feel sad. Originally, their friends could continue to fight, which would alleviate this sadness, but they didn't expect that all 4 of them would be eliminated so soon. However, they did gain something. Hello, are you the player on Yizo? I'm the host of the league's TV program. Before the 16-8 match is about to begin, I wonder if I can take a few minutes to interview you. A beautiful lady holding a microphone approached Yizo, followed by several cameramen. Yizo immediately tidied up his appearance and answered the questions with full energy. Shikahi and Jun on the side were also busy. As the top 64, their attention was lower than Yizo, but they were still star trainers who received much attention at this stage. Moreover, judging from their rage and resume, anyone with a discerning eye could see that they were future stars. They were not opposed to becoming famous. Although trainers pay more attention to strength, the benefits of increasing fame are also obvious. Apart from anything else, the economic benefits are enough to explain everything. It is true that the 3 of them are members of large families, but this does not mean that they can overdraw the resources of the family. The effort and reward are proportional in any place. Once they officially debut and achieve results at the conference, they will have to solve many expenses by themselves. The family can only give them certain help at certain times, as resources are limited after all. Even if Do is as talented as him, the support he gets from his family is not endless. The prosperity of the family has never relied on one person. In other words, even if Do disappears now, the Yulan clan represented by Yandmo Jim will not be lonely because of this. It still has many powerful trainers to support it. At most, it just means that its reputation is not that big on the surface. While the 3 of them are responsible for their own future and working hard, Zaya, who is in the players' lounge, is giving his elves the final instructions. In short, the opposite Crowhead is good at launching a surprise attack in the opponent's blind spot. If you don't find it in your field of vision at the first time, then immediately use acrobatics or tornado to evade and block the possible attack. He made a summary to the last partner, Pidgeot. Beep, Pidgeot shouted excitedly. From Zaya's attitude, it can clearly feel the difference between this battle and the previous game. Although he is usually lazy, Pidgeot is still full of interest and desire to fight against strong enemies. Zaya looked around. There was Flamella with raging flames on its wrists, the rock monster with crystals constantly spinning on its body, the king of the underworld sweeping the ground with its tail wildly, the Togekiss with its eyes narrowed with a smile, and the pink Dragonite with arcs flashing in its eyes. The other 5 elves were as eager to fight as their big brother. The curve of Zaya's mouth became bigger and bigger. Then, don't leave any regrets, guys. The door of the lounge slowly opened and slowly closed, and light and shadows intertwined. Write slowly, send slowly. Chapter 285 Battle with Shinagawa. Hello, everyone watching TV. Welcome to the Quartz Conference 16-8 competition. I'm Yi, the host of this competition. Before the competition begins, let's take a look at all the matches in this round. First of all, the first match is between 2 highly anticipated players, Tetsuya Tamaki and Shizuji Shinagawa. In the previous competition, Tetsuya Tamaki, as a rookie trainer who just debuted and participated in the regional conference for the first time, had a very bright and outstanding performance. The host, dressed in traditional Kanto costumes, smiled at the camera and reported the real-time situation in the Quartz Arena, inside the Nabi Gym. Well, it seems that our original plan, to go to the scene, to watch Tetsuya's game has to be cancelled. Jiro said helplessly, shrinking in the corner of the sofa. The main reason is still himself. He had a little problem with the final exam of his school this semester, and he could only wait until the 8-4 competition to have time to go to the Quartz Plateau with his family to watch the game. Otherwise, there should be someone in the exclusive viewing room of the Nabi Gym a few days ago. I can only say that this kid is unlucky, but at this point, one more round won't help him much. Wooneng picked his nose and nonchalantly responded to his second son's question. To be honest, it was a little beyond his expectations that Tetsuya could get to this point. It can only be said that the rapid progress of the Monarch Snake played a very key role. Otherwise Tetsuya's opponent in the first round, Sugiyama Maraying, would not be so easily defeated. In addition, his luck in the second round of the draw was also good. He did not encounter an opponent with similar strength but superior attributes, but met a fool. Well, in Wooneng's eyes, the trainer named Zayazi was a fool. It's not that there is no possibility of further progress. Ziogang sat very solemnly beside him, forming a sharp contrast with his father and brother. Speaking of Jiro, I think father, you need to hand him over to grandpa for education. Ziogang, with his eyes slightly narrowed, said calmly, which made Jiro's face change drastically. I'm still young, and have to go to school. It's not necessary. Jiro spoke weakly, but it is obvious that his voice in the family is almost zero, and no one pays attention to his struggle. Wooneng touched his chin, very excited. He still had a clear understanding of his ability to teach children, which could be said to be two extremes from his ability to train and command elves. Not to mention teaching, he was not very good at taking care of children. If it weren't for Ziogang taking over the care of his younger brothers and sisters after he grew up a little, who knows what kind of unfortunate situation Jiro and others would have suffered. You two were taught by your grandfather, but you still had to drag me along. Jiro shouted out his last unwillingness. Then he felt something was wrong. It's really a little small now. So, follow me to experience it for a while. Grandpa hasn't seen Jiro for a long time. Ziogang walked to his brother with a slightly ferocious face and moved his hands and feet. Wooneng also sat up straight and nodded. I think your suggestion is quite good, Ziogang. Jiro wanted to cry, but had no tears. Just then, the TV screen changed. He glanced and hurriedly shouted, the game is about to start. The live screen just happened to cut to the appearance of Tetsuya. This is the boy named Sei that you have been talking about. He is really handsome. A woman carrying 2 potted plants sighed casually. Mom, we already have enough potted plants at home. Ziogang persuaded with a little helplessness. I know, I'm taking this to the gym. Ziogang's mother, Ziomi, replied with a smile. The only thing worth noting is that Ziomi has a pair of big eyes that are no different from ordinary people, but to Wooneng's family, they are like cashews. It can only be said that Wooneng's genes are really strong. All 10 children have squinty eyes, but this is also a good thing for him. Ziomi walked out humming a song while carrying the green plants. We are a rock type gym. Ziogang's weak words were obviously ignored by his mother. He covered his head with a headache and then looked at his father who was sloppy next to him, and his head was even bigger. It seems like it would be nice to be a professional trainer and go out on adventures. Wu Neng, who looked carefree in Xiao Gang's eyes, was thinking about his brother's proposal. It just so happens that Xiao Gang has grown up and it's time for him to take over the gym. At most, I can just put my name on it. With my dad around, nothing will go wrong. Wu Neng was more and more excited. As for the possibility of a cross-generational doubles match between his eldest son and his father, after he ran away, he said that it was not a big deal at all. If it really didn't work, his younger brother could be used as a scapegoat, and it was mainly because he asked him to do it. Then let's wait until the next qualification review is over. Wu Neng made a happy decision. Xiao Gang, who was watching the live broadcast on TV, probably never thought that his father was planning to run away from home at this moment. Fortunately, he was more or less reliable and considered the qualification problem of his own gym and did not run away immediately. But Xiao Gang probably didn't think Wu Neng was reliable. Okay, the game officially begins. Blue side is Shizuka Shinagura and red side is Tetsuya Tamaki. The first Pokémon sent by both sides seems to be mainly for first-hand testing. Compared with Shizuka's Onix, which is often used as the main force, Tetsuya sent out the giant rock monster, which has only appeared once before. This is a duel between two Pokémon representing rock and earth. I wonder what kind of exciting battle it will bring us. Let's wait and see. The passionate voice of the commentator echoed in the sky above the main arena. Onix, self-sacrifice collision. The thin Shizuka Shinagura pushed the glasses on his nose and gave the order with great momentum. For Onix, which has the special feature of a hard head that cannot be hurt by the reaction force, using skills such as self-sacrifice collision is extremely advantageous. Not to mention that with Onix's size advantage that ranks first among all Pokémon. Once it hits, even Pokémon like Giant Rock Monster, which is resistant to general skill attacks due to its own attributes, will suffer no small damage. And don't forget, this is still under the condition that Giant Rock Monster has a huge advantage in body weight. Tetsuya's Giant Rock Monster is nearly 2 meters tall and has an extremely wide body, which fully supports a mass of more than 300 kilograms. Compared with Shinagura Shizuka's Rock Snake, which is more than 9 meters long, but only weighs more than 200 kilograms, it can even be said that it is not in the same order of magnitude. Fortunately, there is no absolute relationship between the weight and strength of strange creatures such as elves, otherwise there would be no scene with such a strong visual impact on the competition field. For example, the possible appearance of the mosquito repellent swimmer, standard body height 1.3 meters and weight 54 kilograms, overturned the heavy mud draft horse, standard body height 2.5 meters and weight 920 kilograms. This is also one of the reasons why the battle between elves is so fascinating. When a small elf wins a hearty victory with an image that is extremely inconsistent with its appearance, that feeling is extremely attractive. Tetsuya looked at the aggressive rock snake and sweat unconsciously broke out on his forehead. This overwhelming charge was simply exciting. His eyes were full of desire to fight. Scared? This is impossible. There is no word scare in his dictionary. Not to mention the Gorgon, whose lifeless eyes stared indifferently at the rapidly charging Onix, quietly waiting for the command of its trainer. Gorgon, cannon beam. Tetsuya waved his hand and chose to confront Onix head-on. Dangoro. Buzz, the dull cry and the sound of the cannon beam energy condensing sounded almost at the same time, and the orange crystal stones all over Gorgon's body were faintly emitting light. A silver-white ball of light gradually took shape in front of Gorgon. Under the gaze of everyone, the battle entered its climax from the beginning. The ground under Gorgon's feet gradually shattered due to the fluctuations generated by the cannon beam energy condensing, and the light ball of the skill gathered larger and larger. Onix was wrapped in dust all the way, dragging its huge body like a roaring earth dragon, breaking through all the small obstacles along the way. The audience subconsciously held their breath, and even the commentary was silent for a while. Inadvertently, the cannon beam was fired silently. After a short silence, boom, the sound that resounded throughout the entire competition venue came from the collision point between the cannon and Onix. Roar, a weak, but extremely manic roar emerged from the silver-white light. Onix's grey rock body reappeared on the field. It was still charging, and behind it were gradually dissipating silver light threads. Compared with when it first appeared, its body was covered with traces of injuries. Bang! Despite this, Onyx, dragging its injured body and charging at the cost of its life, mercilessly crashed into the body of the giant rock monster. Dangoro. The giant rock monster rarely shouted, not because of the injury, but because it wanted to show its momentum. Its eyes were fixed on the giant rock snake that was close at hand, and the ground was left with deep marks under the action of its forelegs. After being knocked away for a distance, the giant rock monster stopped by its own strength. It's our turn next. Giant rock monster, power of the earth. Taking advantage of the stiff time of Onyx, after using the skill, ZHE also chased after it. The hard head feature can avoid the damage caused by the reaction force, but it is of no help in eliminating the stiffness after using this ultimate move. To be honest, he was quite surprised that Onyx could withstand a cannon beam attack head on. You should know that the damage caused by the steel type cannon beam to Onyx is very outstanding, not to mention that compared with its exaggerated physical defense ability, Onyx's energy defense ability and physical strength are not outstanding. Not to mention that Onyx will lose its combat ability directly, but according to Tetsua's idea, it can prevent Onyx from continuing to use the self-sacrificing collision. It can only be said that Shinigami Shizuji is worthy of being the favorite to win this tournament. After years of training, his Onyx is definitely one of the best in the Qua-seeking stage. Fortunately, Tetsua was not unprepared for this scene. Cannon Beam is a steel type energy skill. Although Pan Yan has mastered it well, it is definitely not as powerful as the orthodox steel type Pokémon. If the opponent is knocked down so easily, it can't be called a strong enemy. The ground-based energy attack, Earth Power, which has a counteractive effect on Onyx, is the second delicious dish that Tetsuya prepared for Onyx. No matter how strong it is impossible to maintain its combat capability after using two skills with limited physical strength. Tetsuya firmly believes this. The body of the giant rock monster sank, and the light yellow ripples were extremely concealed and transmitted to the depths of the ground. Shinigami Shizuji adjusted his glasses again. Under the sunlight, even a strong person like Tetsuya could not see the other party's eyes clearly against the light. Onyx, rock collapse. His command was extremely concise and his tone was also extremely calm. He was not worried at all that he would lose the first victory of a small game. The outcome is still unknown. Roar! Onyx roared angrily to the sky. Most Onyx are usually docile, but once they are angered, they will become extremely violent. In the wild and even in the city, Onyx can often be seen attacking humans and other Pokémon in pain. It is also for this reason that it is a very warlike Pokémon and is very suitable for fighting. After Onyx came out of the stiff state, it dragged its tail on the ground and a huge rock appeared out of thin air. In the eyes of Tetsuya, who was somewhat surprised, Onyx threw the rock created by the rockfall straight towards an open space beside him. That was the location of the energy of the power of the earth, and Tetsuya was quite clear about this. But this was because he was the trainer of Pangasius. The tacit understanding developed during daily interactions, and training was enough for one person and one Pokémon to communicate with each other and make arrangements. How did Onyx know this? There was only one explanation, that is, this Pangasius had a very strong sense of energy. Tetsuya's eyes were very cautious. This kind of perception was not just talk. You have to know that one of the few weaknesses of the skill of the power of the earth is that it is not hidden enough for other Pokémon of the same type, and the energy buried trap is easy to be discovered. Tetsuya and Pangasius did a lot of training on this point. In addition to the depth and position, Tetsuya also designed a set of ways to bury fake energy of the power of the earth for Pangasius. That is to say, in the perception of ordinary Pokémon, it can see that there are many earth power energies ambushing, although only one can really cause damage. To judge which earth power is real, it must take reaction time, but Onyx's decisiveness seems to have completely skipped this period of time and went straight to the real earth power. For Onyx, who is extremely bad at energy manipulation and perception, it is extremely rare to have such a perception ability. Just looking at the series of physical skills in the skill list that Onyx can master, you can know how reckless it is. No wonder ZHE was a little surprised. There is no blind spot in all directions. Zhe sighed silently. In the battle between Pokémons with stronger strength, the competition is not actually about whose Pokémon is stronger, but whose Pokémon has fewer shortcomings. The fewer shortcomings, the fewer ways the opponent can find to defeat you, and the easier it is for you to win. The reason why Do is not Kona's opponent now is not because he is not strong, but because the dragon type is really powerless when facing the ice type. The same is true for the flying type. Only when the strength is ahead in all aspects will the attribute not become one of the decisive factors, but if the gap is not big, the battle between Tetsuya and Natsuko in the last round is the best answer. Winning with reverse attributes is not as common as Zyozzy showed in the animation, otherwise how could he be the protagonist? Of course, similar to the barrel principle, if your strengths are ridiculously strong, it is not a problem to have more weaknesses, otherwise Watari would not become the second in the world, and become a master trainer second only to Dante. The most intuitive Pokémon is the King of Leave. The negative effects of the characteristics cannot erase its strength. If you are not careful, it may send the opponent to heaven, and go home to find his mother with one punch. Shinigoshizu is not really strong enough to have no dead ends, but if it is limited to the Quasi-King stage, Tetsuya thinks he deserves this evaluation. It seems that this rock collapse is a bit beyond Tetsuya's expectations. Wooneng in front of the TV commented with a smile. Although he was not at the scene to see more details, and he did not know how Zaya usually trained the rock monster, from the close-up shot of Zaya's face given by the camera, the rough but meticulous Wooneng still discovered this. After all, he is a powerful gym leader. Although his life and personality are very bad, it does not affect his judgment in the battle of Pokémon. In the eyes of others, it is nothing more than Onyx's tail holding the rock and colliding with the sudden ambush of the earth power. Only the parties involved can clearly understand the game of Pokémon's abilities. It is unknown how much effort and money it takes to simply be one step ahead. The Onyx of this kid named Shizuka is worth learning from. It has put a lot of effort into the control of energy. When your Onyx can't find a way to improve for a while, it might be a good choice to try this. Wooneng casually pointed out to his eldest son. Xianagang nodded silently. As for whether to do it, or how to change it, that is his own choice and thinking. There is no trainer in this world who can become stronger by following the path of his predecessors. Even if the Pokémon races are the same, the Pokémon individual differences, the trainer style and habits, etc. cannot be exactly the same, and the performance in battle will definitely be very different. Keep it up. Xianagang watched the TV and encouraged Tetsuya in his heart. Tetsuya on the field naturally would not receive his thoughts, but his belief in winning was still firm. Giant rock monster, stealth rock. Tetsuya's eyes flickered. The goal of a strong attack to quickly resolve the problem was not achieved, so he changed his mind. Let's do it too, Onyx, stealth rock. Shinigoshizuchi quickly followed the rhythm. The initial advantage of the first attack was vaguely countered by Tetsuya, which was not good for him. At this time, the commentator was still talking nonsense, and he couldn't keep up with the speed for a while. The offensive and defensive rhythms of these two people were too fast. The audience was still very tolerant of his performance. After all, this kind of thing often happens in the annual conference. You can't expect the king level trainers to give them commentary. Don't say whether the king level trainers will do it or not. They don't dare to enjoy this treatment. At most, the situation of 8-4 or 4-2 in the past has appeared in 16-8. But this can also fully show that the two people on the field are very strong. Otherwise the professionally trained and experienced commentators will not make such a mistake. It's okay for Shizuchi Shinagawa. It's normal to have this strength. Tetsuya's performance still surprised many people. Most people think that he has the strength, but he is more likely to be crushed by the champion candidate. The difference in experience is the most fatal point. The evenly matched and even slightly suppressed situation on the field slapped them in the face. Look, I said this kid is not bad. In a box at the top of the main arena, President Damalanki looked at the details of the battle below with a telescope and said to the assistant beside him with a smile. The assistant smiled bitterly. He was one of the people who didn't think much of Tetsuya before. But he was not short-sighted. This was completely the thinking logic of a normal person. Who would have thought that Tetsuya not only had excellent training ability, but also excellent command ability. For Tetsuya, who has only had a backstage for a short time. His current performance is completely a miracle. Some people are called geniuses, and they can't be viewed with the eyes of ordinary people. President Damalanki said to the assistant leisurely, on the contrary, if he can't do what he is now, then I might be a little disappointed. Damalanki's words are full of confidence. This is the confidence of a powerful trainer in his own vision. The assistant bowed his head slightly to indicate understanding. Damalanki didn't say much about the assistant. This was not something he could have expected. As a person who was only good at administration, and not good at Pokémon, the assistant had done a good job. This was why Damalanki chose him as his assistant. Tetsuya subconsciously looked up. The sunlight was dazzling, and he didn't see anything, but he always felt that someone was watching him. It must be the audience. He smiled casually. The battle was so intense that he was not used to being watched. Tetsuya took a deep breath and cast his eyes on the battle on the field again. The conditions of the two huge Pokémons, Onix and Onix, were not optimistic. They were covered with scars. It was time to decide the winner. Tetsuya's eyes gradually became firm. He never expected that he would be dragged to this point when he had a slight advantage at the beginning. He thought helplessly that he was still not strong enough. The face of Shinago Ishizuka on the opposite side was also much more solemn than before the game. The strength of Tetsuya, a new trainer, was completely beyond his expectations. The opponent was not strong. He didn't have this idea at all. He just felt that the guy on the opposite side was not as strong as an ordinary person. It's almost time to win with one strike. Shinago Ishizuka made the same judgment. The two looked at each other subconsciously, and both read the message from each other's eyes. Giant rock monster / Onix, earthquake. I'll post it after I finish writing. It's not that I'm working full time, and it's too tiring, so I won't postpone it. I estimate that I can write for a long time, mainly for myself. Chapter 286, The Battle of the Sky Spirits. The ground was shaking. The ground on the field cracked one after another. The aftermath of the earthquake created by the two elves spread out with visible energy waves. Obviously, the impact and damage on the side of the giant rock monster was greater. It can't be stopped. Zay looked at the situation on the field with a serious expression. When the opponent ordered Onix to use the earthquake skill, he felt bad. Although the earthquake used by the giant rock monster is still very powerful due to its own weight advantage, Onix is not weak either. The more critical point is that the giant rock monster itself has only one attribute of rock, and there is no bonus when using the ground attribute earthquake. Onix has both rock and ground attributes. When using the earthquake, it will be more powerful due to the rule of consistent attribute bonus. The scene on the field also clearly confirmed this. The only thing to be thankful for is that the two use the earthquake skill at the same time, so the power offset each other, and the damage to the giant rock monster was not that great. But it is also for this reason that it is impossible to temporarily change the use of skills. Unless the giant rock monster can fly, the next moment, when I stop the earthquake, Onix's earthquake will cause huge damage to the giant rock monster. Not to mention using the skills smoothly, whether I can maintain the ability to fight, will become a big problem. Tetsuya was frantically calculating the damage and remaining physical strength of both sides. Now Onix was also hurt, but compared with the giant rock monster, the damage it suffered was much smaller. After all, the damage effect of ground attributed skills on it was also outstanding. Moreover, the earthquake was a physical attack, and Onix's defense ability also protected part of the damage to a large extent. But considering Onix's physical strength, which was not outstanding, the remaining damage should not be underestimated. Then continue to consume like this? Tetsuya asked himself in his heart. It's not impossible, but this way it will be a bit of luck. His face kept changing, and he looked very entangled. Shinago Ishizuka was also lost in thought at the other end of the field. No matter who it was, the first thought was definitely to win, and only when it was really impossible to win, would they pursue a draw. So Shinago Ishizuka didn't really want to compete with luck, to see whose Pokémon can stand to the end. But now Onix and Gulliver are facing the same situation. Whoever makes the change first will be the one who suffers. The earthquake continued. The two trainers had to put their hands on the railing of the command platform to prevent themselves from falling to the ground. This undoubtedly made their thinking of countermeasures more uncomfortable. No matter what, Tetsuya looked at Gulliver, whose situation on the field was getting worse, and gritted his teeth. Gulliver, wide area defense. Dangoro. Gulliver, who maintained the earthquake skill, responded dully. Its two limbs suddenly raised and smashed down, and the surrounding land shook more violently. Taking advantage of this time, the earth yellow energy light curtain slowly unfolded from its body. Tetsuya watched this scene nervously. The wide area defense of the rock system is similar to defending, but the difference from defending is that the wide area defense can be regarded as a larger version of defending with a longer duration. That is, the wide area defense can protect against continuous damage for a period of time. Moreover, the success rate of using wide area defense will not decrease as the number of times it is used in a game increases. The reason why wide area defense is not so popular is mainly because the requirements for using this skill are much higher than those for holding. For example, when the energy shock wave of the solar beam reaches not far in front of the giant rock monster, the giant rock monster using holding can resist the solar beam, but wide area defense cannot. Wide area defense requires the energy light curtain to be fully deployed before it can play a protective role. The difference in immediacy determines that this skill is difficult to use smoothly in a single game without a partner to help you buy time. Now ZHE can only hope that the giant rock monster is proficient enough in the use of wide area defense and can successfully use it before the arrival of the next wave of earthquake aftermath attacks. Onyx, increase the force. Shinigami Shizuji's eyes flashed, and he immediately commanded Onyx to attack. Of course, he also knew the problem of wide area defense. The time difference in the middle was the key to deciding this game. After all, ZHE did not keep his composure. Roar, the Onyx roared loudly, and its huge rock body swung wildly on the field. The ground, which had calmed down somewhat because of the end of the earthquake skill of the giant rock monster, returned to a state of constant shaking. The gravel was stirred up, and the soil rushed towards the giant rock monster who was standing still like waves. Under Zay's nervous attention, at the moment when the aftermath reached the giant rock monster, a dazzling khaki light flashed on the giant rock monster's body. Nice. Zay shook his fist forward fiercely, because this meant that the wide area defense was successfully used. Sure enough, the next moment, as the earthquake attacked the giant rock monster stood firmly on the ground, as if it were flat ground, without any damage. Fortunately, the wide area defense is the inherited skill of the giant rock monster, and it has not been neglected in practice, otherwise it would be too extreme, Zay thought, while wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Although he did not keep his composure, the result was good. Sunbeam, prepare. Since it was successfully used, there was no need to say more about the next skill. Tetsuya waved his hand and gave the order confidently. Generally speaking, the charging time of Sunbeam is basically the same as the duration of wide area defense. Now Pangyanga can charge it with confidence. The sun's energy continued to gather on Panyanga's body, and the light ball, as hot as a flame, was faintly stained with a layer of green representing the grass attribute. Shinigami Shizuji remained calm despite his disadvantageous situation on the field. After counting silently in his mind for a while, he spoke, Onyx, cannon beam. This time, Onyx omitted the action of roaring loudly. The silver light flowed on its long body and gradually gathered in its huge mouth. The two elves silently charged, and the field returned to calm for a while. But everyone knew that this was just a sign before the storm. Time passed bit by bit, and these few seconds seemed to be extended hundreds of times. In the eyes of everyone, the energy light curtain composed of wide area defense flickered. Cannon beam, fire. Shinigami Shizuji shouted, his face flushed. Now is the right time to fire and attack the giant rock monster. Power at the same time, Tetsuya snapped his fingers. The light ball in front of the giant rock monster instantly transformed into a beam of light and shot out. His giant rock monster's use of solar beam is not ordinary, it is much faster. Two completely different beams collided with each other in an instant. Boom, smoke and dust accompanied by a huge energy collision sound filled the entire venue. Buzz indistinctly, the skill confrontation is still continuing. Retreat, rock blockade defense. Tetsuya and Shinigami Shizuji chose the same way to defend. Solar Beam and Cannon Beam are both skills with violent energy properties. If they are not used up in the first time, boom, a more violent explosion sounded. Whoosh, the violent wind blew the gravel in all directions. Tetsuya held the railing with one hand and put the other hand in front of himself to prevent injury. When the wind died down, he ignored the possibility of getting hurt, squinted his eyes, and looked eagerly at the area where the giant rock monster was in his memory. Ah. He sighed helplessly. The giant rock monster that lost its ability to fight appeared in front of him. Giant rock monster and Onyx have lost their ability to fight at the same time. Please send out your next Pokémon. Just as he felt a little regretful, the referee's voice reached his ears. Tetsuya looked across and found that Onyx had also fallen to the ground. His eyes and Shizuji Shinagawa's eyes met unconsciously. A wonderful battle with equal strength. In the strong explosion of the Sunbeam and Cannon Beam, Tetsuya's giant rock monster and Shizuji's Onyx lost their ability to fight at the same time. The commentator shouted with a hint of disbelief. Ignoring his review, Tetsuya and Shizuji Shinagawa immediately threw out the second Pokémon. Every second counts. Saw, Pidgeot, Crow, give it a fatal blow. The huge Pidgeot and the ferocious Crow appeared in the sky above the field with red light. The slightly petite Crow seemed like a Pidgeot in front of the extremely well-developed Pidgeot, but its strength is not the same as that of ordinary Pidgeot. Crow, surprise attack. Pidgeot, move at high speed. The two people's commands sounded at the same time. However, after hearing the strategies adopted by the other party, the two reacted completely differently. Tetsuya was happy with a little fear, while Shinagawa Shizuji felt sorry. Fortunately, the strategy formulated is to use speed to fight in the air instead of using the advantage of size to suppress in close combat. Tetsuya felt a cold sweat on his back again. Facing such a fierce offensive opponent is really easy to have problems. The function of the evil type surprise attack skill is to attack before the opponent, but if the opponent's moves are not offensive moves, it will fail. Its effect is similar to a flash of lightning, but it is different. As for the dark type surprise attack, it mainly manifests itself in striking the opponent before being attacked, rather than necessarily attacking first. From the data, the priority of these two skills is the same. In this case, whether damage is caused depends on the ability of the elf itself. Whoever has stronger ability can attack the opponent. But ZHE also doesn't want Pidgeot to be attacked by Crowhead, even if it is possible. Compared with Pidgeot, which specializes in speed and is relatively average in other aspects, Crowhead's ability is more extreme. Most of its abilities are reflected in attack, whether it is physical attack or energy attack. Moreover, it has a strong ability to capture and attack the vital points. In contrast, in order to ensure that the advantage of being an air elf, that is, speed, is not affected too much, it is slightly weaker in defense. Whether it is for Pidgeot or Crowhead, considering their own defense and physical strength, they can only take 2 skill attacks from the opponent at most. Pidgeot, Shadow Clone. For this reason, when Crowhead failed to use surprise attack and fell into stiffness, ZHE still did not choose to attack directly, but acted steadily according to his plan. Unlike the fierce battle between Giant Rock Monster and Onyx in the previous game, the duel between the Air Elves emphasizes touch and go, one move to defeat the enemy, and one blow to kill. The battle that is like walking on the edge of a knife does not allow any greedy thoughts, otherwise it will only lead to failure. A double-digit number of Pidgeot appeared in the sky above the venue. Crowhead, self-suggestion. Shinagawa Shizuji also reversed the posture of strong attack and chose to let the elves perform state superposition. Crowhead murmured to himself, and with the help of self-suggestion, its ability changed state became the same as Pidgeot. It took advantage of it. ZHE also thought calmly. Chapter 287, Crazy Buff Blessing. One strike determines the outcome. Why do you say it's a bit of an advantage? The main reason is that a Pokémon like Crowhead can't learn to move at high speed, and its speed ability can't be improved so easily. ZHE had expected this long ago, and it was impossible to expect the opponent to be indifferent to its speed disadvantage. Self-suggestion can be said to be a necessary move for it to make up for its own skill shortcomings. But he was not worried. Judging from the speed of the Pokémon itself, Crowhead and Pidgeot are not a little bit different. When the speed reaches a certain level, even a little bit faster can be very fatal. When the two Pokémon are in a high speed moving state, Pidgeot will have a greater advantage than when they are not in a high speed moving state. After all, sometimes, the difference may be that 0.0000001 second of reaction time. It seems that more than a dozen Pidgeots covering the entire sky are staring at Crowhead, who has lowered the brim of his hat. Pidgeot, Heat Wind. ZHEU waved his hand and commanded Pidgeot to attack. More than a dozen Pidgeots stood up in the air in unison, flapping their wings quickly. The hot breath spread throughout the venue. Crow Chief, Feather Dance. Shinigami-Shizu's voice came late. Crow Chief called out and saw it spread its wings. Countless feathers scattered and covered the entire sky. Although due to the heat, the feathers were burned before they fell on Pidgeot and took effect of the skill to reduce its attack ability, but Shinigami-Shizu's goal was still achieved. Got you. Shinigami-Shizu stared at one of the Pidgeots and pushed his glasses. This is the real body of Pidgeot. It is true that the shadow split out of the shadow clone can release skills, but the skills are also shadows. That is, they have no damage ability and no effect, they just look powerful. Through the positioning of the burning feather dance, Shinigami-Shizu and Crow Chief quickly found the location of Pidgeot's real body. ZHE, who had never experienced Pokémon in his previous life, has always been curious about one thing, that is, whether the bird Pokémon using Feather Dance will become bald birds after using it. After all, according to the description of Feather Dance's skills, the feathers that fall are not just a few, not to mention that it is clearly stated that Pokémon scatters feathers. It was not until he came to this world and really came into contact with the elves that Zaya realized that the objects brought out by skills are between reality and illusion. That is, they have both energy and material properties, which can cause skill effects and can be destroyed. Therefore, it is unlikely to become a bald bird. Usually, only a few feathers are needed as a trigger. For bird Pokémon that lose countless feathers in a battle or even molt frequently, the consumption of Feather Dance can be ignored. The powerful recovery ability of Pokémon is no joke. Now that we know which direction the attack is real, it will be easy to deal with. Shinigami-Shizu calmly gave another order, dodge, and then use trickery. Crowhead swooped to his right, passed through a layer of hot wind that seemed real, but was actually fake, and soon came to not far from Pidgeot. Of course, this not far is for two flying Pokémon that have been speed added. If it were Onyx, I guess these two would have to run for a while. The eyes of the crow leader flashed with brilliance. The trick activated its brain and greatly improved its energy attack ability. Tetsua's face was very serious. Are you going to use energy attack to solve it? He thought to himself. It was different from the previous fighting method, but it could not be ruled out that it was deliberately arranged. Although the crow leader was good at dual attack, physical and energy attack, its ability to capture the vital point can be more fully demonstrated in close combat. Once the vital point is hit, the damage doubled directly is no joke. In the case of not having the speed advantage, it is difficult for Tetsuya to simply believe that the opponent is ready to use his own weakness to attack the opponent's strength. The opponent is not an idiot rookie trainer. Pidgeot, self-motivation. Looking at the crow leader who kept using the trick, Tetsuya also asked Pidgeot to stop the heat wind and use self-motivation to strengthen his dual attack ability. Whether it is the trainer on the field or the audience off the field, they all know that once the state is stacked more and more, it will not be a matter of taking two skill attacks. But this is exciting. Tetsuya licked his lips like a villain and laughed. This guy's smile is so weird. Yizang on the viewing platform complained unconsciously. He had never seen Tetsuya smile so strangely. Perhaps it was because he had been living alone for more than 10 years in this life. Although he usually smiled and greeted people with a smile when communicating with others, in fact, Tetsuya didn't smile much. He usually had a dead fish face. If his face was not so good looking that he was regarded as aloof, people like him would not live for more than 3 minutes unless they were the protagonists of animations. The cry of Pidgeot in the air resounded through the sky, and its momentum continued to rise with the high-pitched cry. Although the two elves on the field have not launched a formal attack so far, the hot wind behind the shadow clone can only be said to be an appetizer, but the audience's adrenaline is constantly secreted, and their emotions are becoming more and more high. Finally, at a certain moment, this emotion was vented. Pidgeot, use S/. Crowhead Evil Wave. Tetsuya and Shinigami Shizuchi shouted at the same time. Beep, clang. The two elves were not to be outdone. They shouted at each other, and immediately began to charge their skills. Swoosh, in just a blink of an eye, dozens of white air blades were slashed out in an instant, and the sound of breaking through the air was endless. Pidgeot's wings flashing with white light showed its pride as a sky elf. Compared with the huge momentum of Pidgeot, Crowhead's side seemed a little inconspicuous. The dark aura gradually spread from its body, forming a dark light curtain covering its vicinity. Because of the slightly longer charging time, when Pidgeot threw out the air slash, Crowhead's evil wave had just taken shape. When the white air blades passed through the air, the dark evil wave was officially vented. Looking closely, the dark light curtain was not black. Its real color should be dark brown, but it was a little too dark. Seeing dozens of white air blades come into contact with the dark evil wave, Tetsuya and Shinigami Shizuka's faces were very serious. The buffs of the two elves were actually not very different. Although the Crowhead's own ability was more outstanding, the air slash was more capable of breaking through the surface with a point. It was not so easy to conclude who would win or lose. Chapter 288, Hard Power Competition. The white air slash was silent after it was immersed in the aura formed by the evil wave. This is a unique skill feature of the evil wave. Different from the water wave that is constantly shaking like a whirlpool of sea waves, and different from the dragon wave that is like a huge blue-purple shock wave. The evil wave like a dark sky is more like a black hole, which has the ability to devour everything. Of course, this is just an exaggeration. Considering the strength of the elves themselves, even with the blessing of the buff skill, the evil wave of the crow leader is not as strong as a black hole. The current silence is just because the evil wave temporarily suppresses the air slash. But as long as it is not a black hole, it must have an upper limit. Under the command of Tetsuya, Pidgeot's wings kept flapping, and one after another air slashes swept across the sky. Compared with the crow leader who needs to carefully manipulate the evil wave to suppress the air slash, Pidgeot only needs to release the most basic skills, and the large area of evil wave can be hit without much aiming. The endless air slashes rushed into the evil wave frantically. The dark sky slowly advanced, and when it was about the middle of the two Pokémons, its color had faded and turned into normal brown. Then, under the gaze of everyone, no matter how hard Crowhead tried, the evil wave could not go any further against the air slash. As time went on, the aura of the evil wave began to gradually vibrate. It couldn't hold on any longer. Shinigami Shizuchi and Crowhead had seen this scene countless times, so they naturally had their own judgments. Shinigami Shizuchi made a very hidden gesture. Needless to say, Crowhead, who was trying his best to maintain the evil wave, had a tacit understanding with his trainer. He lowered his hat brim again. Tetsuya didn't notice the small movements between Shinigami Shizuchi and Crowhead. His attention was all on the two skills that collided in mid-air. Beep. But he was not the only one participating in the battle. Pidgeot, who had sharp eyes and experience in various yin Pokémons, noticed the difference in his opponent while being distracted. Without waiting for Tetsuya's command, the white light on its wings quickly spread throughout its body. In the blink of an eye, the use of air slash switched to lightning flash. Pidgeot dragged white light and retreated at high speed with afterimage. Almost at the same time, Crowhead, who thought he had done it by heart, also frantically flapped his wings and retreated behind himself. It gave up continuing to maintain the evil wave. Looking at the opponent's actions, that were exactly the same as his own, a trace of surprise flashed in Crowhead's fierce eyes, and then became more sharp. Goo. During the backward flight, it shouted at Pidgeot. However, not many people heard this cry. Because at the moment when Crowhead spoke, the evil wave in the air suddenly exploded, and the sudden sound even made many people feel that the world had quieted down. After a few seconds, they realized that their ears were temporarily deafened by the roar. Most of the audience covered their ears involuntarily, with painful expressions on their faces. Only the experienced referees who felt something was wrong, and some spectators who often watched the matches of powerful trainers and paid attention to the referee's actions, took out special earplugs to plug their ears. The commentator didn't notice it, but he hid in a special protective area in time to avoid being tortured after being reminded by his colleague. Fortunately, the physical fitness of the people in the Pokémon world is very exaggerated in all aspects, otherwise the aftermath of this skill confrontation would be enough to injure many people. The aftermath of the explosion gradually dissipated. Looking at the Pidgeot covering its huge body with its wings not far above him, ZH's heart, which was hanging in his throat, finally let go a little. Beep. The high-pitched bird cry sounded again. The Pidgeot in the air spread its wings, and it appeared in people's eyes with a little scar, panting. The crowhead on the other side was not much better. In other words, compared with the Pidgeot that evacuated at the same time but faster, it was more seriously injured as the active party. The crowhead was a little greedy. According to its usual habits and training, it should have given up suppressing the evil wave explosion earlier. But it wanted to make Pidgeot suffer more serious damage, so it gritted its teeth and forced it to prolong the time. What it never expected was that this delay of only a few seconds allowed Pidgeot to find out something was wrong and evacuate. Come on, Crow Chief. Shinigami discovered the mental state of his Pokémon in time. After a little thought, he realized that his partner was blaming himself, so he hurried to comfort him. This can't be blamed on Crow Chief, at least the opponent's trainer did not find it. It was unexpected, and a pity, that Pidgeot found it. Well done. Coincidentally, Tetsuya on the other side was also cheering for his Pokémon. By now, his back was covered with cold sweat. If Pidgeot hadn't found the problem and retreated, it would definitely lose its combat capability after being hit by the explosion at close range. Therefore, Pokémon and trainers always complement each other in Pokémon battles. The field fell into a short rest. Off the field, the audience also recovered from the shock just now, and the quiet main arena became extremely noisy. Oh, I can't believe it. It's hard to imagine that we are watching the round of 16. If it weren't for the fact right in front of me, I would even think that I'm watching the finals of this quartz conference. The commentator who returned to the field from the safe point turned on the professional mode again. He madly praised the two trainers and their Pokémon. The crazy cheering of the audience showed how deeply his words were deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. But some players on the player viewing stand looked a little unhappy. Although they did play well and were very strong, this statement was a bit underestimated. Besides, wasn't their battle exciting? No trainer with similar strength would simply admit that he was weaker than the other, let alone this group of old men and Tetsuya. Before the real full member battle, no one can define the strong and weak. The commentator, who was far away from the two Pokémon in the air, shuddered involuntarily. He looked up at the scorching sun, and while talking, he retreated a distance away from Pidgeot and Crowhead. I always feel that this place is not safe enough. If it were not for his duty, the commentator would not want to stay here at all. It is too dangerous. The sky is not the home of humans. Pidgeot, Tornado. Crow Leader, Swallow Return, Charge. Two loud shouts interrupted his unprofessional associations, and the commentator quickly turned his attention back to the field. How many tomorrow? Chapter 289, Ace Showdown in Advance. Under the command of both trainers, the two Pokémon reacted at the same time. Pidgeot stood upright in the air, and tornadoes gradually rose on both sides of it. With its wings flapping, two tornadoes rushed out immediately, merging into one as it moved forward, to form a huge tornado. The originally small-sized Crowhead looked at the magnificent scene in front of him without fear, and rushed forward with a white light. The strong wind rolled up the dark clouds, and between the dark clouds and the ground, Crowhead flew proudly like a black lightning. Somehow, Zaya suddenly remembered such a sentence. In an instant, Crowhead's figure disappeared in the tornado. Pidgeot, prepare for Swallow Return. Zaya looked at the disappeared Crowhead and slowly gave the order. He did not expect the tornado to stop Crowhead from using Swallow Return to fly forward. Even as a dragon attribute skill, the power of the tornado is still not very strong. Not to mention that the actual damage suffered by Crowhead who rushed in was not that great. The greater role of the tornado with area damage is to buy time. Pidgeot let out a cry, and his body also lit up with dazzling white light like the crow head just now. He kept his sharp eyes scanning the entire tornado while maintaining the state of returning to the swallow. A certain part of the wind that rushed into the sky suddenly turned up ripples like water splashes, and Pidgeot immediately turned his eyes away. Fake, left. At the same time, ZHE also shouted anxiously to pull his deflected eyes back. But it was a little late at this time. The crow head with white light rushed out of the tornado brazenly. Although compared with the previous state, the state of the crow head was visibly worse than before, but its momentum became more fierce. Of course, Pidgeot was not willing to be outdone. Although he was a step late, he still rushed towards the crow head with the same white light. The audience held their breath, watching the two white lights approaching rapidly above the field, waiting for the moment when the winner would be decided. To everyone's surprise, just before the two white lights were about to collide, the two elves changed their directions at the same time, crossing each other with the swallow return. What a surprise! Before the commentator could praise this wonderful aerial skill, the situation in the air changed again. Still the same action. The two elves seemed to be mirror images of each other at this moment, and the two white lights crossed an arc from left to right and faced each other again. Pidgeot's eyes were full of fighting spirit, and Crow's eyes were full of ferocity. Beep, Crow. The sharp calls that sounded indicated that this time was the real fight, and the previous evasion was just an appetizer. With the speed of the two high-speed flying elves, it only took a blink of an eye for the two white lights to collide with each other. The white light on Pidgeot and Crow's body, which crossed each other again, gradually dissipated. The two elves, who had returned to normal, flapped their wings and stood high in the sky, just like a common scene after a duel between two swordsmen. But in any duel, there is always a winner and a loser. Goo. After an unpleasant cry, Crowhead's eyes turned into circles, and he fell from the sky helplessly. Come back, Crowhead. Seeing that the situation was not right, Shizushinagawa immediately took out the Pokeball and took back Crowhead to prevent it from falling to the ground and being hurt again. The referee cast an inquiring look. Shizushinagawa nodded slowly. Crowhead has lost his ability to fight, and Pidgeot wins. Seeing this, the referee raised the flag representing Tetsuya without hesitation. Cheers resounded through the sky again. Generally speaking, in this case, it is necessary to ask the trainer to release the Pokémon again to confirm the situation. Otherwise a conclusion cannot be made at will. However, as long as the trainer agrees, not releasing it to confirm can also be regarded as losing the ability to fight. When the Pokémon shows that it is obviously unable to fight, the trainer's request to replace the Pokémon cannot be a reason to take back the Pokémon on the field. This is clearly written in the rules of the tournament. The referee has a lot of discretion in this matter, but under the watchful eyes of the public, experienced referees will basically not make too many mistakes. Besides, they didn't dare to make a blind call. Looking at the opponent who was taken back, and the referee who announced his victory, Pidgeot, who had been maintaining his appearance, immediately slowed down and panted frantically. If it wasn't for the fact that Crowhead had suffered more damage from the evil wave explosion just now, if it wasn't for the fact that Crowhead had spent a considerable part of his physical strength to use a substitute to create an illusion when rushing out of the tornado, if it wasn't for the fact that Pidgeot was trying his best to avoid being hit in his vitals when attacking, thinking back to the series of operations just now, the face of the victorious Tetsuya did not relax at all. Looking at Pidgeot, whose state was almost zero, you can tell how hard this victory was, and the next battle will only be more difficult. Please release player Shizuo. The referee performed his duties as usual. But one wave of waves has not settled before another wave of waves. Pidgeot, who dragged his tired body back to his half of the court to prepare for the next opponent, seemed to be hit by something suddenly and fell straight down. Shinagawa Shizuo couldn't help but outline a smile on his face, which was a little serious because of the second loss, but he quickly retracted it. Tetsuya was not prepared for this at all and looked at the scene in amazement. Then he realized the reason. Invisible rock. He complained helplessly. It can only be said that the physical strength of the severely depleted Pidgeot was too slow to sense the surrounding environment, and the buried invisible rock was indeed difficult to find, so he suffered a big loss. But it was not right. Tetsuya frowned. The giant rock monster and Onyx had been arranging the invisible rock for a long time. Apart from the impact of the skill battle that caused the invisible rock to be dispersed, the invisible rock could not last for so long. This position. Tetsuya kept looking around while retracting the Pidgeot. Tell me how you found out that Crowhead used a substitute, and I will tell you why the invisible rock was in that position. How about it? Shinigami Shizuji's voice came across the field. Tetsuya narrowed his eyes and nodded. Okay. Then he changed the subject. But, let's talk about it after the fight. His fighting spirit was not concealed at all. Hearing this, Shizuji Shinigami also smiled. Then I hope that as a loser you won't get so angry then. As a loser, you don't seem to be qualified to say such things, right? Tetsuya responded sharply. The audience, who were confused just now because they couldn't hear the specific explanation, were immediately stimulated by the atmosphere between the two players. The cheers of supporters from both sides were endless. Then, Pidgeot has lost his ability to fight. Please send out the next Pokémon. How can you say he is experienced? The referee quickly came to his senses and corrected his statement. The two people who were talking nonsense snorted coldly. Burn everything, Blaziken. Show the other side what is powerful. Come on, Blastoise. Struggling eyeing. Chapter 290 vs Blastoise. The first battle against a king level opponent. Ace Showdown. This is undoubtedly an ace showdown. The commentator's voice sounded at the top of his lungs. No one expected that at the end of the first half, the two players would bring unexpected choices to the audience. Audiences familiar with Tetsuya and Shizuka know that Blaziken and Blastoise are the strongest Pokémon in each team. In the previous 32-16 match, Tetsuya's Blaziken had ended the first half of the game on its own. Its opponents were 3 Quasi-King level Pokémon of similar strength. This kind of extraordinary strength and dominance is extremely rare. And Shizuka's Blastoise had set the fastest defeat record in the main arena of the Home League KIR conference 3 years ago. At that time, its opponents were also powerful Quasi-King level Pokémon. Blastoise, which is not famous for its attack power, had such a performance, which can be said to be impressive. In this quartz conference, Shizuka's Blastoise has not yet played. I don't know how much its strength has improved in the past 3 years, and what kind of surprises it will bring us. In short, let's wait and see. The commentator's lips collided and flew up and down, and he finished a long paragraph at a very fast speed. The noise in the audience went up a level. The first match of the 16-8 was so exciting that many people said that their hearts and throats could not bear it. This kid is probably the champion of this quartz conference. Wu Neng, who was watching TV, made his own judgment the moment he saw Blastoise. Xianagang and Jiro immediately understood what their father meant and sighed helplessly. On the field, Tetsuya and Shizuji Shinigami blocked out unnecessary interference from the outside world and stared at their partners and opponents. It's not good. Tetsuya thought silently in his heart. The blue screen that only he could see appeared next to Blastoise on the opposite side. The word king marked on the strength column made him feel extremely stressed. The gap between king level Pokémon and quasi-king level Pokémon is not as easy to close as in the previous stages. To put it simply, king is the real dividing line between the strength of Pokémon. In the eyes of ordinary alliance people, elite level Pokémon and trainers are powerful enough, and trainers of this strength can be respected in a small city. In addition to being able to earn money that ordinary people dare not imagine, by relying on their own strength, they will also protect the city in times of crisis. Even with the huge number of elves in the wild, there are not so many elves at the elite level and above, and most of them will choose to live away from human cities. Without the protection of the king level trainers, the elites and quasi-kings are the main force to fight against the wild elves attacking the city. In this case, it seems that it has become a default concept that elite trainers are considered to be powerful. After all, compared to the trainers who can only be called elves lovers, the strength of the elite level is enough for them to look up to. But in fact, only when you reach the king level can you be truly powerful in the elf world. This is why the alliance stipulates that the recognition of a formal gym requires a king level trainer to sit in and serve as the gym owner. To use the words in the novel that Tetsuya read in his previous life, a king level trainer can completely control a city by himself. Although most of the king level elves live in remote places with no people and rich resources, it does not mean that all king level elves are so harmonious. Many hot-tempered elf level Pokémon are likely to attack human cities, especially when their territories and habitats are invaded by humans. You know, most of the elf level Pokémons of this strength are not runners, and the huge tribes under their command can completely scare people to death. Fortunately, Pokémons follow the rule that whoever is stronger in the wild will occupy the territory. As long as their own boss is defeated, the tribe will retreat to another place to survive under its leadership. In Tetsua's impression, the attack of the giant stinging jellyfish in the animation Blue Pulchi City is a portrayal of this incident. If it weren't for Zaozi and his party, unless the elf level trainer arrived, Blue Pulchi City would have only one end. Of course, on the other hand, if it weren't for the giant stinging jellyfish, the swarm of stinging jellyfish would not easily attack human cities without the leadership of a strong boss. The ocean is so big that it's not a big deal for them to change their habitat. People once thought of defeating elf level Pokémon with quasi-elf level Pokémon, but after trying, they found that it was not realistic. It is an undisputed concept that Pokémon in the wild are generally weaker than Pokémon raised by trainers. A few exceptions are not within the scope of discussion. Although they may have relatively rich combat experience, Pokémon in the wild are at a disadvantage in other aspects. At the level of quasi-king, regardless of attribute factors, it is not a problem for Pokémon raised by trainers to fight against 3 or even 4 Pokémon naturally grown in the wild, if the trainer can stay alive and continue to command. However, it is still unrealistic to win against Pokémon that grow into king level in the wild with this strength. In the current league records, this situation has only happened 3 times. It is so difficult to fight against Pokémon in the wild, so it is not difficult to imagine the gap between quasi-king and king Pokémon among trainers. According to the known information, no one can defeat a king Pokémon with a quasi-king Pokémon in a formal battle. At least there is no precedent in a one-on-one situation. Zay looked at his fire-type Blaziken again, and then at the water-type Blastoise. Although he had full confidence in Blaziken, this was a bit too much. The strength was already so different, and the attributes were still at a disadvantage. Shizuji Shinagura stood quietly on the command platform. The not-so-big body of Blastoise in front of him seemed like a mountain at this moment, with an extremely calm momentum. Blazing chicken, spray flames. Tetsuya took the lead. Speaking of which, he had never fought against a king-level Pokémon head-on, so he took this opportunity to feel it. Oh, wow. Blaziken, whose wrist had been spurting out scorching flames since the beginning of its appearance, shouted excitedly, and a surging column of fire sprayed out of its mouth. As a Pokémon, it could feel the strength of its opponent more. But so what? For Blaziken, which is a fire and fighting type, the more difficult the battle, the more it can arouse its enthusiasm. The stronger the opponent, the more the flames in its heart and wrist will burn. It will not think about whether it wins or not. That is a problem for its own boss to consider. It only needs to fight the opponent with all its strength. Shizuji Shinagura and Blastoise still looked motionless. The audience who didn't know what was going on were a little confused, and a few of the audience reacted with brilliance in their eyes. Kamui, when the fiercely burning flames reached the front of Blastoise, Blastoise slowly turned its body under the instruction of Shinagura Shizuji. The water cannon tube extending from the left front end of the shell was facing the jet flame. Hiss, a fierce stream of water gushed out. Blastoise, a Pokémon, has a natural advantage in the body when using skills such as water guns and water cannons. The 2 cannon tubes at the front of the shell are not just for show. The powerful impact caused by the peculiar structure can easily penetrate the extremely thick steel plate. The water flow and the flames met in the air. The red and blue colors gradually disappeared, and layers of white mist filled the body of Blastoise. Blastoise's action and the result of water and fire cancelling each other caused everyone to exclaim. It was not for anything else, but simply because the skill that Blastoise fired through a water cannon tube was only the water gun. Being able to use a low-power water gun to offset the high-power jet flame, even the dullest people knew that this meant that Blastoise's strength had reached the king level. Otherwise, this situation would not occur, even if the attributes were dominant. This is not something that is difficult to associate. Long before the start of this quartz conference, The gossip about Shizuka Shinagawa's Blastoise breaking through the king level had already spread widely. Many people were sure that, if it weren't for the king level Blastoise as a trump card that gave Shizuka Shinagawa enough confidence to win the championship, he would definitely not have returned to the game after 3 years of silence. People who were quick-witted had already begun to feel sorry for Tetsuya. Sure enough, he is strong enough. But at this time, Tetsuya was not unhappy at all, but excited. During the last Vermilion City Gyarados incident, he only felt the power of Marsish's Raichu from a distance. In addition, his own strength was very limited at that time, and he did not have a very clear concept of how strong the king was. Now that his strength has almost reached this stage, he has a real experience after facing him head on. The stronger the better, Tetsuya muttered to himself. His eyes were very hot. If the king is like this, then what about the champion and the divine beast? Don't mention to him the strange power of the twin island Sibir and Articuno. He didn't even see a hair of the latter. The former easily defeated the opponent as if playing, and he couldn't see anything. We will only become stronger. The sound of the wave of the flame chicken sounded in Tetsuya's heart. Tetsuya grinned. Facing a powerful opponent, Tetsuya did not retreat or fear. His smile represents everything about him. There is no victory or defeat in the battle of Pokémons, only courage and perseverance. The passionate voice of the commentator echoed in the air. He didn't brag about being confident, no one would believe it. But this spirit is very consistent with the value orientation of the league. The commentator suddenly understood why the top wanted to push this young trainer. In addition to talent and strength, this kind of character is more important. Shinagawa Shizuji was also very happy. Tetsuya's attitude showed that his choice was not wrong. Otherwise, out of the idea of hiding his strength, he could have sent out his remaining powerful Quasi-King Pokémons. His eyes were cast on Tetsuya again. Tetsuya understood what he meant. Let me attack. Tetsuya chuckled. Being too confident is not a good thing. Blaziken walked forward step by step under everyone's gaze. Blaziken, sword dance, bodybuilding, and energy gathering. ZHE was not polite either. Blaziken's buffs, which had never been fully demonstrated, were stacked 3 times faster than anyone expected. Then, the true energy fist. Before people could react, ZHE's eyes widened and he shouted. Bang! The sound of hard objects colliding was heard. Blaziken kicked his legs and rushed out as a phantom. Its claws clenched tightly, and the white light became more and more dazzling. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291 Full. Shrink Your Shell. Facing Blaziken's lightning-fast attack, Shizuji Shinagawa showed no surprise, and he issued the order very quickly. Blaziken's 3-jointed limbs instantly shrank into its hard shell, followed by its head and short blue tail. But in the blink of an eye, the end of Blaziken's journey was only a huge and heavy shell. Blaziken, who was approaching quickly, stared at the opponent who was in a defensive state with his eyes, and the white light on his clenched claws was so dazzling that it was impossible to look directly at him. Bang! As Blaziken rushed at high speed and hit Blaziken with his key fist, a dull collision sound was heard. After a stalemate of less than a second, the shell and the Blaziken inside flew backwards parallel to the ground at a low altitude. Whoosh! The sound of the heavy and huge shell breaking the wind was unusually obvious. Even because of the direction of Blaziken's attack, the shell was still spinning. Spin at high speed. Just as the flying Blastoise was about to hit the wall next to the venue and suffer secondary damage, Shinagawa Shizuji spoke again. The turtle shell that was still spinning immediately stopped. This process of extreme movement and extreme stillness made the onlookers feel extremely uncomfortable. Then, 2 strong and powerful hind legs stretched out from the 2 openings of the turtle shell, and the Blastoise stepped hard on the wall with the force of flying backwards. Keller, it was just a simple action, and the wall made a shattering sound, as if it had been hit by something exaggerated. The cracks spread from the place where the Blastoise's feet stopped. Bang! There was another dull loud noise. The Blastoise stopped its body and kicked its legs hard, launching itself out like a cannonball. No, cannonballs are not enough to describe its momentum. It should be said that rockets are more appropriate. In the process of flying out, its exposed feet were attracted into the shell. At the same time, the turtle shell rotated more violently than when it flew backwards, and there was even a faint white airflow around it that could be seen with the naked eye. SHHH with Tetsuya's good hearing, he could even hear the hissing sound of the turtle shell rubbing against the air. Jump. Blastoise's high-speed counterattack forced Tetsuya to not even have time to issue detailed instructions. He could only shout out a word briefly. Fortunately, Blaziken and he had a high enough level of tacit understanding and understood his thoughts in a tacit manner. Blaziken, whose claws were somewhat paralyzed by the recoil from hitting the hard turtle shell, did not have time to adjust its state and evaded under Tetsuya's command. Its long legs immediately bent and squatted, and then exerted force suddenly. Unlike the huge momentum of Blastoise on the other side, Blaziken's jump seemed a little too simple. But momentum has never been the key to determining the effect. With the help of strong leg muscles and racial talents, Blaziken, who used the flying skill of bounce, seemed to have really turned into a flying elf in the air and rushed straight into the sky. The Blaziken in people's sight soon became a small black dot, and people with good eyesight could only barely see its outline. This height is of course higher than the stipulated 50 to 60 meters, but the 50 to 60 meter rule is for flying Pokémon, to prevent passive avoidance from making the game too ugly. Pokémon like Blaziken, which can't fly, are not within the scope of the restriction. They will soon land and fight, and this high altitude falling attack can be said to be full of the audience's expectations. When watching the Pokémon swooping down from the sky to attack, everyone's heart almost jumped to their throat, for fear that they would miss some exciting parts. Blaziken did not succeed in hitting it due to its super fast reaction. But Blaziken, which was parallel to the ground and constantly rotating at high speed at low altitude, immediately made irregular movements around the entire venue tirelessly. As long as it hides fast enough, the Blaziken falling from high altitude cannot hit it, and it will be hit back when it lands to buffer. Shinigami Shizuji, who raised his head to lock the position of Blaziken, squinted his eyes unconsciously. Under the direct sunlight, he could not see anything at all. A very common tactic that interferes with vision, but commonness often means good use. Shizuji Shinigami quickly gave up on finding the exact location of Blaziken. He did not give any orders, but just watched quietly, his face even showing a bit of leisure. In contrast, Tetsuya's face was very serious. Actually, it was a bit strange. Logically speaking, Blaziken, who successfully caused damage and was unscathed, and Blastoise, who was attacked and failed to counterattack, should undoubtedly be the one to worry about. But now it was completely the opposite. It's too hard. Tetsuya sighed. Most people might not have seen it, but he took advantage of the moment when Blaziken paused, after pushing against the wall to find the position where Blaziken hit Blaziken. A small dent. A dent that was a bit smaller than the entire shell. With the blessing of multiple buffs, Blaziken's powerful key punch was unable to tear open Blaziken's defense head on. If it was placed on an opponent of the same qua-seeking level, this blow would be enough to make the opponent lose his ability to fight. Although the impact on the inside must be considerable, this seemingly ineffective attack is the most discouraging. Especially when the opponent obviously has enough physical strength to counterattack, and even does not know how much damage has been caused. ZHE also feels very tricky. This exaggerated defense ability is really a headache, especially the Blastoise is not only defensive, but also offensive. Now the high-speed rotating Blastoise is like a tough hedgehog, and also a turtle. ZHE also subconsciously looked up and confirmed the position of Flame Chicken again. At this time, Flame Chicken has already begun to fall. Its figure is becoming clearer and closer to the ground. It's time to make a decision. ZHE also grinned, but it seems that he doesn't have much choice. Brute force. He shouted the next instruction to Flame Chicken. Flame Chicken, who was trying to keep its balance in the sky, nodded coldly. Its eyes closed and suddenly opened again. After taking a deep breath, Flame Chicken gave up control of its body and let it fall freely. The speed of Flame Chicken's fall continued to increase, and its muscles became more and more swollen. The two parties approaching each other quietly waited for the opportunity. Blastoise accidentally came to the place where Flamel landed. Full. Tetsuya gave the order with a fierce look in his eyes. No matter if it's a trap or not, take this move first. Chapter 292 Fighting. Blaziken's powerful legs rushed straight to the ground like a cone, and the air seemed to be split in two wherever it passed. Right below it, the madly spinning shell indicated that Blaziken was waiting for Blaziken's attack. Take it down, and then break the shell. Water Stream Tail. Shinigami looked at Blaziken's falling speed, pushed his glasses very calmly, and gave Blaziken an order to counterattack. It was unknown whether Blaziken, which was shrinking into its shell in a high-speed rotation state, heard his words, but the speed of its shell suddenly increased a lot. It seemed like a moment, and it seemed like a long time had passed. Blaziken, who jumped high and then fell, kicked Blaziken's high-speed rotating shell hard with great momentum. Hiss, a harsh friction sound rang out. Blaziken, who was attacking with all his muscles, showed a look of pain on his face the moment he kicked the shell. But for it, who was good at fighting, and wanted to fight, this little pain was nothing. Flame gritted its teeth, and exerted force on its waist again. The visible muscles on its body were even trembling. Bang, the shell hit the ground with a dull sound. At the same time, the red figure of Flame jumped up with the rebound force, and returned to the ground with a backflip. Down as soon as it landed, Flame immediately knelt on one knee on the ground, making a cry of being overwhelmed. They looked closely, and saw that its right leg was shaking constantly. This was the main force leg that had just attacked the shell of Blastoise. Did it suffer from the recoil, because of the high-speed rotation? Zay's face was very serious. It was unknown how much the souls of Flame were worn. But now was not the time to consider this issue. The shell that fell to the ground, and was still rotating, gradually stopped, and the sound of a hard object breaking came from it. Kamui, the cry of Blastoise, which was full of energy, and did not feel any weakness when it appeared, resounded throughout the venue again. Blastoise's head, limbs and tail stretched out from the shell at the same time, and water continued to gather at its tail. The blue tail and the blue water flow gathered together, and it was hard to tell what was what for a moment. Blastoise's sturdy limbs slapped the ground, and its huge body rushed out at a speed that was extremely inconsistent with visual perception. With the help of breaking the shell, Blastoise's physical attack, energy attack and speed were greatly improved. Although its physical defense and energy defense were reduced at the same time, for Blastoise, who first used the shell, the physical defense was actually just back to the most basic state, and the energy defense was only reduced a little. This weakening was not taken seriously by Blastoise, who was already famous for its defense. The enhanced attack and speed capabilities were the key. Blaziken, who was kneeling on one knee, had no way to dodge the high-speed attack of Blaziken. Although Blaziken's high speed was only slightly faster than Blaziken's normal state, who made Blaziken's movement severely restricted now, not to mention the problem of the feet. The stiffness caused by using brute force also made it unable to move. In Blaziken's unwilling eyes, Blaziken soon appeared in front of it. The blue water tail hit the upper body of Blaziken fiercely after Blaziken turned around. Without a doubt, Blaziken flew backwards. After rolling on the ground for several times, Blaziken fell to the ground with its eyes spinning. Blazing Chicken lost its ability to fight. Blaziken won, and player Tetsuya Tamaki lost 3 Pokémon first. The first half ended and entered the halftime break. The second half of the game will start in 15 minutes. The referee immediately raised the flag and announced the result. The cheers and sighs of the audience in the arena were mixed together, and it was difficult to hear clearly. But everyone agreed that this battle was exciting. After all, there are few opportunities to see the battle of the king level Pokémons in person. Tetsuya took back Blaziken with a helpless look on his face. It was within his expectation that it would fall down with one hit. Water Tail is a very powerful physical attack skill. The water system also has a very obvious restraining effect on the fire system. In addition to the difference in strength, it is surprising that Blaziken, who is not good at defense, can withstand a hit. However, it was obviously not his plan that he could not cause too much damage to Blastoise. You know, the role of Blaziken in his team has always been a striker. It is good at attacking, but it was not able to cause enough damage to Blastoise. In order to avoid the weakening of the fire system by the water system, they also specially selected the fighting skill of Blaziken's second attribute to attack, but it still did not work. Is the gap between the king and the quasi-king so big? Zay was a little confused for a moment. It shouldn't be. His Blaziken is stronger than the average quasi-king Pokémon. Even if it can't be defeated, it shouldn't be unable to cause obvious damage. Even if it is an ordinary quasi-king against a king, the situation will not be so one-sided. The difference shown in the data can't cause such an exaggerated result. Before leaving the game for a break, Zay looked thoughtfully at the Blastoise on the opposite side who had just had his Pokéball taken back. No, the sharp Zay found that the opponent's state was not as relaxed as it appeared. It can be seen that at the moment of being taken back, the calm face of Blastoise showed a barely detectable relaxed expression. If it was really as unscathed as it seemed, Blastoise wouldn't have to do that. Tetsuya thought about it and roughly understood what he was thinking. In a private room in the audience, Hiba and Du were sitting together, watching Tetsuya walking back to the rest area below and chatting with each other with a smile. As the 4 Heavenly Kings of Kanto, they were of course responsible for protecting the surrounding security during the Quartz Conference. The venue, Quartz Plateau, was the headquarters of the Alliance. This was also one of the few times of the year when the 4 Heavenly Kings could be seen together except for the conference. That kid seemed a little dazed. Hiba picked up a bunch of grape-like fruits with his thick fingers and started eating. "Don't splash my cloak." Du didn't reply to Hiba's words at the first time, but said with a slight complaint, "It's just a normal way to conceal my strength." He probably saw it. No one knew how Du saw Tetsuya's eyes in the private room so far away from the battlefield, but it was obvious that Hiba trusted him very much. "Oh, really? That's normal, but he probably won't be able to break your record." Siba, who was eating fruit with big mouthfuls and splashing juice, obviously didn't take Du's warning to heart. For a rookie trainer, the top 16 is already a very good result. Du didn't care. Given their relationship, he was just joking. Anyway, he had to change his cape every now and then. For Du, who was rich and had a lot of money and loved capes, the cost of custom-made capes was just a drop in the bucket. Besides, he is different from us. We were called rookie trainers at that time, but we were not so new. Du shook his head slightly. Even though he was very optimistic about Zay from the beginning, he didn't expect that the other party's results could reach this point. If the concept of a rookie trainer is set within the range of 3 years from the start, Du, who directly advanced to the finals in the 3rd year of the first competition, is definitely the first person in history. Even if the champion of his session had not unexpectedly taken out 2 king-level Pokémon, Du, who had a dragon-type Pokémon, should have won his first championship title long ago. It seems that there is always an all 4 geniuses in any era. That is, the opponent of the same year will always be a stronger guy than the previous one. But it is precisely because of this that you can be called a genius. If the opponents that year are all weak, no one will admit how talented you are. They will only think that you have the ability, but you are more lucky. The title of champion is the same as the title of champion, but there is still a difference. Yes, in terms of the results achieved by rookie trainers in the first year of debut, this guy should be one of the top ones. Shiba opened his bloody mouth and quickly finished the fruit, and nodded in agreement. He didn't say the best, because in the long history of the league, there are better results than Tetsuya's top 16. Excluding a few occasional conferences that were not successfully held for some reason, the number of regional conferences held in all the known regions in the world is close to 4 digits. With such a long time, so many times, and so many people, it is normal for a few monsters to emerge. But considering objective factors, Tetsuya's results may not be the best, but he must be the best. The others are not like him who grew up in an orphanage. Even a long time ago, most families did not follow the league's rule that one can only have a Pokémon at the age of 16. Although it was said that he had just debuted for a year, in fact, no one knew how long the ace Pokémon had been cultivated. Everything about Tetsuya was basically traceable, and he was a real member of the league. The 15-minute halftime break passed in a flash. Tetsuya and Shinigami Shizuchi once again stood on the opposite platforms at both ends of the field. This time, when they looked at each other, they did not talk to each other to adjust their mentality. Both sides were very clear about their current situation. Tetsua's side was not in a dominant position and the situation was a bit bad, and Shinagami Shizuji's Blasto Eyes was not as unscathed and relaxed as it appeared on the surface. Please ask Shinagami Shizuji to send out Blasto Eyes, and please ask Tetsuya to send out the next Pokémon. The referee announced the start of the second half of the game in a concise and clear manner. Leave it to you, Serpenta. Looking at the Blasto Eyes that appeared on the field again with full momentum, Tetsuya sent Serpenta to fight without hesitation. On the big screen on the side of the field, there were 3 dim and 3 bright Pokeballs under Tetsuya's head. As Serpentia appeared on the field, the 4th Pokeball that was still lit showed Serpentia's appearance 3K first. I'll keep writing, and there's more. You can watch it tomorrow morning. I was so tired of watching it yesterday that I had too much fun talking about it. Sorry, I watched King of Glory plus PUBG plus LOL, and I think I'm amazing ha 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 ha. Chapter 293 versus the Messenger of Hell. As the only remaining Quasi-King level combat power, Serpentis is the best choice that Tetsuya can make at present. Moreover, the grass type Serpentis can more or less play a good role in restraining the water type Blasto Eyes. But it is obvious that Shizuji Shinagami has different considerations. Come back, Blasto Eyes. When the two sides confronted each other, Shizuji Shinagami suddenly took out Blasto Eyes' Pokeball and pointed the switch side at his partner. Red light shot out, and in the dumbfounded looks of everyone, Blasto Eyes was put back into the Pokeball. Prepare for the next battle? Tetsuya's face was very calm. To be honest, Shizuji Shinagami's behavior seemed to be a bit contemptuous of him, and as an opponent, he should have been angry about it. But he could understand Shizuji Shinagami's reason for doing this. Otherwise the performance of Blasto Eyes in the battle with Blaziken just now might have become useless. But understanding and acceptance are two different things. Energy Ball ready. Tetsuya gave the order without hesitation. Since you have chosen to change the Pokémon, you must be prepared to be attacked first. A cold light flashed in the noble eyes of the monarch snake. For a proud creature by nature, the behavior of Shinagami Shizuka made it extremely unhappy. Strands of green light gathered from all directions, and a green energy ball gradually took shape in front of the monarch snake. Go ahead, burn it, Houndoom. Shinagami Shizuka threw his 4th Pokeball calmly. Like a hellhound, the dog-like dark Pokémon with a grey-black body except for the orange muzzle and abdomen appeared on the field in the red light. The horns on its head are large and curved, and there are light grey bone-like objects around its neck and back. There are 2 bone-like objects on each of its 4 ankles, and a demon tail similar to an inverted triangle. It is the Pokémon known as the Messenger of Hell, Houndoom. Its biggest feature is that it can spray flames mixed with toxins, and once burned, it will be in constant pain. As a Pokémon with an evil and fire type, Houndoom's ability to restrain Serpentis is self-evident. Tetsuya, who had long been familiar with the Pokémon composition of Shizuka Shinagami's team, knew that the Pokémon the other side had replaced were just those few, but he had no way to react. After all, he only had one Quasi-King Serpentis left in his hand, and the remaining 2 elite level Pokémon would have a hard time winning against a Quasi-King of any attribute. It can only be said that a good cook cannot cook without rice. Kai Serpentis moaned softly. In sharp contrast to its voice was the green energy ball that burst out. Houndoom, which had just emerged from the Pokeball, was hit head-on by the grass-type energy ball. It could not stop sliding backwards, and its limbs left deep marks on the ground. Hey, the energy ball quickly lost its power and turned into dots of green light that dissipated in the air. Houndoom, who took the blow head-on, shook his head disdainfully and snorted. The place where it was hit by the energy ball was only slightly scarred. Although Hunaga's body is not too big and even a little slender, its defense ability is not a shortcoming. At least it has good energy defense. Moreover, the advantage in attributes is there. Hunaga has a very good resistance to grass attributes. With roar, Hunaga howled to the sky, and the terrifying cry made people tremble. This is also an important reason why it is called the Messenger of Hell. The long howl reached everyone's ears. Hunaga crouched down and took a hunting posture. 2 inconspicuous outer teeth were looming. This is not just to show its momentum. Hunaga has inadvertently used the general long howl to improve its physical attack ability. If Hunaga is second in the use and control of this skill, It is estimated that no elf dares to say that their long howl skill is better than Hoonagers. They are good at howling, and their mastery of this skill seems to be deep in their bones, and they can easily complete it at any time. This is why Houndoom's attack ability is often stronger than many people think. A Houndoom that is really good at fighting must have a long howl as its first skill. Charge forward, Flame Fang. Shinigami Shizuka followed closely and gave the command. Tiny sparks appeared on the two outer teeth of Houndoom's mouth and then burned more and more fiercely. Houndoom kicked its forelegs, and the whole elf ran quickly on the battlefield that had returned to normal. The flames on its mouth drew along red tracks on both sides of its head and complemented its two large and backward curved horns. Because it also has evil attributes, the flames brought out by Houndoom's fire skills are close to dark black. With its grey-black body, this weird beauty brings a great visual impact. Exclamations rang out one after another in the audience. Dodge the shadow clone, and then use nature's grace. Facing Houndoom, who really seemed to be rushing over with flames from hell, Tetsua's face remained unchanged, and his tone was very calm. This is probably one of the reasons why Shizuchi Shinigami sent out Houndoom instead of Flamahorse, who is also a qua-seeking. Both Pokémon need to fight in close combat, but compared to Houndoom's weight of 30 to 40 kilograms, Flamahorse's weight of 100 kilograms is undoubtedly a breakthrough point when facing King Serpent. After all, the blocking magic skill of Grass Knot Rope is a nightmare for Pokémon with large weight. The damage and power suffered by 30 to 40 kilograms and 100 kilograms are 2 levels apart, almost doubled. Houndoom is definitely not as good as Flamahorse in straight line speed and endurance, but flexibility is different. At least ZHE also thinks that it is still difficult to use Grass Knot Rope to stop Houndoom. Swish, two vine whips extended from both sides of King Serpent's body, and its body swayed left and right. In the blink of an eye, double-digit King Serpents appeared on the field. With the evolution and strength breakthrough to the Quasi-King, King Serpent's control over shadow clones has become much stronger than that of Green Ivy Snake. Ouch. The next moment after the King Serpent split into shadow clones, Houndoom, whose head seemed to be wrapped in flames, had come close, and it bit a King Serpent fiercely. The crisp sound of the upper and lower teeth colliding was heard. The King Serpent that was bitten turned into air and dissipated in everyone's sight the moment it was attacked. Houndoom, who had used too much force and failed to stop, grinned at his mouth, which was a little painful. But its offensive did not slow down at all. With 4 nimble legs turning back on the ground, Houndoom rushed towards the shadow clones scattered nearby with the momentum of a hungry tiger, trying to find the real one. The King Serpent, which had recovered from the stiffness caused by the use of the skill, also began the next step according to Tetsua's instructions. All the King Serpents scattered around Houndoom raised their tails in an unusually synchronous manner. Waves of blue light gradually gathered from the whole body of the King Serpent to one point. Continue writing Ing. Chapter 294 End. Is this Watertail? The commentator's somewhat uncertain voice echoed in the sky above the main arena. The King of the Cobra does have some skills that can only be used with its tail, but Watertail should not be one of them, otherwise it would not be so powerless when facing the fire-type Pokémon that restrains it. Because of the commotion caused by Houndoom just now, the commentator was unable to accurately capture the instructions issued by Tetsuya, and could only make reasonable inferences based on appearances. The audience also didn't understand a little. But no matter how much discussion there was off the court, the two players and the two Pokémons on the court were always focused. Shinigami Shizuchi quickly made her change. Let's do it too, Shadow Clone. No matter what the skill is, looking at the energy fluctuations, it is definitely a water type skill, so Houndoom will naturally avoid it if it can. Houndoom, which was madly chasing and biting the King of the Cobra, which was standing still, immediately stopped its attack. The flames gradually dissipated from its outer teeth. Without seeing it make any extra movements, 7 or 8 Houndooms appeared on the field in a similar way to the King of the Cobra before. For a moment, the battle between the two Pokémon seemed to have turned into a group battle. Perhaps no one knew which of the two Pokémons was the real body except for their respective trainers. As for nature's grace, what about the water effect caused by carrying berries? The experienced Shizuka Shinigami quickly figured out Tetsuya's command just now. It was nothing more than Tetsuya temporarily changing the items carried by the Pokémon, but it was not clear which of the 4 corresponding berries it was. But it didn't matter, because the 4 berries that could also cause water effects had little difference in the impact on the power of skills, and there was no bonus with the same attributes, which was still within the tolerable range for Houndoom. A water type Nature's Grace is still far from enough. Shizuka Shinagawa pushed his glasses, a little disappointed. It was true that the power and attributes of the damage caused by Nature's Grace depended on the berries carried by the Pokémon, but the berries would disappear after use. Although the fruit consumed by Nature's Grace is actively consumed, unlike moves such as Insect Bite that consume fruit passively, it can be recycled and consumed repeatedly by this skill, but Monarch Snake cannot learn to recycle skills. In other words, Monarch Snake does not have the ability to perform the same Nature's Grace for the second time in this game. For both sides with almost the same strength, even if they are hit head on by a skill that restrains the attribute, they will not lose their combat ability directly, not to mention that Houndoom has now made an evasive move. In the eyes of Shizuki Shinagawa, it is better to keep the habit of carrying miracle seeds. At least the power bonus of this type of skills will be more obvious. Under the gaze of both sides, Monarch Snake, which has condensed the energy of the water system, quickly swung its tail towards all Houndooms. A series of phantom shattering sounds rang out, and the entire field was filled with bright silver fragments. After a while, only the 2 elves were left on the field. Monarch Snake's tail hit Houndoom's face, and Houndoom unconsciously took a step back. Unfortunately, after a long time of eliminating the shadow clone, the residual water energy on the tail of the Monarch Snake can be said to be very little, and the damage suffered by Houndoom was not particularly serious. The pain instead aroused the rage and anger in Houndoom's heart. Hey, Houndoom bared its teeth and let out a dull wheeze. Houndoom, rush up and bite it. Shinagawa Shizuji's command always comes at the right time. Houndoom, who had just made an attack preparation, immediately kicked the ground with his hind legs and rushed towards the Monarch Snake. One more time, the grace of nature. Tetsuya gave the command in a calm tone. What? Shinagawa Shizuji's pupils shrank in disbelief. This was not logical or regular. Tetsuya certainly would not answer his doubts at this point in time. The tail of the Monarch Snake once again emerged with a blue light stream gathered from the whole body. Bite it, then Flame Fang. Looking at the 2 sides getting closer and closer, although the opponent's actions were beyond his expectations, Shinagawa Shizuji still persisted. It is impossible to release skills without restrictions. Grass-type Serpentine's frequent use of water-type moves with the help of Nature's Grace against its norm must have both gains and losses. If Tetsuya knew that Shizuki Shinagawa's reaction was so fast at this moment, he would definitely be surprised. It is indeed the case. Logically speaking, the use of Nature's Grace must rely on the fruit carried by the elves, and only in this way can Nature's Grace exert its full power. But Tetsuya and Serpentine took a different approach. During a very accidental training, Tetsuya discovered through Zero that Serpentine's body can store some water energy. This is very reasonable. For plants, water is the basic composition, and plant-type elves are of course no exception. With the joint efforts of humans and elves, mainly with the help of plugins, Serpentine quickly mastered the ability to use Nature's Grace with specific attributes without carrying specific fruit. Of course, there are also disadvantages to this ability. One is that it is very troublesome to prepare before the game, because the storage of energy cannot be created out of thin air. In order to achieve the purpose of using skills with specific attributes, Serpentine must store it in advance before the game. It is not easy for a grass-type Pokémon to contain water-type energy of a similar nature. If it is replaced with other attributes or slightly more diverse, this kind of thing cannot be done at all. This requires a trainer to have a clear command and layout for the battle. Another thing is that the stored energy is the rootless source. Although it can be used many times, the power will decrease exponentially with the increase in the number of uses. Tetsuya has calculated that, if it is based on the normal storage capacity, the damage caused after 3 times is basically the same as splashing water. In other words, 2 hits are almost the limit, and the power of the second hit will be significantly reduced. But for Houndoom, it is also unacceptable to take a direct hit. This second hit, just treat it as a return gift to you. Tetsuya looked at Shinigami Shizuka provocatively, and Shinigami Shizuka pushed his glasses in response. Houndoom, who was constantly approaching the opponent on the field, did not have so many ideas. It had only one goal, which was to bite the opponent and release flames. Facing the tail full of blue water energy that the monarch snake pulled sideways, Houndoom did not show any fear of the attribute it feared the most. It opened its bloody mouth in horror and bit the tail of the monarch snake fiercely, of course, avoiding the position of the water flow. The monarch snake and Houndoom both whimpered in pain. The monarch snake's tail hit Houndoom's body, and Houndoom also bit the monarch snake's tail. It's not over yet. Houndoom's outer teeth suddenly ignited flames and burned the monarch snake's body. This is the flame tooth. Kai. This time, the monarch snake's painful wail changed Houndoom's cry. But for it and Tetsuya, this is not good news. The monarch snake injured the pain and swung its tail, throwing Houndoom directly out. Houndoom, which came into the air, had to let go of its mouth and fell to the ground with a backflip. The slightly trembling limbs showed that its condition was quite bad. Houndoom had taken on 4 skill attacks in total, 2 of which were water-based skills that restrained it. At this time, Houndoom had reached the limit of its physical strength. If it weren't for this, it wouldn't have let go of its bite so easily. The king serpent wasn't much better. The base of its tail was charred black, and white smoke kept coming out of the wound. The most difficult thing to bear was the painful flames of Houndoom. As time went on, these wounds not only did not get better, but became more painful. The only thing to be thankful for was that the king serpent was not as much hurt as Houndoom, and its remaining strength was far greater than Houndoom. Thanks to the special grace of nature, it played a crucial role. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult to have this situation under unfavorable attributes. Magic Leaf. Zaya took advantage of the victory and pursued. Since it didn't carry the fruit specifically, because of the grace of nature, the props that the king serpent carried were naturally the miracle seeds that could increase the power of grass type skills. In this case, even the grass type skills that were resisted would become the last straw that overwhelmed Houndoom. The blue-purple leaves flew in the air and attacked Houndoom. Roar loudly. Facing the incoming magic leaves, Shizuchi Shinigami directly commanded Houndoom to launch a counterattack. The roars like wolves and dogs sounded endlessly at the king serpent, which made people want to hit the wall. The worst thing is to see who falls first. Shizuchi Shinigami, who has the double advantage of strength and number, said that he doesn't care at all. Moreover, this kind of brainless fight has almost nothing to do with the trainer's command, and it can also hide his strength very well. It has to be said that Houndoom is still very strong. In the case of having consumed so much physical strength before, Houndoom still took the attack of 3 magic leaves before losing its combat ability. Houndoom loses its combat ability. King Serpent wins. Please send the next Pokémon. Shizuchi Shinigami. The referee raised the flag in time to announce the result. Except for the bright eyes, King Serpent, who was scarred everywhere else, couldn't stop panting. At least it won, although it was difficult. Unfortunately, the victory in this small round did not help the whole game much. Leave it to you, Flamahorse. After taking back Houndoom, Shizuchi Shinigami threw out his 5th Pokémon without a moment's pause. Jet Flame. He did not leave Tetsuya any chance to turn the tables, and used a powerful fire skill right away. A raging column of fire shot out from Flamahorse's mouth, crossing the entire distance of the field in an instant, and arriving in front of the King Serpent. The next moment, the King Serpent's green body was covered by red flames, and it no longer had the extra strength to dodge such a fast attack. When the flames faded, the King Serpent lost its ability to fight, and collapsed to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the winner was decided again. King Serpent lost its ability to fight. Flamahorse won. Please send out the next Pokémon. Tetsuya Tamaki. The referee raised the flag in his other hand without stopping. Fortunately, his reaction was fast enough, otherwise he would not have had time to put down the flag in his other hand. Tetsuya silently took out the deluxe ball of Serpentier and put it back. Flamahorse was somewhat merciful. At least Serpentier's injury did not get worse again. It was just stuck at the dividing line, where it could not fight. This can be regarded as the tacit friendship between trainers. Pocus, it's you. Tetsuya threw a deluxe ball. There were only two choices left, Dragonite and Togekiss. It was needless to say which one was better against Flamahorse. Togekiss, who had the advantage in the air, was the well-deserved choice for the battle. Tetsuya had a helpless smile on his lips. That being said, in the face of the gap in strength, the advantage of the sky was really not as high as imagined. It could only be said that it would not be killed instantly. What's more, he was facing Flamahorse, who was good at speed and endurance and good at long-distance raids. This was probably a relatively long-lasting battle. Tetsuya had imagined it before the official battle began. The development of the facts was indeed as he expected. Togekiss, who had the advantage in the sky, was not very effective in long-range attacks. Once the distance was a little far, Flamahorse could easily dodge with its speed and reaction, and the shrinking air slash had no room to play. Once the distance was close, Flamahorse's burst was no joke. After the first attempt to approach, but was almost kicked by Flamahorse's iron hoof, ZHE gave up the idea of letting Togekiss fight in close combat. In close combat, the reaction of the Qua-seeking elf, which was far ahead, was enough to make Togekiss see no hope of victory. Flamahorse's physique and body were not just for show. Under the command of Shinigami Shizuji, who was somewhat relaxed, Togekiss, who had been attacking continuously, finally stopped for a while after a period of fierce attacks. But Flamahorse officially took over the battle from then on. Flame Vortex, Flame Jet, Purgatory, Large Character Explosion, Hot Wind. Everyone seemed to be full of fiery red, and skills seemed to pour out from Flamahorse without consumption. Under wave after wave of attacks, Togekiss could only rely on his flexible body to keep moving to avoid damage, and occasionally find time to give Flamahorse an ineffective air slash from a long distance. Fortunately, Flamahorse can't fly, otherwise, looking at Flamahorse dangling directly below Togekiss, ZHE would really be speechless and ask the heavens. 15 minutes, Togekiss, who is only at the elite level, relied on his own ability to survive 15 minutes in the hands of Flamahorse, who is at the Qua-seeking level. When the plane fell from the sky, all the audience applauded it. You are already good enough. Looking at Togekiss, who fell asleep in the Pokeball in his hand, ZHE also whispered to comfort it. Togekiss did not give any response. It was too tired. The damage suffered is another matter, and the mental exhaustion is the most important. The feeling of dancing on the edge of a knife is not fun at all. Maybe being killed in one hit is not so tiring. Dragon, keep going. Retracting his thoughts, Tetsuya slowly exhaled and threw his last luxury ball. When the pink flashing heterochromatic dragon appeared on the field, the entire main arena seemed to explode. Everyone's eyes were twinkling with strange little stars, especially the girls. The already cute dragon's color changed from normal yellow to pink, which added to its temperament. Ah! Screams resounded through the sky. Boo! The dragon curled its lips and called out disdainfully, the human who was surprised by the rare things. Its eyes turned to the Flamahorse on the opposite half of the field. Boo! The dragon's call was very provocative. Hey! The Flamahorse snorted, and its four hooves kept walking back and forth on the ground. Really? Although it was the last small game to decide the outcome, Tetsuya still patted his forehead helplessly in the face of his own dragon's personality. He had full confidence in the dragon's ability to provoke the opponent's anger. But ZHE also felt that he had to teach it a lesson in the future not to provoke others casually. It was not good to do so. We should be harmonious. We can talk about it when we can beat them. Flamahorse, charge, flame attack. Electric dragon, discharge. The commands were given at the same time, but the difference in strength was fully revealed at this time. The speed of using skills by Electric Dragon was much slower than that of Flamahorse. When Flamahorse was close to its face, the discharge point appeared around the body of Electric Dragon. Flamahorse, which was covered with more dense flames, hit the body of Electric Dragon with the flashing arcs on its body. Bang! The Electric Dragon flew backwards at a speed far beyond its own athletic ability and hit the wall at the edge of the venue. Cracks appeared at the place where it hit. Boo! The Electric Dragon's paddle-like little hand supported the ground and made an extremely weak sound. After completing the attack, the hair on the body of Flamahorse, which stood in place, became more colorful. Just looking at this scene, you can see that, although it was beaten badly and almost killed with one hit, the taunting of Electric Dragon still did not stop. Tetsuya, who was just worried about Dragonite, immediately felt that he was worrying too much. This little guy didn't seem to be the type to be discouraged by injuries. On the contrary, it was common for this little guy to be seriously injured during training. If it weren't for Tetsuya's constant attention, this little guy's body wouldn't be as intact as it is now. However, the pink Dragonite's appearance was too deceptive. There were constant greetings from various young ladies in the stands behind it, and there were also slight condemnations of Flamahorse. Dragonite didn't respond, and its eyes were always fixed on Flamahorse. Dragonite electromagnetic cannon. Tetsuya's command came. Dragonite's weak face forced a smile, which was why it liked its trainer. Tetsuya could always accurately grasp its thoughts. Dazzling electric light danced around Dragonite. Shinigami Shizuji and Ryuma were very considerate and didn't stop him in advance. Ryuma, prepare for the big explosion. So, you little guy's not a worry at all. I told you to save some energy to dodge. In the Pokémon Center, beside the bed in a ward, Tetsuya looked at the bandaged Dragonite and said this to it for the nth time. Boo! The pink face of the Dragonite showed a flattering look, and it rarely cried out shyly. Tetsuya rolled his eyes. Next time, I don't know how many times your next time will be. This scene in front of him happened after the 16-8 match was over. As for the result, you can see the miserable look of the little Dragonite. You know, it is extremely rare that the injury is so serious that Miss Joy and Jigglypuff can't be healed directly for a while. Fortunately, it didn't hurt the root, but just needs to recuperate for a while. Continue writing. Chapter 295. The next target. Forget it, I'm too lazy to talk to you. Looking at the electric dragon, Zay shook his head helplessly. Sitting on the chair beside the bed, basking in the afternoon sun, he stretched his body leisurely. Since the start of the conference in February, Zay has not had such a relaxing moment. It is too tiring to think about how to win every moment. Is the electric dragon healthy? The door behind Zay was pushed open, and Yizang's voice sounded. He turned around and saw that except Yizang, several friends had come. It's okay, it's good to give it a little hardship. Zay responded with a smile. Don't you watch the game? Come to comfort you, a loser like us. Yizang swaggered and prepared to sit down on another chair. Ouch. Zay stretched out his legs and kicked, and Yizang failed to sit down smoothly and sat down directly on the ground. TSK, I won't bother with you. Yizang smacked his lips, climbed up, patted the dust on his body, pulled over the chair, and sat down quickly and safely. It's okay. You sent a message saying that the injury of the electric dragon is a bit serious. If you don't come to see the afternoon game, this guy Yizang must drag us over to express his condolences. Yuan Haitang looping, said with a smile. Anyway, we don't have a game to record the opponent. If you want to learn something, just watch the replay video. Yamashiro Junai shrugged and added. ZHE didn't say much. Top 16, I never thought that you would have such a good result. The four sat in a circle and started chatting during their free time. Hey, it's just so ZHE's boastful words naturally received the roll of the eyes of the other three. Just as the four were chatting, the door was pushed open again. According to the report, the main reason for your electric dragon's injury is the conflict between the fire energy and the electric energy in its body. This situation is not uncommon, but the difference in strength between the two sides and the state of the electric dragon caused it. The person who came in was of course Miss Joy, who skillfully described the general situation of the electric dragon. In short, the injury was not serious. Okay, then thank you Miss Joy. After she finished speaking, ZHE also expressed his gratitude. You're welcome. Miss Joy took back the report and smiled at him. Also, I'm your fan. Can I have an autograph? She took out a photo and a pen from her pocket. Of course. Tetsuya nodded and agreed in surprise. He flipped through the photo and took a rough look. It should be taken in a battle, but because he wore the same clothes every day, he didn't know which one it was. Tetsuya wrote his name in a few strokes. Thank you very much. Miss Joy's tone was obviously rising. She happily took the photo and pen and left the ward. You could vaguely see her ears were red. Oh my, it's incredible. Several friends were cheering. There's nothing we can do. He's handsome and strong. Tetsuya raised his head narcissistically. That's right, unlike me. Only the one in front is left. Yizang sighed. Go away. The remaining few people raised their middle fingers to him in tacit understanding. Several people talked and laughed, and soon talked about the arrangements after the end of this conference. I'm just preparing for graduation. I haven't completed my graduation mission yet. This was Yizo's reply. Well, I'll probably go back and continue my research. The battle is good, but it's not suitable for me. This was Hera-Haitang looping. I'm not sure. Yamashiro-kun thought about it for a while, but didn't give a specific answer. As for me, I'll probably continue my adventure. The next area is tentatively scheduled to be the neighboring city. Tetsuya smiled. The light in his eyes was unusually strong. Transition chapter. Very short and there will be more. Released during the day. Chapter 296, the beginning of the Windy Town. Continue the adventure. It really suits your personality. In the evening, in the Quartz Plateau's contestant dormitory, a familiar voice came from the communication screen in front of Tetsuya. It was Dr. Yamanashi, who was just free. He was in the laboratory making tea and eating snacks and desserts. The main thing is that I want to see more scenery. Tetsuya's face was full of joy. It seems that the loss of the game doesn't seem to have any effect on you? Dr. Yamanashi looked at Tetsuya and asked with a smile. Well, Tetsuya pondered for a moment. I can't say that there is no impact. As a member of the vast number of time travelers, to be honest, traveling to the world of Pokémon may be one of the few good choices. First of all, it is safe. Although there are dangers, they are not too big. At least you don't have to worry about being killed inexplicably by some rebels or powerful people with bad moods while walking on the road. Most people in the Pokémon world are at least not bad. This may also be related to the theory that humans evolved from Pokémon. Among the elves, 99% of the elves are pure and kind-hearted, and the occasional bad side is not completely evil. Of course, some elves are not included in this list. Similarly, some humans are not included in this list, such as those poachers and a large part of the dark organizations. It's just that, because the human base is relatively large, and it is somewhat difficult for different species to communicate, humans feel that there is more darkness in their hearts. This is probably the concept of survivor bias. Compared with the peace and prosperity that has always been there, the occasional riot of the dark organization will attract people's great attention. If it has always been in dire straits, then the riot of the dark organization will not attract any opinions or discussions at all. Anyway, it happens every day and every moment, and there is no shortage of this time. As for the dangers caused by outdoor adventures, who asked you to die? Even in the previous life, it is normal for you to lose your life in the wilderness without any preparation, not to mention the wild where elves live. From the perspective of living for so long, ZHE also feels that compared with the previous life, the danger here is just a little more. The second is the joy of life. The existence of elves is the greatest joy. Although it is not as beautiful as shown in the animation, it is still easy to live under the rule of the Alliance and spend a leisurely and happy life with the elves. Besides, no matter what, Pokémon was one of Zay's childhood in his previous life. He was full of interest and desire to explore these magical creatures. The most important thing is that the strength of the Pokémon world depends largely on the strength of your elves. The situation of fighting in person in the fantasy world rarely occurs in people in this world. The ancient traditional and cruel fighting method of wild fighting has long been classified as scum by people, of course, only in places where the light shines. Coupled with the strange development of the technology tree and the production capacity of elves, life in the entire elf world is simply too comfortable. If they had not chosen to be a trainer, the profession with the largest investment, but also the greatest return in this world, it would not be a problem for him to be the richest man in the region with his ability. What a pile of gold, a group of wives and concubines. It is not a dream at all. Finally, it is the goal. To be honest, the life in the previous life was happy, harmonious, stable, and beautiful. When Zay first crossed over, he could not accept it. He was not an orphan without a father or a mother in his previous life, so why did he have to travel through time and space to suffer this? He was not a masochist or a person who had a bad life. In his previous life, he was a second-generation demolition worker who had no worries about food and drink. But as time went by, ZHE had to face reality, especially after he found out that he had a hack. What to do? This was his first thought at the time. Then he felt a little strange. Since he came to the Pokémon world, is there any need to think about this question? It is undoubtedly a trainer. If he is not a trainer, isn't it the same as not coming to this world? So, ZHE began his life as a trainer. From the beginning of Rattata, to the later Pidgeot, and then to the current 6 partners. From the beginning of an ignorant novice bounty hunter, to the later well-known veteran in a small range, to the current mercenary with an extremely efficient and exaggerated completion rate. From the beginning of an isolated individual, to the later support of Nibi, Dr. Yamanashi, Oak Institute and Senior Brother C. And now he has made many friends of all kinds. After more than 17 years of life in the Pokémon world, ZHE felt that he was already good enough. This is indeed the case. The support of the Alliance is enough to prove this point. Being born an orphan can only prove his excellence. But what should he do next? Before the tournament started, ZHE was a little confused. Is he not strong? Absolutely strong. His current strength is enough to rank among the top in the world even without looking at his age. The top 16 in the regional tournament seems a lot, but in fact there are very few. Now he is definitely worthy of the title of trainer. And even if he doesn't work as hard as before from now on, relying on the current 6 partners, it is only a matter of time for ZHE to find a weak region in the future and become one of the 4 Heavenly Kings. He is definitely in the top 100 in the world. Such strength is enough for him to enjoy the fun of Pokémon battles, not to mention that he can cultivate new partners at any time. Then what is the need to run around? Isn't it enough to brush tasks every day to make money, cultivate Pokémon, and then become stronger and become one of the 4 Heavenly Kings? Wouldn't it be great to be an immersive game? He doesn't care about seeing the scenery. This is the doubt in ZHE's heart. But somehow, he just feels awkward. 20 years in the previous life plus more than 17 years in this life have not changed Tetsuya's character as a young man. Tetsuya has never been a person who likes to torture himself. Objectively speaking, the status of the 4 Heavenly Kings can be compared to the rare high-ranking officials or successful people in the previous life, which can be his goal. Getting the sending can be said to be an absolute highlight in the game. But the 2-month conference process gave him a different idea. In short, the next goal is to become a Pokémon Master. The firm words came out of Tetsuya's mouth. Dr. Yamanashi, who didn't know what Tetsuya was thinking just now, was stunned by this sudden speech. Then, Dr. Yamanashi smiled with great relief. Really? Then you have to work hard. You still have a long way to go before you become a Pokémon Master. Although I don't know what the young man is thinking, it must be a good thing to have a clear goal. Dr. Yamanashi was very happy that Tetsuya spoke of his dream so firmly. Pokémon Master sounds cool. Outside the door of Dr. Yamanashi's laboratory, the eyes of 2 children who were eavesdropping secretly lit up at the same time, and one of the black-haired children shouted loudly, "Keep your voice down." The brown-haired child glared at him fiercely, "And just because you are the last one, don't even think about it. I'm the one who can become a Pokémon Master." The latter's words were full of contempt and dissatisfaction. "Stinky Xiaomao, what are you talking about?" The little boy who was scolded was of course Xiaozi. His face turned red, but he couldn't refute Xiaomao's words for a while. Compared with Xiaomao, who is always ranked first in school, Xiaozi, who is also always ranked first, is really not good. After all, the order is different. In the fight, the 2 quickly left Dr. Yamanashi's research institute. Children's interests come and go quickly, probably. But sometimes, children will remember a word for a long time. Listening to the noisy sounds outside the door, Dr. Yamanashi and ZHE also laughed helplessly. These 2 kids are so lively every day, but I'm different. I'm old. Dr. Yamanashi sighed with a sense of history. How can that be? The evolution of Pokémon still needs you to reveal the secrets. Tetsuya responded with a smile. Dr. Yamanashi is indeed not too old. At least in this world, Dr. Yamanashi, who is only a little over 50 years old, is completely in his prime. It's just that, probably because the research consumes too much brain power, most of the older doctors have white hair and look a little old. The same is true for Dr. Oak. Ha 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 ha. I think so too. How wonderful the evolution of Pokémon is. It's worth my continuous exploration. Dr. Yamanashi laughed heartily with full energy. The old and the young chatted casually. Okay, then you should rest early. After an unknown amount of time, the two finally ended the conversation. After hanging up the video, Tetsuya lay on the bed with his back to the sky, looked at the ceiling, and raised his right hand, spread his palm, and clenched it into a fist. I cannot fight for my own goal, because I don't care, because I don't have any big ambitions. I just want to live a good life. But at least I can't let my partners down, nor can I let down the people who trust me. Zay thought silently in his heart. Some of him is a little second-year student, and some of him has no ambition, but this is who he is. He closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Unfortunate, a scream came from the empty woods. The fog was thick, and it was difficult to see the person who screamed for a while. Get off! An elf who was much taller than the figure sighed helplessly and patted his boss on the shoulder. Of course, it was Zay who set out on the journey again, and his ace partner, Blaziken. What do you mean? Zay looked at Blaziken with a slightly fierce look. So, you don't know your luck, and you have to bet on your intuition without looking at the map to decide which way to go. Blaziken was not scared by Zay's appearance at all, and it was not surprised. Its voice full of youthfulness rang in Zay's heart. After a while since the tournament, Flame has become more proficient in Wava Guide. At least before, it couldn't use Wava Guide to send such a long string of words at a time, and the meaning was not wrong. How can the trainer's business be called gambling on intuition? This is for the better encounter of Pokémon. ZHE was very unhappy after being humiliated, and argued madly. You are not unlucky, you are just stubborn. Flame, who learned a lot of useless knowledge from Zaya and Pidgeot, immediately returned the favor. The fog around became thicker. Forget it. In this situation, Zaya quickly gave up his somewhat pale words. Come out, Pidgeot. Ignoring Flame's weak protest, he took it back and released Pidgeot instead. Beep. After coming out, Pidgeot chirped, meaning to look at it. It's nothing. You are still good. Zaya hugged Pidgeot with tears in his eyes. Pidgeot rolled his eyes secretly where Zaya couldn't see. After the tournament, he always felt that his boss's brain was abnormal more and more often. Thinking of this, Pidgeot naturally crouched down. Then, let's go. Zaya, who turned over and sat cross-legged on Pidgeot's back, patted Pidgeot's back with high spirits and waved his hand. Beep. The high-pitched bird song resounded throughout the small forest, and the might brought by the powerful strength made the surroundings a little quiet. Oh, the scenery here is really nice. Looking at the lake passing by below, Zaya's voice echoed in the air. In a place he didn't notice, a fairy with a blue gem-like headdress, surrounded by white wine-like ribbons, and blue and white patterns on her body, was silently watching the man and fairy who gradually became black spots in the distance. If Zaya saw it, of course he could recognize it at the first time. This is the incarnation of the North Wind, Sukyun. Sukyun, standing on the lake, exuding this blue light, disappeared in the mist of the forest in the blink of an eye. This is where it often appears. Of course, no one knows. Woohoo in the sky, Zaya waved his arms and cheered in the oncoming wind. Pidgeot was very considerate and slowed down. Even so, with Pidgeot's flying speed, along the main road, Tetsuya soon arrived at the first destination of this trip. Looking at the vaguely visible town, Pidgeot and Tetsuya landed on the ground. This is Wakaba Town, the town of the wind of opening. After attracting Pidgeot and looking at the logo on the wooden sign, Tetsuya smiled and snapped his fingers pretentiously. Please show me your ID. A faint voice came from behind Tetsuya. Okay, Miss Junsha. Tetsuya didn't move at all and took out his illustrated book from his pocket under Junsha's somewhat surprised eyes. Professor Oak's voice came at the right time. Okay, the inspection is completed, then welcome to Johto Wakaba Town. Junsha saluted Tetsuya. After finishing, she also blinked at Tetsuya. Genius trainer, well-deserved reputation. Tetsuya smiled politely and spread his hands. Junsha also smiled and quickly disappeared into the surroundings and hid. After putting away the illustrated book, ZHE also looked at the simple map that Junsha had just handed to him, found a direction, and walked into Roy Town. Hello, Johto Alliance. The story has just begun. There should be another chapter in the evening. Chapter 297 Dr. Kang Mu, who loves acting and keeps talking. Oh no, Professor Sora is attacked by a group of Odachi in the world again. As soon as he entered Wakaba Town, Tetsuya saw a person wearing a white coat who looked like a researcher shouting. Somehow, he always felt that the researcher shouting was very similar to the catchphrase of a certain Marshal Xianpeng in his previous life, and this again was used quite well. The researcher's eyes looked at Tetsuya intentionally or unintentionally. Tetsuya patted his forehead speechlessly. According to Dr. Yamanishi's description of him, this is also one of the few bad tastes of Dr. Sora. It was originally used to test the character of the new trainer and to really get to know the new trainer. It seems that this time he is the target. This is different from another doctor. The other doctor was actually attacked in the wild. After all, it involves his own research. Dr. Sora was just joking when he was attacked by a group of Odachi. People who know Dr. Sora a little bit know that his Odachi is the leader of the Odachi tribe near Wakaba Town. It was really amazing that his own Pokémon commanded his own little brother to attack him. Moreover, Professor Saoki's research direction was the mating of Pokémon and the study of Pokémon eggs. Under normal circumstances, he would not go to the wild for field research. No one wanted to die. For details, please refer to Tetsuya, who was chased by Nidoking and Nidoqueen. Normal Pokémon that often get along with humans will get angry because of these two things, not to mention wild Pokémon who regard reproduction and protection of offspring as one of their life goals. In addition, can the residents of the surrounding towns put on an attitude of watching a play as usual? It's very out of place. But forget it, just play along. Tetsuya, who had been prepared for a long time, waved his hand and said, "I can help. Please tell me the location of the attack." Well, this made his hair stand on end. It was so fake. The man who looked like a researcher was also stunned by Tetsuya's straightforward words. Well, after going out from the south exit, just turn right along the leftmost road of the three-way fork. But the researcher was still completing the task assigned to him by his teacher. "Okay, I'll go right away." Before he finished speaking, Tetsuya's figure disappeared in front of him. "Xiaomu, can you change your routine in the future? This plot has been played more than 100 times, and I'm tired of it," an old man said tremblingly with a cane. "The teacher likes it this way, and we students can't do anything about it." The researcher called Xiaomu had a bitter face and was very helpless. Let's talk about Tetsuya, who ran out of the town quickly. "Really, I just stepped into this Wakaba town for Dr. Sora, who is full of bad taste." Tetsuya felt that his impression collapsed. Who would believe that Dr. Sora, who would forget to eat and sleep and chat non-stop when he started research, was an actor enthusiast when he was not researching? When Tetsuya stayed at Dr. Roki's research institute before, Dr. Sora had also communicated with Dr. Oki by phone. At that time, Tetsuya always felt that Dr. Sora was what a scientific researcher should be like. Oki, who likes to lift weights, and Yamanishi, who likes sweets, are completely incompatible. I never expected that. As expected, all the doctors wearing glasses are gentlemen scum. Inadvertently, Tetsuya seemed to fire a map cannon. With Tetsuya's excellent footwork, Dr. Saoki, who was besieged by the group of tails, soon appeared in front of him. Hey, that tail, can you act more realistically? Isn't it too fake for Dr. Saoki, such a thin person, to knock the elves away? Tetsuya was madly complaining about the scene in front of him. People who didn't know would think that Dr. Saoki was filming a fight scene, just like a humanoid elf. "Doctor, don't worry, I'll save you," Tetsuya shouted and threw his Pokeball. "Save some strength." This was the first sentence he said softly. 100,000 volts, Dragonite. This was the command shouted long in advance. Puff the lightning flashed on the Dragonite's body, which was very scary. Woolly the tails were scared and fled in all directions. In the blink of an eye, nearly 20 tails disappeared in the jungle. Only one intact Professor Sora was left standing there awkwardly. He sighed in his heart that his Pokémon was unreliable. Professor Sora's tail didn't care what his breeder thought. It was very clear that it was just acting, so it was the right thing to do to Yo-Yo and go home for dinner. Speaking of which, is this year's happy time coming? Tail's small mind was full of doubts. The little guy was very accurate in grasping the time. Every year, there is a fixed time for new trainers to pick up Pokémon. Every time, the time for the poop shoveler to act is later than now. This time, it was just a special case for Dr. Sora to give Tetsuya. Anyway, thank you very much for your help. Why don't you come to my research institute and have a seat? Looking at Dr. Sora, who didn't think there was anything wrong, Tetsuya fell silent for a moment. Awesome. The electric dragon, whose whole body was still glowing yellow, called out weakly. You can stop. You can stop. Just release it to the field over there. Tetsuya hurriedly explained. The electric dragon seemed to be relieved. The next moment, a swaying electric current flew out of it. It seems not right to call it an electric current. This is almost the amount of 2 electric charges, which is useless except for being able to see light. Looking at Dr. Soraji, who still did not react at all and continued to act, Tetsuya sighed. Speaking of which, Dr. Soraji, I don't understand a few questions about the pheromone communication between opposite sex and different species with the same egg group that you published last time. He immediately found a solution that could quickly solve the current problem. Oh, you think it's great, right? The pheromones produced by elves of different species are the same because of the same egg group. This is probably one of the reasons why there are many elves of different species in the wild. But I think more of the content can be traced back to an article I published when I was studying with Professor Oki at Rainbow University about the transmission of pheromones between the same species. In the 3rd section of the 2nd chapter of that paper, I argued in detail. Dr. Soraji's desire to act was instantly interrupted by the research, and he began to chat at Tetsuya. In fact, most of the content is boring and repetitive, but Dr. Sora is never tired of it. Dr. Oak's evaluation of this is that Sora is still young after all, and it is understandable that his thinking diverges. Of course, the understandable result is that Dr. Oak is also very troubled when he sees Dr. Sora and often finds excuses to refuse Dr. Sora's calls. He also doesn't want to listen to Sora talking for half an hour, but still can't get to the point. It's too much for the old man. Don't underestimate Dr. Sora. The achievement of a regional doctor is not so easy to achieve, not to mention that Dr. Sora is still so young. In addition to helping Dr. Oak complete the Pokémon Encyclopedia, the improvement of the egg group concept was solved by Dr. Sora, who is the researcher and classifier of all Pokémon egg groups. Moreover, during his study with Dr. Oak, Dr. Yamanashi also taught him a lot of things. Pikachu had a preform Pichu before, which was discovered by Dr. Sora under such circumstances. In a one-sided chat, the two soon returned to the Sora Institute on the edge of Wakaba Town. Thank you for your hard work. I'm sorry to bother you. The researcher Oji, who was yelling just now, bowed solemnly to Tetsuya. It's okay, it's my duty. This action scared Tetsuya, and he jumped to the side. While Dr. Sora was still talking, Tetsuya explained his purpose to researcher Oji. Well, I know. Dr. Yamanashi and Dr. Oak had called the teacher to talk about this before. I wrote it down at the time. Just give me the illustration book. Researcher Oji said to Tetsuya politely. Then thank you for your trouble. Tetsuya took out the illustration book again and handed it to researcher Oji. I didn't miss out this month. I update 5k every day, but the update time is irregular, so it seems a little less. About 1 chapter in the evening and 1 chapter during the day. The number of words is irregular. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298, Back to the Old Business. After a while, researcher Zaomu returned. I have registered for your qualification to participate in the next Johto League Silver Tournament, and the travel certificate has been updated. I wish you good results. By the way, I helped you update the information in the Pokémon dictionary. After all, the Pokémons in each region are very different. At this point, researcher Zaomu handed the Pokémon dictionary back to Tetsuya and complained. Although it seems to be of no use to you, I checked the number of times you have used your Pokémon dictionary, and it is 0. Tetsuya took the Pokémon dictionary with a smile. There will always be a time when it will be useful. There will always be Pokémons I don't know. Yes, there are so many Pokémons. There will always be Pokémons I don't know. Then your Pokémon dictionary also has the latest electronic version of the Johto Pokémon guide, which contains the locations of gyms in various parts of the Johto League and some other information. But for real-time information, you still have to go to Miss Joy at the Pokémon Center in each town to find out. Xiaomu nodded in agreement with Tetsuya's statement, and then subconsciously spoke to Tetsuya, as if he was giving instructions to a new trainer. But he quickly reacted and slapped his head. I forgot that this is not your first time to set out. You should be very clear about these things. ZHE also smiled and said nothing more. According to the rules of the Alliance, the confirmation and improvement of this information should be completed at the Pokémon centers in several designated cities. But who can blame him for having someone behind him? It was just a matter of a phone call, and the Oak Research Institute completed the connection with the Sora Research Institute, allowing ZHE to update and confirm the information in the Regional Doctors Institute, just like the new trainers who set out from Johto to pick up the 3 major families. The main reason was that he still had things to do, otherwise there would be no need to rush this little time. Teacher Researcher Xiaomu walked to the side of Dr. Sora, who was still maintaining output, and called several times in succession to pull Dr. Sora out of the state of trance. Dr. Sora smacked his lips with a sense of wanting more. I remember that you, Tetsuya, also have a good research on evolution. Let's find time to discuss related issues. It's a pity that, if you came a little later, you could see the newcomers and their partners from the 3 major families this year. Now the Alliance has not given us the specific list. Dr. Soraji expressed a little regret and quickly changed the subject. It's getting late. I won't bother you for now. After a few short words, Tetsuya looked at the time and said goodbye to leave. Okay, I wish you an unforgettable journey in Johto. The 2 researchers also expressed their blessings. Watching Tetsuya's figure gradually disappear from sight, Dr. Soraji nodded unconsciously. What's wrong, teacher? Researcher Xiaomu asked a question at the right time. What a very interesting young man. Dr. Soraji sighed with an unknown meaning. He remembered the scene when the electric dragon released 100,000 volts just now. It has made such a big progress in just a short time. It's amazing. It's very difficult to achieve that kind of energy control, and it's just an elite level electric dragon. Researcher Xiaomu, who was unable to see the specific situation, was somewhat puzzled, but did not ask further. The analysis of the samples given to us by the Azure Gym has been completed. The data shows that, if the proportion of the 3rd order material is adjusted to 3.6%, then during the hatching process of the Pokémon eggs, he took a thick stack of paper and began to make a report. The master and apprentice soon walked into the depths of the laboratory to continue their research. Tetsuya's arrival was just a small episode for them, mainly to prevent themselves from getting bored in the boring day-to-day research. Tetsuya, who walked out of the Kanmu Research Institute quickly, soon arrived at the eastern exit of Wakaba Town. There's still time. He looked at the time, muttered, and threw out a familiar luxury ball. Pidgeot, please. The next moment, Pidgeot carried Tetsuya up into the sky. This is the specific situation. Thank you for coming here to provide help. A man dressed as a contractor bowed to Tetsuya very solemnly. It should be. Tetsuya nodded calmly. Then I'll take my leave first. If possible, please inform us before you leave, so that we can evacuate the people inside. The contractor did not feel anything wrong with Tetsuya's attitude, and continued to speak to him respectfully. As a powerful trainer, Tetsuya deserves this treatment and attitude. If he is too approachable, it will make the contractor feel strange. No problem, I'll get ready and go in about half an hour. You can prepare in advance. Tetsuya estimated the time and said to the other party. The contractor bowed and then walked out of the tent. Tetsuya, who was alone, finally relaxed. He rubbed his face and stretched. This is why he came to the Johto region at this time. Otherwise, according to the plan, although there is no so-called Orange League Winner Cup at this time, he should enjoy some time in the Orange Islands to relax before going out for a trip. The sun, the beach and the ocean are still very fascinating, especially as a tourist destination. The Orange Islands have many places worth visiting. Tetsuya also wants to see if the crystal rock snake is there now. Unfortunately, there is no way. People have to eat as a hard-working bounty hunter. After the end of the tournament, Zaya picked up the work he had not started for a long time. Otherwise, the funds in his bank card would soon be exhausted, and the 6 partners were all gold-eating caves. However, this mission was not accepted through the official bounty guild of the Alliance, but a semi-private mission. As for the publisher, Zaya looked up at the Golden Broom logo, which was of course the Ender Group. It was the big company of the founder of the Pioneer Zone, Yashida. The specific process was a coincidence. It was Yizo who mentioned this to Zaya. In his words, the uncle still owed you a mission, and it was just right to make up for it. Anyway, you have to go to Johto. Zaya thought about it, so he took over the mission from Yizo and contacted the Ender Group. The person in charge of the mission still knew Zaya, not to mention that Zaya was on the investment list of their group, so he readily offered a 3.5 million yuan hiring fee that matched Zaya's worth. Considering the difficulty of the task, Zaya took it up immediately. It was actually very simple, just the frequent elves riot. I'm not feeling well, so I will write 20,000 words here first. I have not written less this month, but I have not been posting regularly. I have posted too much, but the editor is not working on weekends. I will revise it next Monday. Contact me. Chapter 299, Capital Waterfall and Elf Riot. Currently, Tetsuya is at the junction between Kanto and Johto, located in the southwest of Kanto. The most iconic place nearby is probably the Miyakanojo Falls that separates the Kanto region and the Johto region. It is a double waterfall shaped like a gate. As a famous junction between the two regions, the name of Miyakanojo Falls is derived from one character from each of the Kanto region and the Johto region. Speaking of this, the reason why the construction team of the Ender Group appeared in this area is already very obvious. They are of course preparing for their boss's battle development plan. According to Tetsuya's impression, the battle tower, one of the 7 facilities in the future development area, is near Miyakanojo Falls. Speaking of which, the future owner of the battle tower, the Battle Lord Lilla, and Tetsuya also have a connection in it. Before she officially became the Battle Lord, Lilla's main job was to clear threats in various regions as an international police officer. And at this moment, her boss happens to be a handsome guy. During the mission in the Kanto region, the handsome guy also consulted Tetsuya with Lilla on some issues. Although the two had never met in person, they had some communication and could be considered acquaintances. According to the handsome guy, Lilla from the distant Alala region had lost almost all of her memories, except her name for some reason. As for the specific reason, the handsome guy was very secretive and did not tell Tetsuya. However, Tetsuya was a time traveler after all, and he could still know some information by half guessing. There must be only one person who was connected to the Alala region and was in danger that could not be disclosed at present, and that was the Ultra Beast. Although he guessed it, Tetsuya wisely chose to remain silent. Not to mention that the existence of the Ultra Beasts in the ultimate space was still hidden by the Alliance. He had no source of relevant information. Even if he explained that it was told by Professor Oak, it was impossible for him to get involved in such a dangerous matter with his current strength. You have to know that each Ultra Beast is just an ordinary Pokémon in the original world, Ultimate Space, but it is a very dangerous creature in this world, and its strength is very strong. Even though Lilla, who has the ability to sense Pokémon's dreams since childhood, and can merge with Pokémon's mind, which is not a superpower in theory, but a more acute empathy, is extremely powerful, and is regarded as a superpower, she still finds Ultra Beasts very difficult to deal with. Not to mention the weak Tetsuya, the Quasi-King level elves are probably not enough for these guys to fill their teeth. Moreover, Tetsuya's knowledge of Ultra Beasts in his previous life was pitiful, limited to knowing a few famous ones, such as Paper Sword, Explosive Mosquito and Pheromone. Apart from that, he just knew that there was such a thing. Before becoming the 4 Heavenly Kings or even the champion, Tetsuya didn't want to get involved in any Ultra Beast related events. He didn't want to die young. Just mentioning Lilla's title of Battle Lord may not have a clear definition of her strength. In terms of combat power comparison, that more people can understand, Lila's strength is not inferior to that of the God Age, who has the 3 God Pillars as partners. Although it seems that Kamishiro, as the Pyramid Pharaoh of the 7th facility of the battle frontier, may have a higher status. In fact, the two are equally strong. The reason why the former has a higher status is purely because Lila has more responsibilities to do outside the battle frontier. Kamishiro is a lonely person. As a good friend of Yodo Akida, he can be regarded as a combat guest of Yodo Group, and there is a distinction between insiders and outsiders. Combining the understanding of the previous life and this life, Lila's strength has not yet reached the strongest, and Kamishiro has not yet captured the 3 pillars, but the strength of the two is still ranked among the top in the entire elf world. According to what the handsome guy said privately to Tetsuya, Lila, who worked hard and made many contributions, is about to be promoted by the upper level, which means that it will not be the handsome guy who leads Lila, but Lila who leads the handsome guy. Going further, it is said that the international police also intends to set up a mysterious department for Lila to serve as the director. When the handsome guy and Tetsuya talked about these, he did not avoid suspicion at all. It's not that he has no sense of confidentiality, but that this is what his boss asked him to do. It is easy to understand that as a new talented trainer in the Kanto region, Tetsuya has such outstanding results in the conference. It is normal for an organization to try to win him over, not to mention the international police, which has always lacked powerful trainers. The information revealed by the handsome guy is not the most confidential content, so Tetsuya knows that it is not a big deal. Of course, Tetsuya also knows what the handsome guy and the international police organization mean, but the matter is half evasive and half evasive, just like other people's recruitment. The reasons announced to the outside world are the same: he is still young and not strong enough for the time being, and needs to travel and become stronger for a period of time before making a decision. This is a panacea reason, and no one can refute it. After all, they came for Tetsuya's age and talent. For Tetsuya, the benefit of these win-overs is that he has a lot of new ways to make money. These people are all rich, and outsourcing any tasks to them is enough for him to make a lot of money. This mission is a good example, although he did not contact them himself. Let's talk about this mission. It is normal to encounter elves rioting in the early stage of building. Basically, every team working in the world will encounter this kind of thing. The only difference is that the rioting elves are different in strength. This is why, even with highly productive creatures like elves, the speed of expansion in the world in the elf world is still not efficient. The world is the paradise of elves in the true sense. If you build things in the elves' territory, you are grabbing territory. Wild elves who follow the law of the jungle will riot for you every now and then. In this case, no one can guarantee the efficiency of expansion. Moreover, the expansion is not over yet. After the construction is completed, you still have to face the occasional impact of wild elves. Until a long time later, the wild elves know that this area is an area where humans often move around, and it is a restricted area that they cannot enter. It is also common for the built buildings to be completely damaged if you are not careful. No matter in which world, the coexistence of humans and other creatures is always a big problem. Faced with the growing world population, it is impossible for humans not to expand their territory to seek more living space, but this will undoubtedly encroach on the living space of elves. Fighting under the contradiction is inevitable. If it weren't for the invention of the Pokeball and the fact that Pokémons and humans could understand and coexist with each other to a large extent, the Pokémon world would probably still be as desolate as it was thousands or even tens of thousands of years ago, with only a small number of Pokémon surviving in the form of nations. In any case, the fighting ability of Pokémons is not something that normal humans can match. The scale of the Pokémon riot encountered by the construction team of the Ender Group this time was not small, otherwise they would not have planned to hire Yizo in the beginning, but it was not difficult for Tetsuya to solve it. As the dividing line between the two regions, the metropolitan waterfall is usually sparsely populated. After all, the geographical form of caves plus waterfalls is not suitable for people to pass through, and most people will choose other routes to cross the region. Similarly, this time, due to the geographical location, the Pokémons on land and in the water launched a riot at the same time, which forced the construction team to ask for help. Of course, the more important reason is that 2 Pokémons with Qua-seeking strength appeared in the riot, a Zubat and a Goldfish King. With the base number of these common Pokémons, the number of individuals with Qua-seeking strength is more than that of some rare Pokémons. Led by the 2 of them, their respective tribes launched an attack the moment the construction team occupied the territory, and the construction team suffered serious damage. Fortunately, the location was already quite deep at that time. After the construction team evacuated urgently and left a large distance, the other side stopped attacking and turned to consolidate the territory. But this does not mean anything good. The people in the elf world had long understood this situation. After the elves who expanded their territory have been reorganized, they will lead their newly conquered brothers to counterattack against humans until all the territories are taken back. As for the reason, it is just simply you can't beat me, so your territory is mine, and I will avenge my brothers and establish my prestige. The big brothers of some tribes are worried that they have no reason to attack other elf tribes, and the appearance of humans just gave them an opportunity. Recalling the information just given by the head of the contractor, half an hour later, ZHE also picked up his space backpack to confirm that all the supplies were not missing, and then stood up and walked out of the tent. Master Tetsuya, everyone inside has been evacuated as you requested. Outside the tent, the person in charge, who had been waiting anxiously, smiled and greeted Tetsuya the moment he saw him come out. Yes, I see. Tetsuya nodded. Take me to the entrance. Yes, master, please follow me. The person in charge was of course more than happy to accept. Although the Ender group did not give a specific time limit for the task that Tetsuya took on, every delay would be a loss for their construction team. Your security team only needs to do a good job of protection at the entrance, and they don't need to follow me down. In addition, I will leave one of my Pokémon outside just in case, and it will take action to solve any danger at that time. While heading to the entrance, Tetsuya briefly explained to the person in charge. The person in charge hesitated. Do you really not need help? Although our security team does not have powerful Qua-seeking level elves, we still have a guaranteed number of elite and ordinary levels. At least we can have more strength when facing the rioting tribes. No, how to deal with them is my task. You just need to ensure your own safety. Zaya's face was very calm. The person in charge looked at Zaya, who was so confident, and didn't say much. He could only lead Zaya to the entrance with a beating heart. Come out, Pidgeot, you stay here to assist in defense. Zaya's right hand flashed across his waist, and a shrunken luxury ball suddenly enlarged, and then threw it out. The huge Pidgeot appeared in the eyes of the people present with a red light. Beep. Pidgeot chirped and waved his wings to indicate that he understood. Then I'll go first. Zaya, who didn't know when he had changed into a wild exploration suit, raised his legs and walked towards the dark entrance. It was inevitable to let Pidgeot defend outside. On the one hand, the small space inside was not suitable for Pidgeot to display his skills, and on the other hand, Zaya was also afraid that the people outside would do something to him. There is a saying that goes, I'm not afraid of godlike opponents, but I'm afraid of teammates who are like pigs. This saying will never be out of date. Watching Zaya's figure disappear at the entrance, Pidgeot spread his wings and came to a tall tree near the camp and began to be on guard. Don't worry, this is not an ordinary trainer. The captain of the security team looked at the worried person in charge and realized that he understood his thoughts, so he simply comforted him. I know, he is one of the top 16 in the Quartz Conference and a super genius trainer. I will definitely not worry about his strength. The person in charge smiled helplessly. The main thing is that he goes down alone. What if something happens? The person in charge did not continue. Don't worry, in addition to his strength, this person is also well known in the field of bounty hunters. He is not an ordinary trainer who can only fight in a regular way. Those of us who are not strong enough may be considered a burden in his eyes. The captain smiled and was not worried at all. With his ability, even if he can't defeat that large group of elves, it's still easy for him to escape. I hope so. The person in charge always has a pessimistic attitude towards unpredictable things. The captain of the security team who has cooperated with him many times is also familiar with this. Let's go. Let's take advantage of this time to take care of the wounded. Mr. Tetsuya came very quickly. We still have a lot of time. The captain pulled the person in charge to the tent not far away. Speaking of which, you will be paid a lot after this. Don't you consider treating the brothers to a meal? Don't. I can't let you eat all the hard work of several years. I'm also preparing to make a good initial elf for my kid. Oh, that's right. Fortunately, I, a single noble, don't have so many troubles like you. Then I'll treat you this time, when I go back. Really? Then I want the land shark set meal from Blue Restaurant. Hey, do you want me to go bankrupt? The backs of the two quickly disappeared in the many tents. Vegeta's attention quickly shifted from them to the vigilance of the surrounding environment. This is its mission, and it is paid. At this time, Zaya, who had entered the construction channel, was moving forward steadily. The construction channel was not as dark as it looked from the outside. Considering the requirements of the construction, there were still many objects used for lighting on the surrounding walls. Although it was only a faint light, it was enough to see clearly. 15 Zubats plus 5 Zubats plus a quasi-king Zubat. 13 horned goldfish plus 3 king goldfish plus a quasi-king goldfish, and an indefinite number of other types of Pokémon. Zaya silently calculated the gap in combat power with the mission target. It was not too big, at least it was easy to solve in his opinion. Let's find out the current situation first. Zaya took out a strangely shaped instrument and a control panel-like thing from his backpack. Of course, he would not believe the information given by the person in charge so easily. This is a taboo for bounty hunters. The editor didn't reply to me. I guess I have to wait until Monday to go to work to solve the problem of duplicate chapters. It should be fine. As long as you don't flip forward, you won't subscribe. Chapter 300 Plan Pass. If every bounty hunter believed every piece of information he got and did not do any additional investigation, he would not live long. The elves in the wild are not data that will not move and update. Their number and individual strength will change every once in a while. Unexpected accidents often put people in danger, which is not what normal people want to encounter. Hiss. The sound of slight electric current surging sounded in the extremely quiet cave. After the strange-looking instrument that Zaya just took out was activated, it gradually went deeper under the control of the control panel in his hand. This is a detection instrument that is still in the research and experimental stage of the Silph group. Its accuracy and maneuverability are higher than any other instrument on the market. The most important thing is that it can avoid the perception of some elves. They got it from Silph in the name of helping with testing. In other words, if it is damaged, it is not a big problem. It only means that this instrument still has many shortcomings. Anyway, this is what Silph said to Zaya. As it is equipped with various measuring instruments, this instrument consumes a lot of power, but it is quite convenient to charge. It supports both elf and regular charging. When Zaya's electric dragon is in the wild, it can be easily charged. As the instrument goes deeper, the environmental information it collects is transmitted little by little to the elf watch bound to Zaya. Well, the humidity is about the same as expected, but is the water source detection depth so deep? It seems that we need to take precautions against aquatic elves. Looking at the data, Zaya muttered to himself. In general, the environment here is not much different from ordinary caves, except that there is an additional waterfall formed by an underground river. Pangyangui, please. Zaya threw another luxury ball casually. A red light flashed, and the cave, that was very empty just now, suddenly seemed a little crowded. Pangyangua's huge body occupied a considerable part of the space. After coming out, Pangyangui nodded to Zaya and began his work. Its expressionless eyes stared at the depths, and layers of yellow halos appeared on its body. After about a few minutes, Pangyangui turned his head to Zaya. Is that so? I see. Listening to the report from Pangyangui, Zaya could not help but nod his head. According to Panyangua's detection, the changes in the opposite Pokémon were not very big, except for a group of Rattata and a group of Slowpokes. Oh, yes, there are still a considerable number of Magikarp fluttering around, but there should be no Gyarados. No one would take Magikarp seriously. The appearance of these Pokémons was expected by Zaya a long time ago. They are all natives. If they were not driven away due to their low combat power, they would probably be the first Pokémon to riot. And because the terrain in Kanto is higher, the Pokémons that survive in the metropolitan waterfall are mostly from Kanto, rather than from the metropolitan area. Of course, Pangyangui is not omnipotent. It cannot clearly detect the Pokémons that are deeper in the river and have not touched the ground. The reason why Magikarp can be found is because they have been jumping in the water. Pangyangui, who has excellent hearing, can detect the general situation by the sound of the splashes. At this time, another partner is needed to help. The next step is for you, Flame Chicken. Tetsuya quickly took back the giant rock monster and threw the third luxury ball. Next MO. After coming out, Flame Chicken immediately called out to Tetsuya to express his dissatisfaction in the forest just now. Work, work, make money to eat. Tetsuya urged it with a smile. Flame Chicken rolled its eyes speechlessly, but the next moment it closed its eyes very obediently. A faint blue light emanated from its body. Seeing this, Tetsuya also restrained his smile and closed his eyes silently. The power of wave is in my heart. The voices of Flame Chicken and Tetsuya sounded in their hearts at the same time. If there were people or elves next to one person and one elf at this moment, they could clearly see that the blue light on Flame Chicken suddenly became stronger, and Tetsuya also emitted a faint fluorescence. As a trainer, although Tetsuya is not a brave warrior of wave and can control the power of wave at will, it is still possible to increase it to a certain extent through bondage. After all, the power of wave is also a very special existence as a kind of superpower, and everyone or elves have some of it more or less. Invisible ripples swept across most of the cave in an instant. The Pokémon still fighting deep inside did not notice anything, and they continued their original actions. There is no problem with the Pokémons on the ground, and there are 2 more elite level kingfishers in the underwater Pokémons. The brief report from Flame Chicken put Tetsuya at ease. Okay, then you go back and rest for a while and come out to solve the battle later. Tetsuya opened his eyes again and explained. Seeing that Flame Chicken had no objection, he took out the luxury ball and put it back. Ordinary level Pokémons are not a problem for Tetsuya at all. As long as the number is not in the 3 digits, they are cannon fodder for his partners. A powerful skill is enough to clean them all up. The main problem is still concentrated on the elite level Pokémons. Fortunately, the 2 evolved Pokémons, Rattata and Zubat, do not represent elite level strength. Among all the non-aquatic Pokémons that have been discovered so far, only 3 Zubats and 2 Rattatas are elite level. Counting the Goldfish King, that can only evolve at around level 33. The next thing to face is probably 2 Quasi Kings plus 10 elites plus varying numbers of ordinary and even novice level Pokémon. Well, it's the same as I thought at the beginning. It's not a big problem. They breathed a sigh of relief. Although he knew the probability was relatively low, he was still very worried that a king level Pokémon or a few more quasi king level Pokémon would suddenly appear in this ghost place. Don't think this is just a fantasy. It is completely possible, and there are many unlucky people who die every year because of this. In this case, the Pokémon on land will be dealt with by Pangolier and Pockis, and those in the water will be dealt with by Monarch and Dragonite, and Flame Chicken will be responsible for protection and support when necessary. They quickly formulated a battle plan. The next step is to wait for the Flame Chicken that just use the Wava Guide detection to recover. In this regard, they said that he is quite patient. Every bit of strength is very important in battle, and you can't relax your vigilance just because of the high probability of winning. 10 minutes later, Zay, who stayed in the same place for a while, set off again. He quickly sneaked to the vicinity of the living place of wild Pokémon. Although it was said to be nearby, it was actually still 2 intersections away. But he couldn't go any further, because if he went any further, he would be easily discovered in advance. This was the experience that Zay had gained from being chased hundreds of times in the wild over the years. He squatted down and carefully took back the detection equipment and controller on the ground, and then released his Pokémon one by one. The cave, which was not big to begin with, was now filled to the brim. After coming out, Pockis wanted to scream, but was immediately blocked by Zay and glared at. Pockis showed an embarrassed look on his face. Isn't it a little nervous for the first time to go on a mission? He must pay attention next time. The electric dragon was also eager to try, and it had an inexplicable love for one on many. The other 3 old predecessors were relatively calm compared to the other docile ones. Pang Yangui also skillfully helped to block the movement of his companions stepping on the ground with ground energy as soon as he came out. Very good. They nodded with satisfaction at his energetic companions, lowering his voice. I've told you the target. I'll count to 3, 2, 1, and you will rush into attack. Monarch Snake, remember to mark it, and use the grass field to recover, and Pangolier, remember to use the gravity field to intervene. Be careful not to fly too high or too fast on the Pockis side. Control it to help Pangolier share some of the damage. Don't get too excited, Dragonite. He briefly explained it according to the characteristics of each Pokémon. Dragonite was very dissatisfied. Why did it say something different when it came to it? Don't you have your own points? I'm afraid that you will jump down when you are too excited to attack. Let's make a deal first. You have to climb up by yourself when the time comes. They lectured it fiercely. The other Pokémons were all laughing on the side. Ever since Dragonite got too excited and was seriously injured in the tournament, they had to give Dragonite some instructions even during training. Dragonite had to lower its head. Okay, stop making trouble and start working, everyone. Theirs face quickly became serious. The 5 Pokémons no longer had the giggling look they had just had. Then, 3, 2, 1, charge. With Zaya's order, except for the Blaziken who stayed behind, the remaining 4 Pokémons rushed out at their fastest speed. Of course, the first one was Pockis, but its little brain was still very smart. It still remembered Zaya's instructions and gradually slowed down to keep up with the 3 companions behind. The difference between the other 3 was not big. Pangolier and Dragonite were, because they couldn't run fast, and Monarch was, because it knew what it had to do, so it fell behind obediently. Zaya, who was catching up slowly in the back, showed a satisfied smile. In addition to making money, another goal of this mission was to train the cooperation of several of his companions. According to the plan, he would spend most of his time in the wild in the next year in the Johto region. In this case, the cooperation of the Pokémon companions in the team became particularly important. The elves in the wild will not tell you the rules of a formal one-on-one duel, unless you are here to seize the position of the leader of the tribe. It is common to fight one against many. At first glance, although they did not say it in advance, the training and getting along with each other have made the elves have a good tacit understanding. The momentum brought by the 4 charging elves is no longer something that Pan Yangui can cover up. The elf tribe led by the Quasi-King Zeduibat soon discovered Zay's uninvited guests. Luyi sharp screams came one after another. This is Zeduibat decisively seeking help from the Goldfish King tribe in the water. Before it could scream a few more times, a sudden huge rock knocked it out. It was Pan Yanguo's rock collapse. Although he doesn't like water very much, the underground cave is more or less half of Pan Yanguo's home field. The rock collapse skill flew out one after another at an astonishingly fast speed. Several Zeduibats with poison attributes and weak rock attributes endured the pain that their lives could not bear. This is not over yet. White air blades swung out from the Togekiss in the sky, and the group of Zubats that had gathered together and were just about to fight were blown away. Latara familiar cry sounded, and Rattata and the Rattatas launched an attack, while Zubat and Zubat attracted fire. The purple full-legged Rattata and the tan-legged Rattata rushed to the nearest Panton. They were still somewhat helpless against the Togekiss, which was not too high in the sky, and could only hope that their new boss Zubat and Zubat could solve it. Clang, the crisp collision sound echoed in the small cave. Then came the screams of Rattata and several Rattatas. The extremely hard front teeth that they were proud of were bounced off the moment they bit into Panton's body, and some of them even had a tiny gap on them. In addition to the difference in strength, this is the difference between Pokémon cultivated by trainers and wild Pokémon. If it was a trainer-raised Rattata, even if it could not cause much damage to the Gulliver, there would not be such a ridiculous scene. Gulliver let out a dull cry, and its khaki stance unfolded. The small Rattata and the Rattatas that had been hanging on Gulliver with difficulty by taking advantage of their small size immediately fell down, and a few even lay on the ground unable to move. In just 10 seconds, Zubat and Zubat had regrouped and launched an attack on Togekiss. The experience and adjustment ability of wild Pokémon in this regard are still worth learning. Although Togekiss, who only has elite strength, is also very powerful, it is still more or less unable to fight against Zubat, a Quaseking, and 3 elite Zubats at the same time. Fortunately, it is not a Pokémon fighting alone. Gulliver, who was at ease on the ground, looked at Togekiss and condensed a pile of rocks again and went towards Zubat. Unlike the hull rock at the beginning, the rock launch this time was more like a thick blade. This is a rock blast that Tetsuya improved based on the sharp stone attack. While strengthening the power a little, it also ensures multiple attacks of rock blast, which is particularly effective for group battles. Several elite Zubats were directly knocked away. Although the Quaseking Zubat survived, its condition was also very bad. Seeing that the situation here had stabilized, Tetsuya, who had hurriedly arrived, turned his attention to the underground river nearby. Woohoo. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.